Li Jialing listened attentively, as if he were enthralled by Li Lingfeng and was receiving the man's edification sincerely. Liao also pricked his ears. He was very curious about how the immortal cultivators viewed the natural-born contradictions between true human beings and hominoids. Li Lingfeng sighed and went on. When the Imperium arrived at the limits of expansion about 400 years ago, its comprehensive national power began declining. The hominoids went on a strike or riot every now and then, which significantly diminished the strength of the Imperium and deprived the Imperium of its competence in the war against the Covenant Alliance. A typical example of the escalation of the situation was the failure of Black Wind 100 years ago. Highly sensitive about the words Black Wind, Liao could not help but shiver lightly. "Are you referring to the fiasco of the Black Wind sector?" Li Jialing asked. "Exactly," Li Lingfeng said. "In the battle, 5 worlds of the Imperium, including the Black Wind sector, were swallowed by the Covenant Alliance. One might say that it was a crushing defeat unlike anything the Imperium had ever witnessed for hundreds of years. Most importantly of all, the Imperium could not mobilize more troops for the time being and reclaim those 5 worlds. Not even one of them. Such a debacle completely woke all the immortal cultivators from the illusion, forcing them to reflect on the feasibility of the logic in which the world operated. The 100 years from that time to this day have been the age of revolution for the Imperium. Almost all insightful people have been working hard to reflect on the old true path of immortality and government. They have also raised all kinds of optimization and improvement plans. It is not wrong to say that the drastic changes that have taken place in the Imperium in the past 100 years are more intense and profound than those in the past 1,000 years in total. For example, slaughter streams? Li Lingfeng smiled and nodded in approval. Yes, you are smart enough to see that the so-called slaughter stream is much more complicated than a simple game. It is a whole set of lifestyles that are extremely cheap in cost and most suitable for the hominoids to vent their redundant energy and dissatisfaction. Through the thrilling battle scenes shot from the first-person perspective, the streaming platform's tipping and chat functions, and the myriad of talent shows and lotteries, it is very convenient to control the eyes, brains, and souls of the hominoids. In the end, not only are we gaining astronomical revenues from the SlaughterStream platform, we can even conquer and control all the hominoids, including those who do not belong to the Li family, after bypassing the traditional barriers of power and the nominal leaders without them knowing. This is why I have invested a great amount of money in the Heavenly Eye Group to build the SlaughterStream platform. While talking, Li Lingfeng stopped at the end of a pathway and smiled. "We're here." Li Jialing looked at his feet. Bluish arcs extended gradually from the surroundings and congregated into a circle. The floor inside the circle slightly shivered and sank, bringing him and Li Lingfeng into a gargantuan, hollow sphere. The place looked like a magnificent ball-shaped palace. The arced wall of the room was covered by glittering light beams that flashed non-stop. But what was manifested on the light beams were not the scenes streamed from the land of sins, but faces that were anxious, excited, angry, scared, or extremely twisted. Right next to every face was a series of information and parameters that poured quickly like a waterfall, reflecting weird brilliance. Countless workers flew without a sound in the spherical palace on floating discs, like ghosts that were feeding the heads. What is this place?" Li Jialing swallowed hard. "Shouldn't we be visiting the stream center?" "Yes, but it is highly unnecessary for us to watch the boring games in the land of sins," Li Lingfeng said. "They are the viewers who are watching the slaughter stream right now and a sample of targets that we have randomly selected for investigation. We implanted some small information feedback chips on their terminals, which will collect all the physiological and mental changes when they are enjoying the slaughter stream. Their breath, their heartbeat, their secretion of adrenaline, and the rhythm of their brainwaves are all under our observation. After analyzing and calculating the big data of their feedback comprehensively, we will be able to find out their needs more accurately and provide more exciting and irresistible shows for them. More importantly, we can grasp and even interfere with their ideas based on that." "Ideas?" Li Jialing mumbled. "Yes, maybe you will find out later that it is very easy to destroy a living enemy, but it can be terribly difficult to eliminate an idea." With a weird smile, Li Lingfeng replied. But today, we are trying to completely eradicate an idea with the platform of the slaughter stream, the idea of the cultivators. Li Jialing slightly trembled, and his eyes widened. Wu Yinglan, the owner of Manjasaka, slowly ascended on a floating disc with his hands behind his back. My lord, everything is set now. Wu Yinglan bowed to Li Lingfeng gracefully. The branch of starlight below the ground is about to find their temple, and the branch in space should be arriving in the space zone that we expected to launch the suicidal attack very soon. Everything is within our control. The most splendid scene of dying light, the epic quest, will come on at any moment. Very good. Li Lingfeng nodded in satisfaction. However, I must trouble Lord Wuying to explain why we planned the epic quest first. Looking at Li Jialing, Wu Yinglan said with a smile, Are your wounds better now? Do not blame me for giving you a hard time earlier. Li Jialing looked at Li Lingfeng and then at Wu Yinglan. Swallowing, he could not help but observe. I understand that you have long been aware of the existence of starlight, and you set up the trap with bait, hoping to catch them up once and for all. But I do not understand why you have to put the whole battle on the streaming platform. Isn't it too childish and risky? Won't the enemy notice any issues in it? Wu Yinglan smiled and shook his head. Please rest assured. We have meticulously calculated which pictures can be shown to the public and which ones must be kept a secret. No information that shouldn't be leaked will be leaked. Only when the enemy launches a general attack with no turning back will we open all the cameras and pictures, so that the audience of the entire Imperium will see for themselves how the pitiful and pathetic organization of cultivators is entirely wiped out. As for your accusation of us being childish, this is definitely not a spur-of-the-moment thing but an ultimate action that we have been forced to adopt in order to completely destroy Starlight. Li Jialing was somewhat at a loss. I don't understand. Is Starlight very difficult to destroy? No. In fact, it is not very difficult, but almost too easy to destroy them. Approaching the young man, Wu Yinglan grinned. Did you know? Ever since the earliest members of Starlight fled to the Sea of Stars in panic after the Martial Meritocrat sector was conquered by the Imperium, Starlight has been destroyed 41 times in total over hundreds of years. Every single time, the army of the Imperium completely destroyed all the personnel, chains of command, and secret bases of Starlight, ensuring that there were no lucky escapees or shelters that they could hide in. But before long, or even as the old Starlight was smashed into smithereens, a new Starlight would pop up from the depths of the mines on a certain remote planet. They are like lice, cockroaches, and rats that you can never finish killing. Why? Li Jialing mumbled. Ideas. Wu Yinglan pointed at his head. The Imperium only destroyed the bodies, weapons, and bases of the cultivators of Starlight, but never their ideas. Ideas are the most dangerous things in the world. They are invisible and ubiquitous. They may seem unpredictable, but they can wield the power to collapse mountains and transform a world. They can turn cowards into animals, animals into warriors, and unorganized mobsters into an iron-blooded army. It is useless to just destroy Starlight and kill all the cultivators. Before long, someone will be corrupted by their naive but dangerous ideas and establish a new Starlight for their generation, which is passed on generation after generation and spreads from one world to another. In the end, the new Starlight may be deformed and completely different from the Starlight from the Martial Meritocrat sector at the beginning, but they share the same group of damn ideas. It is practically impossible to completely kill such ideas. The more cruelly the cultivators are hunted and slaughtered and the more blood they shed, the more greatly their images as tragic heroes will be shaped, which will attract more and more desperate hominoids and bottom-level immortal cultivators to join the side of the cultivators and establish a new Starlight. They are like cancer cells. After you kill one, two will be proliferated. The more killed, the more emerge. Can be truly annoying. Therefore, although the Star Ocean Republic was replaced by the Imperium of true human beings 1,000 years ago, and the massive resistance forces of the cultivators are long gone, the cultivators who cause minor trouble for all have never been completely eradicated. They caused minor trouble 1,000 years ago, and 1,000 years later, after being erased 41 times in total, they are still causing minor trouble today. I really can't think of a more unreasonable thing. This is the key to our problem. Ideas can hardly be killed, but they can be contorted and deconstructed. In order to prevent the cultivators from causing minor trouble again, besides destroying them physically, it is very important for us to change their roles as tragic heroes into a character that all the hominoids are amused by and gain pleasure from. The role that they are going to be changed into is clowns. Li Jialing tilted his head and began to think carefully. Instead of killing them directly, transform all the cultivators into clowns? With thoughtful brilliance flashing inside his eyes, Wu Yinglan replied, yes. It is useless to destroy their fleshly bodies as we've done the previous 41 times, although it is quite easy for the Imperium. It is a shame that even if their bodies are burnt up to ash and their bones crumble into powder, their idiotic but dangerous ideas will likely continue spreading. At first, the ideas may be as harmless as the weakest cold viruses, as if they have truly gone extinct. Tales of the cultivators are sometimes not heard for decades. But the day will come eventually when a small bunch of people are corrupted by theories that have disappeared for decades and become a new generation of cultivators, causing minor trouble in the Imperium again. Did you know? According to our investigation, the starlight that has popped up this time did not even have a single person whose spiritual root was awakened at the beginning. It was merely made up of a group of idiotic miners who did not even know what they were doing. But after decades of development and absorption of depressed immortal cultivators and scoundrels of all trades, they have transformed it into a rather troublesome force. We captured a few core members of the new Starlight. They admitted frankly that they had nothing to do with the Land of Sins or the Martial Meritocrats sector. They did not even know that Starlight originated from the Martial Meritocrats sector. All they had heard were some ungrounded, ridiculous legends that worshipped Starlight and the cultivators. In those bullshit legends, the cultivators of Starlight was like an undying phoenix that would be reborn in fire time and time again. All the sacrifices were meant for it to be stronger the next time it was reborn. Some of the legends were told from person to person and first made by a wrinkled, dying old man at the beginning. Some came from jade chips and crystal processors because the previous 40 Starlights left something before their destruction. The thing about rumors is that the more bizarre and appalling they sound, the more people will buy them and the faster they will spread. All in all, the universe is too vast a place. Despite the speed and ferocity of the Imperium's army, it is difficult to annihilate an insurgency organization of cultivators immediately after the news that it is on the rise in a certain border space zone. As a result, Starlight is truly carrying a mysterious, heroic, and soul-stirring halo, and more stupid people will believe in the legends of reborn in fire. Therefore, even if we completely destroy the Starlight today, it will only begin a new cycle of rebirth. Before long, a new Starlight will emerge, perhaps established by a bunch of exhausted miners, perhaps by furious bottom-level soldiers, and perhaps by hungry famers. No matter how weak and unattractive it may seem at the very beginning, as long as the banner of Starlight is set up, it will mean a small victory for the cultivators. Do not overlook the cultivators, Li Lingfeng added. Although our greatest enemy right now is the Covenant Alliance, the cultivators have been the earliest enemy of the Imperium. Those guys have not been completely annihilated after 1,000 years. Their vitality is truly stronger than that of the cockroach. But after the epic quest, it will be practically impossible for the cultivators to deceive anyone in the future, because we will not grant them a chance to make a valiant sacrifice. Wu Yinglan operated his wrist crystal processor quickly. The arc-shaped light beams around the sphere palace changed quickly, displaying the pictures on the surface of the Land of Sins, below the ground, and the space zones near Manjusaka. Starlight has two branches. Other than the one in space, some of their cockroaches are below the Land of Sins, too. They have not been completely extinguished in the past hundreds of years, Wu Yinglan explained. However, I found an opportunity decades ago to send one of my spies to the underground world of the Land of Sins. I planned to completely demolish the underground branch of Starlight with the intelligence provided by the spy, but the spy's performance was unexpectedly remarkable. It seemed to be a waste to just deal with the underground branch. As it happened, The slaughter stream platform of the Heavenly Eye branch gradually climbed to the peak, and its influence spread throughout the Imperium. So, I began to consider a new possibility. Li Jialing raised his head and looked at the enormous light beams floating before him. On the light beams, all the remaining earthly dragons of the underground branch of Starlight were clearly visible. Their most accurate coordinates had been locked onto by the immortal cultivators. Some of the earthly dragons even had spying chips in them, planted by the immortal cultivators. The conversations among the excited or exhausted cultivators could occasionally be heard. It could also be seen that they were wiping their magical equipment, touching their blades, and assembling the firearms somewhat nervously, waiting for the arrival of the final battle in the temple and the global sword network system. Do you see it? Those cultivators are waiting for the sacred sacrifice ravenously. Wu Yinglan chuckled. They think that attacking the city in the sky will be the most splendid, glorious, and tragic battle of Starlight in the past hundreds of years. They are not worried about whether or not they will win because even if they do fail eventually, as long as they have made the gesture of a massive attack and caused the slightest damage to Manjusaka, the story will certainly grow into a new legend after much exaggeration, the legend of the undying cultivators, which will charm another bunch of fools and turn them into new cultivators in the near future. This is exactly their plan. It doesn't matter whether they win or lose. All they want is a valiant death. They want the almighty Imperium of true human beings to admit that cultivators are a concept on par with the immortal cultivators so that they can spread their ideas with the opportunity. Nothing more. It is a shame that none of the cultivators will realize that the tragic battle to attack the city in the sky has been planned by the immortal cultivators from beginning to end. Also, I have stuffed a lot of our own men into all the procedures. They think that they are initiating a sacred battle. Little do they know that it is only a live stream and a game, and they are nothing more than the entertaining clowns and toys in the game. Look here. We have been able to monitor the cultivators' every move and hear their unbelievably idiotic declarations since the very beginning. Those declarations, if switched to a different scene and supported by some stirring music, may indeed be a bit attractive. But what if we add some canned laughter here with certain funny sound effects? What if we pave a few unctuous comments on their faces? As a result, when the targets that the cultivators want to win over most, namely the hominoids that make up 99% of the population of the Imperium, watch the scenes that we have carefully prepared, what will their impression of the cultivators be? Will they consider them warriors like moths darting at the fire and mantises stopping a car with their forearms, or clowns who do not know what they are doing at all? And here, do you see it? This is the underground main battlefield that I have carefully devised, the Temple of the Cultivators. To make it more mysterious and enticing, I even fabricated the notion of a cultivator that had been lost for 1,000 years. It was not exactly my personal creation but a rumor that spread through the past goddamn starlights. It was nothing more than the image of an ancient cultivator and an almighty, invincible god that was made up randomly to boost morale. It must be noted that this is a resistor that does not exist at all. How can the Imperium kill him or disapprove his existence? Today, in the game that we have carefully prepared, the cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years will show up as a clown and tell all the people of the Imperium how hilarious the cultivator's beliefs and hopes are. The preparations in space are as thorough as below the ground. All in all, the dragnet has already been opened, and all the traps have been set up. All we need to do is capture every look on the cultivators' faces from hopefulness to frustration and then to desperation. We will watch how spectacular their faces are when they learn that the sacred destiny that they have been dedicated to at the cost of their own life is nothing more than a game that is planned by other people. We will even involve the general public and the hominoids deeply into the game and give them the impression that cultivators are worthless wretches and targets to be mocked and derided, and that everything is under the control of the Imperium and the immortal cultivators. When caught in desperation without any hope, many people are willing to be tragic heroes who march forward relentlessly without retreating. The feelings of fighting in blood until they collapse on a mountain of corpses in exhaustion can even be rather romantic. But in any case, absolutely nobody is willing to be a fly in a transparent glass jar, where their every move will be observed clearly by other people. What hilarious and pathetic wretches they are. This is exactly the case for the cultivators of starlight now. They're wretches in a transparent glass jar. We will try to kill as few of those wretches as possible and simply try to capture them alive to deliver them to Manjusaka for refinement. We will let them realize how stupid and hilarious their beliefs were. They will certainly develop a profound understanding about the truth path of immortality after they are completely reborn. Trust me, after they completely figure out the truth and receive modifications in Manjusaka, they will certainly undergo drastic changes that touch their souls. Then, the processes in which they receive modifications and regret their past can be made into stream shows, too. They can also be arranged for a speech tour nationwide in the entire Imperium. Although the procedures can be complicated, I believe that this is the best way to completely destroy the cultivators and their ideas without leaving any hidden problems for the future. Li Jialing listened attentively in silence the whole time. Finally, he complimented sincerely, "What a great idea! I believe no one will ever want to become a shameful cultivator after such a carefully planned war stream." Having been complimented sincerely by the young man who was refined by himself through a lot of procedures that he had performed on himself before, Wu Yinglan could not help but smile. Exactly. I never blindly believe in absolute violence. Or rather, true strength is always much more complicated than simple violence. Survival of the fittest is doubtlessly a truth. But there are too many factors that decide what is fit and what is not besides one's combat ability. At the very least, it is impossible to completely destroy the ideas of the cultivators today purely with violence. Got it. Li Jialing nodded thoughtfully. Then he looked at Li Lingfeng and asked, "However, why did you bring me here to watch this? And why are you explaining everything to me?" With a smile, Li Lingfeng said, "The war stream to annihilate starlight is not very important. What matters here is that I want you to see this new strength. The strength to catch eyes and manipulate people through the media. It has been decades since the slaughter stream was first planned, but in the past it was mainly used to make profits and soothe hominoids. To be honest, that is only the tip of the iceberg of its real potential. But today, after hearing Lord Wuying's explanation, you must have vaguely realized how enormous and immeasurable the iceberg hiding below the surface of the ocean is. Such strength can narcotize or stimulate the will and emotions of billions of people, making them caught in our logic or even think in a seemingly independent way according to the shows that we have carefully planned. Such strength can turn someone into a hero in only a couple of days if not hours, and a hero into a devil in several minutes. At the most critical moment, it can even be used to seize and control the entire universe. This is only a minor test to annihilate Starlight, the insurgency group of cultivators. The key is to find a mature pattern and figure out a way to inculcate our ideas into the brains of all the targets, thereby controlling them without them knowing it at all. If we can do that, the value of the platform will be inestimable, and it can be used to do many interesting things. Li Jialing frowned and mumbled, "Is it possible?" "Of course it is. Don't underestimate the influence of the slaughter stream." Wu Yinglan chuckled. "Did you know? Among the hominoids on many remote resource planets in the Imperium, there are truly a lot of people, especially adolescents. They often end up on bad terms with their parents and even kill their parents to loot their money, just to participate in our stream shows and derivative games without caring about anything. You cannot compare your wisdom and thinking pattern to the hominoids. We are all brand new human beings that are highly evolved. We have a profound understanding of the operational logic of the world. Naturally, we will not be deceived by such petty tricks. But the hominoids are no better than the ignorant animals. Couldn't be easier to manipulate them. Greed, indulgence, jealousy, pride, anger, laziness. As long as we start from the fatal weaknesses of humanity, the hominoids will cry, laugh, or hate their parents if we want them to. In the end, their entire souls will be absorbed by us. Only the world in the slaughter stream is the real world, and the world and family next to them become groundless, unimportant things. We are their supreme gods. It is completely possible and exactly what is going on right now. Li Jialing sniffed. It really sounds like a grand design. Then, what is the role that I am going to play in such a magnificent project? I don't suppose you refined me at the cost of so much time and so many resources just to build a loyal viewer out of me. Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng looked at each other and both chuckled. What? You still hate us? Wu Yinglan said with a smile. You have no idea how much Lord Li treasured you. Most of the refinements that were performed on you had been tested countless times prior. I even tried many of them on myself to check the effects and the safety before they were applied to you. Despite the agony, there were absolutely no fatal dangers. In the entire Imperium, few young men can ever enjoy the privileges that you have enjoyed. Now you have made a significant breakthrough in your training, and your future is nothing but promising. Are you still going brooding over the insignificant things in the past? Although you are young, you are definitely a smart man. So, I won't beat around the bush with you. Li Jialing patted Li Jialing's shoulder heavily. I brought you to Manjasaka partly to continue your treatment and remove the weird seal inside your head. And partly, if it succeeds, to turn you into a new hero. Turn me into a hero? Li Jialing was truly somewhat stunned this time. Me? A hero? Yes, a hero, a star, and a super idol that will be popular among the teenage boys and girls in the entire Imperium, loved by both the hominoids and bottom-level immortal cultivators. After a series of operations, you can even become the spokesperson of the notion of slaughter streaming as the god for countless hominoids and low-level immortal cultivators. Li Lingfeng explained his plans incessantly while waving his hands. The war stream this time to annihilate Starlight is of a reasonable scale and difficulty. It is the best opportunity for us. We do not even need to introduce your identity and origins or reveal your real appearance at first. All you need to do is arrive from the sky and go on a killing spree in a cool crystal suit when the cultivators lose all hope and begin their final, futile resistance. Through the war stream of dying light, you will leave a deep impression on the hearts of countless people in the Imperium. After that, a series of soul-stirring and mind-boggling quests will be arranged for you, so that you will soar into the sky and become a real superhero. Li Jialing looked at Li Lingfeng in disbelief. Is it so hard to accept? Li Lingfeng smiled. Speaking of heroes, you killed one just now, Li Yingxiong. His father is definitely not easy to deal with. After you return to the family, I fear that you will be faced with a medium crisis, but I will not help you directly. I've been thinking about how I can stuff you into the channel of ascension of the family, but the regular routes of elimination and upgrade are really too slow. The vetting and education that can take decades are too much for both you and me. Therefore, it is not a bad idea to simply bypass the plethora of screening procedures within the family and go down a new path. We will create a very charismatic superhero from the outside. Then, it will be easier for me to do a lot of things for you. Am I suitable for that? Li Jialing asked after a brief silence. What? Are you not confident in your strength? I am not confident in my origins. Everybody within the family knows that I am the child of a pair of inferior warriors. That is what makes you perfect. We have decided to continue using that cover story, Li Lingfeng said. Ever since the establishment of the Imperium of True Human Beings, the idea that anyone can be successful as long as they work hard regardless of their origins has always been promoted. Born in the bottom class but not giving in to fate and striving all the way until success. This is the image of the most standard immortal cultivator of the Imperium and the image of a most attractive hero. Wu Yinglan's side added, It is a shame the Imperium has endured 1,000 years. When a tree is too huge, there will always be dry branches. After 1,000 years, all kinds of conflicts and accumulated problems are gradually revealing themselves. The consolidation of social stratification is a very serious problem among them. I wonder, have you heard a popular joke among the immortal cultivators right now, Lordly? If a father is in the nascent soul stage, his son will arrive at the nascent soul stage. If a father is in the core formation stage, his son will be in the core formation stage too. The highest levels that most people can reach are exactly what their parents reached earlier. As a result, a lot of middle-level and bottom-level immortal cultivators who do not have resources and connections are restless. It is not entirely bad if they are too frustrated and give up trying, but I'm afraid that some of them may develop other nefarious intentions, which can be quite damaging. Hominoids are all mobsters. There is nothing to be scared of however many riots they launch. But the middle level and the bottom level immortal cultivators are the foundations of the Imperium. If even they cannot see any hope and are filled with grudges, the problem is truly rather grave. I couldn't agree with you more, Li Lingfeng said. This is not the age of Blackstar the Great anymore, when everything flourished like a morning sun and everyone was full of ambition, ready to burn themselves for the civilization of mankind. The immortal cultivators today are no longer the immortal cultivators from 1,000 years ago. Our society is decaying, and every generation is worse than the last. How many people can still prioritize talents over everything like me and worship the idea that whoever is strong and has enough potential is qualified to inherit my resources and strength regardless of whether or not they are my blood descendants? Li Lingfeng shook his head disapprovingly before he focused his eyes on Li Jialing again. However, this only further highlights your preciousness. As a common descendant in the family with unattractive talents, you never gave up despite all the humiliation you suffered. Through your own hard work, you finally changed your fate miraculously and distinguished yourself in the boundless sea of stars. This is almost a perfect image. How about it? Would you like to give it a shot? The young man was caught in hesitation and silence. Or rather, he seemed to be caught in hesitation and silence. After a long silence, when he raised his head again, there was both desire and ambition in his eyes that had been raised by the persuasion of the two big shots and a little bit of wariness that came from his natural instincts. Biting his lips, the young man hesitantly asked, "Can I ask you a question? What is your ultimate goal in fabricating such a hero with so much effort?" Li Lingfeng was silent for a moment. Sighing softly, he said, "If I said that everything we have been doing is only meant for self-protection, would you believe me?" Li Jialing blinked. Self-protection. The strength we talked about just now to manipulate people through the slaughter stream as a super platform is extremely fragile and can easily be completely demolished despite its magnificent power, Li Lingfeng said. From the large-scale infrastructure across the sectors, to the information connection to all the planets in a certain sector, and even including the terminal devices that meet our demand, too many uncertainties are involved in the project. A lot of people whose minds are rigid and obsolete fear new, unknown strength. They believe that said strength poses a threat to the old order that they have established with starships, chainswords, and electromagnetic whips. Therefore, they have made up their mind to destroy our cause without considering anything else. Some other people see the value and potential of the strength and want to steal it for themselves. They extend their blood-sucking tentacles to our cause like shameless parasites, draining every bit of the achievements that we have made after 100 years of hard work. As the saying goes, the tallest tree catches the most wind. Wu Yinglan and I have come this far while holding the concept of slaughter stream, just like going against a fiercely burning torrent. We must tread lightly with every step, and we are faced with the threat of countless storms and arrows every second. One moment of carelessness, and we will be shattered and mired in an eternal doom. In order to safeguard the cause that we have created through so much hard work, we have no choice except to continue moving forward and prove the strength of slaughter stream. We will attract more capital and resources, gather greater connections, build images that are more vivid and impressive, and make a superhero that everybody in the entire Imperium knows. Only in such a way will those guys with ill intentions have to think carefully before they lay their fingers on us. Do you understand? Li Jialing's eyelids were slightly shivering. He asked in disbelief, "With your position in the Li family, and Lord Wuying running the game as a member of the royal family, are you still scared of other people's greed?" "Royal family?" Wu Yinglan said with a self-mocking smile. "In the Imperium of true human beings, the royal family is the cheapest of all things. After 1,000 years of dispersion, there are at least 1 million people in the Imperium with a surname of Wuying, 99% of whom are common workers and dealers. Even the branches that are close to the main bloodline like me are also too many to be counted. When the specific interests are concerned, nobody cares if you belong to the royal family. The higher you climb a mountain, the colder you will become. Like I said to you before, the higher I reach within the family, the more people eyeing me in secret." Pausing for a moment, Li Lingfeng glanced at Wu Yinglan. This is not much of a secret for Lord Wu Ying. Take Li Linghai, my good sister and the almighty queen of the Imperium, for example. She is an absolute conservative who feels natural disgust toward any mass information dissemination that involves the entire Imperium like slaughter stream. She believes that such an approach eliminates the capital's authority and has always been thinking to take slaughter stream away, or to destroy it once and for all if she can't. Narrowing his eyes, Wu Yinglan added, "The queen is a tough one. Everybody in the Imperial Terminus sector knows that the brilliant and unstoppable emperor, who has just defeated the Covenant Alliance and is ambitious enough to be a second Blackstar the Great, is actually a piece of useless crap with more ambitions than talents. Had it not been for the manipulation of the Queen, he could not even have launched a single battle." "Yes," Li Lingfeng sighed. "Who could have thought that my sister, who purely focused on the advancement of personal strength, would grow into such a terrifying person someday? She is even cold-hearted enough to show no warmth to me, a blood brother who shares the same parents with her. Now that she has set her eyes on us, what can we do except try our best to protect ourselves?" He patted the young man's shoulder again to sense the shivering muscles of the young man and grasp the subtle changes in his mind. "No matter how many misunderstandings you may have of me and Wu Yinglan because of our doings in the past, I hope you can understand that it is for your own good. I would very much like you to join our cause. Whether or not you join us, you are one of my guys in the eyes of outsiders. Nothing can change that. If our cause collapses one day and Wu Yinglan and I are both despised and doomed, there is no way that you can stay out of this business. A lot of people will catch you and slice you up to study, trying to figure out the origin plan and the secrets of your refinement in Manjusaka. Then you will understand what hell really looks like. How about it? Do you need some more time to think about it?" Li Jialing looked at the enormous light beams on the wall of the spherical palace he was in. Inside the light beams were the pitiful wretches who were caged in transparent glass jars, which were darting at what they thought was light, only to crash into the transparent glass and bleed hard. Time and time again, they never regretted even if they were killed. "That will be unnecessary." Narrowing his eyes, the young man put on a mysterious smile. "It seems rather interesting to be a hero. However, can I spend some time in the Beehive Prison?" "The Beehive Prison?" Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng looked at each other and asked curiously, "Why do you want to go there? Didn't you say just now that you want me to arrive from the sky in the coolest crystal suit and go on a killing spree?" Li Jialing smiled. "Of course I need to prepare myself well in order to fully unleash the strength that has been suppressed for more than 10 years. I want to select a few crystal suits and find a few tough prisoners in the Beehive Prison to enjoy myself with." Killing someone like Li Yingxiong felt like stomping on an ant, which was not fun at all. "Of course you can." Overjoyed, Wu Yinglan nodded quickly. "You have just cracked your seal. It is indeed necessary for you to do some adaptive training in order to activate your full potential in the shortest amount of time possible. I can help you create an independent training area down there and capture a batch of the toughest experts from the Beehive Prison for you. You can play with them however you want." "That is too troublesome. I think I'll simply go to the Beehive Prison and look for agreeable targets on my own." Li Jialing licked his lips ravenously. "I vaguely have a feeling that a couple of experts are far from enough to fill my stomach. I wonder, will Lord Wu Ying's experiment plans be affected if too many prisoners are damaged by me?" "Ha ha ha!" Wu Yinglan laughed and waved his hands. "Just rest assured and play however you want. After the battle, we will have a copious supply of test subjects. All right. If Lord Li has no objection, I'll have someone lead you to the Beehive Prison. It will be your playground." Looking at Li Jialing, Li Lingfeng said with a smile, "I have no objection at all. Ah Ling, I know that you have always been a very smart kid. Besides, even the most idiotic fool would have known what choice was in his best interests after so many years of edification by us. You can do whatever you see fit in regard to training. If you come across any questions, feel free to ask me. But you won't have too much time. In 2 days at most, the most splendid scene of our epic quest will begin. By then, we will choose the most soul-stirring and blood-freezing moment for you to cut in. Then, I'll be off now. Li Jialing nodded. Then, as if he suddenly recalled something, he said, "Right, there's still something insignificant that bothers me. Both of you claim that the ideas of the cultivators are both stupid and dangerous, and I, for one, believe that only fools and idiots will believe in such things. But why have so many people put their faith in them despite all the examples in the past 1,000 years? Well, about that." Looking at the young man's eyes that were filled with curiosity, Li Lingfeng replied somewhat helplessly after a brief silence, "Perhaps it is because there are simply too many fools in the universe." At the 9th dock in the peripheral spaceport of the city in the sky, a ragged carrier was floating in the void. All the cargo and crew had been cleared. The starship was ready for a full maintenance and upgrade. However, dozens of starships were waiting in line for maintenance and examination. It wouldn't be the unattractive carrier's turn for at least a couple of days. Therefore, nobody knew that an infuriated expert in the divinity transformation stage was squatting in the most inconspicuous part of the carrier, killing both the body and the mind. The immortal cultivators are too outrageous. Furious, Liao slapped his thigh hard. Not only are they going to destroy the cultivators physically, they are also going to tarnish our spirit and our soul. What a bunch of sordid, shameless, filthy, inhumane, animalistic scumbags. Not exactly, the mental devil said solemnly. I feel that the methods through which the immortal cultivators are dealing with the cultivators share a lot of similarities with how the cultivators dealt with the immortal cultivators in the Star Glory Federation in the old days. At that time, the Federation also focused more on destroying the ideas and the spirit of the immortal cultivators than on destroying their physical bodies. Is that so? Of course. Instead of sentencing Su Changfa, an immortal cultivator, to death, the Federation appointed him as a professor in a major college. The man was caged and kept like a rare, endangered species for the criticism of other people. Wasn't it exactly like what Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan are doing today? As I recall, you were the one who came up with the idea. You said similar things such as, "Ideas can never be killed." Didn't you? Did I? I don't remember any of those things now. That's fine, the mental devil said. Why don't I retrieve the sound and picture from your brain and help you refresh your memories? That will be unnecessary, Liao said. I remember everything now. That sounds more like it, the mental devil said. You thought that everything was under your control, and the immortal cultivator Su Changfa was nothing more than a turtle caged in a tank, unable to cause any trouble again. Therefore, you wanted to turn him into a living textbook and use his insignificance and ugliness to highlight your own magnificence and brightness. But little did you know that you would screw everything up in the end, and the freak Lu Qingqian was raised. You almost did not have a chance to rectify the horrible mistakes that you made. Right? Thank you for your reminder, Liao said. I have completely recalled everything. But our focus this time seems to be the sordid, shameless tricks of the immortal cultivators. I don't think we need to mention the past. Let's try to concentrate on the game here and now. The key is still on the little monster, Li Jialing, the mental devil said. Just like you absolutely couldn't have seen the arrival of the little monster Lu Qingqian, who smacked your face hard. In the end, if you were not lucky enough to have a large batch of experts, including myself, wiping your ass for you, you would have been kicked to your hometown selling salty eggs. Li Jialing today is exactly the same. He can certainly grow into a person like Lu Qingqian as a key to crack the trap. Also, Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng look rather weaselly and unblessed. I don't think that they will have your luck, and not so many unexpected experts will jump out to wipe their asses for them. But I do believe that many will come to take advantage of their trouble. Can we stop talking about Lu Qingqian? On a floating disc, Li Jialing followed 3 managers of the beehive prison and moved slowly down the metal pathway that led to the prison. He was wearing a mustard seed combat suit that was as thin as paper but extremely tensile, which highlighted his every muscle. The combat suit also had glittering strengthening systems of crystals and rune arrays on his chest, abdomen, and joints, which covered him in a warm halo and further added to his mysteries. His athletic clothing and the ambitions and desires in his eyes that could barely be disguised made him look like a standard young immortal cultivator who had just begun his career and could not wait to control the entire world in his hands. Liao sent a wave inside the young man's stomach, which rose all the way to his brain along the nerves in the spine. "Hey, what's on your mind? Why are you not talking? You aren't having cold feet and thinking that you would rather stay here, right?" Li Jialing smiled. "Why do you ask that?" "Because I think that Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's words sounded rather reasonable," Liao said. "The conditions that they proposed were rather enticing. Turning you into a superhero that everybody in the entire Imperium knows. TSK, TSK, TSK. I think that at least 99 of 100 hot-blooded young men have dreamed of being a superhero. Are you an exception? Even if they are only making use of you, they would certainly not kill the egg that lays golden eggs at the very beginning. Whatever schemes they may have for you will definitely not take place until you have already been made into a superhero. So, are you really not tempted by the idea? If you are worried that I will go back on our deal, you are simply overthinking it," Li Jialing said casually. "Firstly, as I told you before, I wanted to live a free, lawless life where nobody gives me any commands. I have no interest in becoming the heir of the Li family, the spokesperson of the Slaughterstream platform, or a superhero. Secondly, even if I am truly going to be a superhero or I want anything for myself, I will earn it with my own hands. The schemes of other people are highly unnecessary. A fabricated hero, however awesome and popular they may appear, is simply a poor fly locked in a transparent glass jar if we get to the bottom of it. They must carry out Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's orders all the time, accept the styles that they set, and live in their shadows for the rest of their lives. What kind of hero is that? Thirdly, I can tell that their plan to make a hero is not as simple as it appears to be. Did you hear it just now?" Li Lingfeng mentioned the name of his sister again. It was the second time in only half a day. For some reason, I vaguely feel that Li Lingfeng is trying to inculcate an idea into my head without me knowing it, which is that Li Linghai, the queen of the Imperium, poses a grave threat to my existence. He wants me to believe that Li Linghai tried to destroy me when I was still a fetus and that I will be sliced for studies if she catches me right now. Is it my imagination? No, it is not, Liao said. That is exactly what Li Lingfeng meant. He wants you to develop this misunderstanding, wariness, and even enmity toward Li Linghai. Enmity? Yes, that seems like it. Li Jialing curled his lips and narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Why does Li Lingfeng want me to grow strong enmity toward Li Linghai? Besides, what does it matter even if someone as insignificant as me grows hostile to the almighty queen of the Imperium, and what blow can it possibly be for Li Linghai? It is really worth studying. In any case, however meticulous Li Lingfeng's plan is, he has made a fatal mistake. He has underestimated me too much. He did not underestimate you. He underestimated the abilities of himself and Wu Yinglan. Or rather, they tried too hard in your project, Liao said. I'm afraid that he hasn't realized to this moment what a terrifying monster he has raised after all the refinement. As it happens, the little monster that is already terribly tricky to deal with by himself now has the selfless help of a cultivator with profound wisdom, strength, and integrity. I'm afraid that his life will end before he has the opportunity to challenge Li Linghai. May I ask you a question? Li Jialing asked. As I said, all the formalities are highly unnecessary. You can ask me whatever you want to know, said Liao frankly. Some descriptions of the cultivators are involved in the education of the Li family, Li Jialing said solemnly. The textbooks and the pamphlets all depict cultivators as hypocritical, shameless people who always talk big but waver at the critical moment, which leads to infinite disasters and encumbers the entire civilization. Also, the last years of the Star Ocean Republic controlled by the cultivators were an age of corruption and decadence. That's why it suffered the intrusion of the Covenant Alliance and was crushed. As a result, the Imperium was forced to clean up the mess left by the cultivators the moment it was established, and the job hasn't been done yet after 1,000 years. Before, I always acknowledged such a theory. No, it seems very reasonable to me even to this moment. However, I am now getting very curious after seeing how seriously Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan were just now and how Starlight emerged again after it was destroyed 41 times. What are the real cultivators? And what is their real path? The floating disc slightly shivered, and the 3 gates up ahead that looked like lotus flowers opened slowly. Greeted by overwhelming screams and roars, they had reached the beehive prison. The real cultivators. In a sunless tunnel below the surface of the land of sins, under the dim lights in the earthly dragon, Zhu Jingyun, the one-armed female warrior of the resistance organization, was thinking the same question. Han Te and Lu Li sat cross-legged next to her, looking at her with a thirst for knowledge. The Fist King was sitting nearby. He was staring at a delicate little furnace. On the plate of the furnace was the synthetic meat that he was broiling for the 2 little fellows. It was a hard-earned moment to catch their breath, or the last tranquility before a great war. All the exhausted warriors had fallen asleep. The 2 little fellows were the only ones who were energetic enough to harass the female conduction of Cloud Penetrator, hoping to learn more about the cultivators. In fact, I don't know what real cultivators are either. I never even thought of becoming a real cultivator at the beginning. At first, my parents were cultivators, so I was naturally a cultivator. Later, I only wanted to avenge my parents. It's as simple as that. If you want to listen to great philosophies, you will have to invite Wei Longtao to teach you. He can talk about them for 3 days and 3 nights without repeating anything. Zhu Jingyun scratched her bald head, somewhat embarrassed. Then, as if she suddenly recalled something, she put on a sincere smile. In fact, leaving aside my parents' identity or their revenge, I perhaps would have never thought of being a cultivator. To this moment, I cannot forget the feeling when I dug out of the ground for the first time and saw the high sky and the vast land. At that time, I had a very great or hilarious dream. I wanted to do nothing for the rest of my life except find a village and build a house on such a boundless land beneath the high sky, instead of being chased every day below the ground and using weapons for pillows at night. I would simply sit on the threshold of my house and stare at the sky every day. That would be my greatest gratification. If I could ever live such a peaceful and carefree life, only an idiot would ever think of becoming a cultivator. Ah! Looking at each other in bewilderment, Han Te and Lu Li sighed in mixed feelings. That is more or less what we thought in the past. We hoped that the village of peace would forever be peaceful, and we could just live on the boats without worries. Swimming, fishing, and watching the sky while floating on the surface of the water. Nothing could be more enjoyable than that. With a bitter smile, Zhu Jingyun agreed. Yes, it is a pity that such a life will never be reality in the land of sins. Even the experts as strong as the Fist King and Leader Xiahou can never really be free and untroubled, can they? Not only is it impossible for us to live such a life, we can never even live a worried and insecure life. We are nothing more than the mice in their laboratory. We live if they want us to live, and we die when they want us to die. So, is there another option other than to revolt against this world? If you ask me what constitutes the real cultivators, I believe that it should be resistance. This world is wrong. A normal world and a normal life shouldn't be like this. Although I do not know what a correct world should be like, I absolutely cannot endure the world we are living in right now. I would rather die with it than be part of its filth. Although they were in the sunless underground world, Zhu Jingyun was still emitting vague glimmers, as if she was made of the minerals that had been condensed and compressed below the ground for billions of years. The 2 little fellows considered her words in silence. Moved by the radiance from her body, they felt as if an unknown strength was growing inside their own bodies, too. The meat is ready. Eat it now. The Fist King brought over 3 plates and 3 forks. He gave a piece of meat to Zhu Jingyun, too, besides the 2 little fellows. Zhu Jingyun tilted her head and watched the Fist King and the broiled meat in his hands for a long time before she finally remarked, I didn't know that you were such a Fist King. Although I do not need to refill fat and protein personally, regular human beings have to take food every day. The Fist King said casually. Only when someone is fed will they have the strength to train and fight. The deliciousness of the food will certainly influence their combat ability. In order to set their battle state to the optimal, I must take every detail into consideration. Is it really a surprise that I am a cooking master? Zhuo Jingyun laughed and thanked the Fist King. Then she extended her hand to the Fist King sincerely and said, Fist King, I think you are very different from the common bandits in the land of sins. How about it? Are you interested in joining our organization and destroying this damn world as a cultivator? I have no interest in becoming a cultivator. The Fist King rejected the offer without any hesitation. Pausing a moment, he said, But I am very interested in destroying this damn world. After a brief daze, Zhuo Jingyun laughed in amusement. It makes sense. In fact, I think I am exactly the same. I don't care what real cultivators should look like, and my sole interest is destroying this damn world. Or rather, every generation of people has their generation's destiny. For our generation, it will be good enough if we can blow the land of sins to smithereens. As for the mission to build a new world from the ruins, that will be the concern of Han Te, Lu Li, and their generation, because we will certainly have died on the battlefield to destroy the old world. Han Te and Lu Li were chewing the delicious meat when they heard Zhuo Jingyun mention them. They both raised their heads and looked at the bald female warrior. No, you won't. Waving her fork, Lu Li said in a hurry, Sister Yun will certainly live and see a beautiful new world. Your dream will come true. You will establish your own small but beautiful house in a field where the sky is clear and the clouds are low. Then, you will do nothing but watch the sky and the earth from the threshold or the room every day, living a free and enjoyable life. Zhuo Jingyun smiled. Azure and white colors truly flashed in her eyes that were almost transparent, as if the entire sky had floated to the bottom of her eyes. She was almost moved to tears by the image, but the azure and white colors disappeared as quickly as they appeared. She soon regained her previous calmness and toughness. Judging from the elements of rocks and the forsaken tunnels we excavated today, we are getting closer and closer to the legendary temple. We are in contact with a few other earthly dragons that dispersed to escape earlier, too. At least 1,000 warriors have survived. Everybody is marching toward the temple from various directions. By our estimation, we will locate the temple tomorrow and activate the global sword network. With the underground glimmers dancing inside her eyes, Zhuo Jingyun chewed the meat on her fork and said in a low voice, However, the immortal cultivators are following us closely. It is very possible that they will reach the temple immediately after we do. There is bound to be a fierce battle. It doesn't matter whether or not I will survive the battle or ever build my own house in the future. But even if I must die, I will definitely activate the global sword network and shoot Manjusaka down. I really don't know what it will be like tomorrow. Tomorrow, Han Te and Lu Li grabbed Zhuo Jingyun's warm right hand and cold left hand, declaring solemnly and piously, Tomorrow will be better. The Fist King observed them in silence as his crystal processor squeaked and gathered everything he saw and heard into his database and his logic circuits. Inside his logic circuits, a certain thing similar to a virus but much more subtle was slowly growing. Gao Kongda stood on the messy bridge of Great Mountain and stared at the thousands of brilliant stars in the profound universe. The stars that dazzled his eyes reminded him of the gunshots and the sword auras that had butchered his brothers 20 years ago. Great Mountain, maneuvered by Gao Kongda, was one of the most enormous starships in the coalition attack fleet of Starlight. However, it was not a super heavy cruiser or an expedition aircraft carrier produced in the regular military dockyard of the Imperium. 455 years ago, it had set sail from a civil dock for the purpose of prospecting, excavation, and exploration in deep space. In other words, it was a mining starship that was designed to perform excavation work on dangerous zones that were frequented by radiation and cosmic storms, and on asteroids and stone belts where fixed mines could not be established. Gao Kongda became the deputy manager of the mining room of Great Mountain 30 years ago, which was the highest post that a hominoid could have possibly reached. From that day on, he learned every screw of Great Mountain as clearly as he knew his own fingers. Ever since they seized Great Mountain 20 years ago in an uprising, getting out of the control of the immortal cultivators and joining Starlight after a long journey, he had regarded Great Mountain as his wife or even his child. Every cabin, every piece of plate armor, and every additional turret that was attached to Great Mountain had been planned in the most meticulous way after days of restless consideration. To outsiders, Great Mountain was practically an amalgamation of garbage and an iron beast with all kinds of abnormal tumors. Cooling pads, heat-proof plates, and metal components of unknown purposes were everywhere on the surface of the starship, leaving the impression that the starship would fall apart on its own while sailing in the sea of stars before the cannons of the Imperium shot it down. It was even questionable whether or not the starship could perform a space jump. However, Gao Kongda and his brothers, whom he had fought side by side with for decades, were the only ones who understood the sturdiness and reliability of the giant garbage starship. They knew how it helped them resist the most violent cosmic storms, the fiercest stone belts, and the most dangerous space ripples. They understood how it ripped the enemy's defense line against the bombardment of the army of the Imperium, shattering those high and mighty bastards into smithereens as if they were raw minerals. Other than giving birth to a child, Great Mountain can do anything. Except for the capital of the Imperium, Great Mountain has the courage to barge into any place. It was the firmest belief of all the crew of Great Mountain, including Captain Gao Kongda. But when he thought of the attack they were about to launch tomorrow, Gao Kongda, who had survived countless sieges, could not help but secretly gulp in fear. After the battle, the big starship that had acted as a home for him and countless other people for decades would very likely fall apart and become a piece of enormous garbage floating in the sea of stars. But did they have any other choice? If they had a choice, they would not have launched a great uprising 20 years ago but kept working as dutiful miners and making a living with their handicraft. God knew that Gao Kongda and his brothers were the most diligent and trustworthy workers. None of them were sly, lazy slackers. It was already dangerous to mine in the deep parts of the planets, and it was 100 times more perilous to travel among the highly unstable stone belts due to the radiation, shooting stars, and cosmic storms. For hundreds of years, their forefathers and them had gritted their teeth through everything. There was no telling how many precious minerals they had collected for their company and the Imperium with their hands and their bones. They had practiced highly painful techniques in order to increase their physical strength, their sturdiness, and their anti-radiation abilities. They had performed modifications on their organs with special gene medicines and strengthening drugs, even taking energy pills for a long time until they collapsed at their post after days and nights of work. Such things were anything but unusual for them. Nobody ever had any complaints. It was all for the country and for the civilization of mankind. But why was the country and the civilization of mankind so difficult to satisfy? The annual ration of mining for everyone was higher and higher, but because all the places that were slightly steady and favorable for mining had been emptied, they had to step into the dangerous zones that were full of radiation, high-energy particles, and extremely unstable stone belts, which naturally led to a drop in the mining efficiency and a drastic increase in the casualty rate. Could the low morale and the unsteadiness of productivity be attributed to their laziness? Gao Kongda had explained the logic to the management of the immortal cultivators countless times before. His brothers had truly tried their best and were even too tired to vomit any blood. But the management did not care in the slightest. The electromagnetic whips with thorns in the hands of the foreman were brutal and excruciating. One whip was enough to blow a piece of flesh off, 2 whips could break a couple of bones, and 3 whips would blow the soul out of a miner's body. In the end, seeing that it was impossible to exploit any more value from the miners, the company was even considering introducing a few fully automatic mining and purification assembly lines with spiritual puppets, replacing all the human miners with the mining machines. The workers had been engaged in the mining work for generations. Other than detecting the minerals, digging the minerals, and refining the minerals, they were incapable of anything else. Besides, in the stone belts that had a terribly harsh environment, there was nowhere else for them to live. If the mining puppets replaced all of them, how would they survive? Gao Kongda still remembered the panic and anxiety in the mines at that time. Devastating rumors were spreading everywhere, which claimed that they were about to be sent to the front line as cannon fodder now that they were useless, or that they would be given some ragged starships that could not even perform space jumps but only sail in regular voyages before they were kicked out. In the boundless universe where the resources were scarce, It would be a dead end for them in starships that could not perform space jumps and find a habitable planet with an atmosphere and an ecological cycle. With the ragged starships that were only capable of regular voyages, it might not be possible to fly out of a galaxy even after decades if it cruised at a speed at 0.5% the speed of light. It was obvious that the management were replacing the living human miners with cold, lifeless spiritual puppets. The management went to a lot of effort to suppress the rumors and soothe anxious miners. But the final solution was essentially the same as the rumors. The sect that Gang Kongda and his fellow miners belonged to decided to give them a batch of small complementary mining starships that were terribly outdated, as well as resources that were only enough for their survival of the next couple of years, as compensation for their lifelong devotion. They were asked to embark on a journey to more dangerous, chaotic space zones that were filled with more radiation, storms, and unexpected factors for prospecting and mining, but they would have no technical support or logistical supplies. All their future revenue would belong to themselves, but there would be no liability between the sect and them anymore. Nobody could accept such a result. The miners, as well as their family, had been living on the enormous mining starships for generations. The enormous mining starships that could easily be dozens of kilometers long were not only their workplaces but also the homes to the grandfathers of their grandfathers. They were born in the middle of the rumbling noises as rocks were shattered. They grew up next to the scorching power furnaces and in the gloomy cooling chambers. They found their dates in the filtering rooms where dust flew all the time and had their offspring in the cabins that were narrow and cold like iron coffins. But when they hugged each other hard and held their hands, even the iron coffins were the warmest homes. Yet, the management were about to banish them and their family from their own homes into a small mining starship that could barely be called a can. They would be sent into the dark, cold universe, where they would slowly die at the speed of a snail. They had no choice but to launch their resistance with the brawny muscles and iron bones that they had earned after hundreds of years of crazy training and natural selection. The day when the manufacture ship with the most advanced assembly lines for fully automatic mining puppets slowly sailed into the unsettled space zone, almost 10 million miners and their families who were distributed throughout 42 enormous mining starships in the various mining areas of the unsettled space zone could not withstand it any longer. They launched an unprecedented uprising that was later known as the Unsettled Riot. The uprising came with a gory price. For hundreds of years, in order to increase their work efficiency as much as possible to compete with machines, the miners had been practicing all kinds of techniques crazily and almost turned their fleshly bodies into iron machines. They also had the assistance of the weapon-like magical equipment such as power pickaxes, drills of mystic rays, and mining crystal suits. Since the tools could smash the hardest rocks, they definitely had a chance to blow on a hole through armor. They had the absolute numerical advantage, and their morale was higher than ever when they were all determined to sacrifice themselves. But they were not well-trained soldiers. Faced with the immortal cultivators who were fully armed and had been practicing killing skills since the moment they were born, the miners collapsed wave after wave like wheat fields that were being reaped. Eventually, they succeeded in destroying the manufacturing starship of puppets and killing almost all the management of immortal cultivators in the mining areas. But the siege of the regular army came in no time. Of the 42 enormous mining starships, only 3 were lucky enough to escape. The other enormous starships all ended up as the most brilliant fireballs, including Gao Kongda's blood brother. Millions of miners and their families shed their blood in space, dying without a burial. At that time, everybody was intimidated by the overwhelming combat ability demonstrated by the regular army. The 3 mining starships initiated space jumps in a panic. Gao Kongda had no idea where the other 2 starships ended up. They were perhaps completely ripped apart by the cosmic storms in the 4-dimensional space, or perhaps they were blown somewhere unknown at the edge of the cosmos by the wind. Regardless, his own starship performed 9 space jumps in a row and finally escaped from the siege at the risk of tearing apart the main framework of the starship. Following that, Gao Kongda and the surviving miners drifted for a long time in the Sea of Stars, living a nomadic life. They were about to degenerate into space bandits who had given up all moral boundaries for survival when they ran into Starlight. They then lived several years in peace. However, Starlight was having a hard time itself in those years. After he became the captain of Great Mountain, to better command the big starship that was among the best in Starlight, Gao Kongda spent quite a lot of time reading and figured out many things that he did not understand in his ignorance before. Then, as if he were reborn, his cultivation soared, and he reached the core formation stage after only 20 years, even though he had only broken into the refinement stage after the Great Uprising. The new height allowed him to understand lots of things. He naturally knew that there had been an unpredictable and awesome Starlight a long, long time ago. But he also knew that the real Starlight had been destroyed almost as long ago, and the Starlight that he had joined was nothing but an organization that a bunch of mobsters established under the banner of the predecessors. It was not even the first duplicate. Dozens of Starlights before them had already been annihilated by the Imperium. The members of the Starlight they had right now were of complicated origins. Some were the miners who had been forced into desperation due to the rise of automatic mining puppets. Some were farmers who had lost their land because of the harsh environment after the planet was highly developed. Some were even the immortal cultivators who had failed their familial competitions and had run away because they were wanted by their families. They were completely unorganized mobsters. Everybody had different backgrounds, beliefs, and desires. Many people even could not say what they wanted exactly. They were merely huddling together to warm each other up, and they were essentially no different from old outlaws who dominated a forest and lived their unconventional life. No specific guidelines, no common beliefs, and no bases that they could rely on. They had been active solely based on the idea that they had to do something big. It was actually a surprise for Gao Kongda himself that the Starlight of the new generation had existed for decades without collapsing. However, every dream would come to an end someday. In the years back, the Imperium had focused all its attention on the Great War against the Covenant Alliance, unable to spare any troops to eliminate the annoying lice that they were. But as the Imperium secured a winning streak on the war front and entered the phase to consolidate the war benefits, the noose that was tied around the neck of Starlight grew tighter and tighter. Their areas of activity narrowed, and their days became tougher. Just like cockroaches and rats had natural instincts about their doom, the resistance warriors of Starlight like Gao Kongda had a vague feeling that they could not escape from the cataclysm anymore. But they were caught in a dilemma and could not come up with any countermeasures. It was impossible for them to defeat the enemy. Most of the starships of Starlight were modified half-armed carriers, mining starships, or comprehensive refinement starships, like Gao Kongda's Great Mountain. No matter how many starships they had and how intimidating they might seem, they were nothing more than a well-prepared appetizer for the elite fleets of the Imperium. Surrender was not an option. They had all committed great crimes. Many of the former immortal cultivators were thorns in the flesh for their families or sections. Their outcome would be even more miserable than death if they were caught by their old nemesis. After thinking for a long time, they all agreed that there was only one last choice, which was to do something really big and die a gratifying death. Therefore, when the underground branch of Starlight deep inside the Land of Sins, or the Martial Meritocrats sector that Starlight originated from, figured out a way to reach out to them and proposed the plan to attack Manjusaka in coalition, they were both surprised and delighted. Taking a long breath, they finally felt that they were relieved. None of them were scared of death. But living in the darkness of space in worry and fear and hiding from the enemy all the time without any hope was too much suffering for anyone. Instead of living like a thief all the time, they might as well challenge the immortal cultivators with everything that they had. Even if they were killed in the end, the name of Starlight would at least resound throughout the universe. As the captain of Great Mountain, Gao Kongda had his voice among the decision-makers of Starlight. He agreed to fight the immortal cultivators in the most valiant way, too. After all, the worst outcome to be expected was only death, and he should have died 20 years ago in the unsettled riot. Even to this day, he could not forget the feeling when he knocked a power pickaxe into the skull of an immortal cultivator, and the guy's blood and brains splashed over his face. That was what an uprising should be like. The 20 years of his escape since then had been too humiliating to be recalled. He dreamed of his brothers and sisters who had been killed miserably every night. They all stared at him with their white eyes. "Let's do this," Gao Kongda mumbled to himself. "Don't be anxious, everyone. I'll join you tomorrow. But before I do, I am going to fight a satisfying and glorious battle to avenge everyone from the unsettled space zone." and I will show the immortal cultivators the strength of the cultivators. Tomorrow, looking at the shivering stars far away, Gao Kongda was once more mired in the violent flames that had swept across the entire unsettled space zone. Not far away from his great mountain, dozens of starships that were equally bizarre, ragged, and rusty were lurking and waiting for the arrival of the next day uneasily. When Gao Kongda, a resistance warrior of starlight, was waiting for the moment of the valiant sacrifice, on a most advanced semi-automatic mining starship in his hometown dozens of sectors away, Gao Xiaojian, his brother, who was thought to have died in the unsettled riot 20 years ago, crawled into the loyalty room while waving 8 enormous mechanical limbs like a spider. The unsettled space zone and also Gao Xiaojian himself were entirely different from 20 years ago. The mess and destruction during the riot years back in the unsettled space zone were completely gone. Instead, it had become a model mine that was rather famous in the few resource worlds nearby. After the plummet of the revenues as caused by the Great Riot, the malfunctions of the fully automatic spiritual puppets in the cosmic storms, and most importantly of all, the great reduction of logistical pressure due to the elimination of 95% of human miners, the Unsettled Alliance, the sect that governed the unsettled space zone, finally admitted that it was a terrible idea to replace all humans in mining or any other work solely with spiritual puppets. Humans were the wisest of all creatures. Even hominoids, the inferior products among them, were not to be completely replaced by the silly spiritual puppets. Therefore, after a few fully automatic mining fields and mining starships, which were totally unmanned and only remotely monitored, encountered serious accidents in a row, skilled miners such as Gao Xiaojian were introduced back to the mining work again. Of course, to better improve the work efficiency and their cooperation with the spiritual puppets, great modifications had been performed on their bodies of flesh and blood, too. Basically, other than the brains that maintained their ability of independent thinking, all the parts in their fragile and delicate bodies had been removed and replaced with iron bones and external components that could be chosen and installed freely. For example, the body similar to a mechanical spider that Gao Xiaojian was using right now was a product of the latest technologies of the Unsettled Alliance. The few human miners, which had been highly modified, commanding abundant automatic spiritual puppets in the mining work on the spot was the most perfect work pattern for mining, which had taken both efficiency and stability into consideration. Different from his brother Gao Kongda's wrath that hadn't extinguished after 20 years but only got more and more blatant, Gao Xiaojian was quite satisfied, if not deeply believed in the life he had right now. To this day, he could not forget the moment when he was visited by the leader of the Unsettled Alliance to be a representative of the distinguished miners. At that time, the leader of the Unsettled Alliance even patted his iron elbow neither too lightly nor too heavily and told him in person genuinely, "We made a horrible mistake in the past. How can we overlook the important function of humans in mining work? The experienced, excellent miners such as you will forever be the greatest treasure for the Unsettled Alliance and the Imperium of true human beings." Did he hear it wrong? The leader of the Unsettled Alliance, an almighty lord of the immortal cultivators, complimented them in person like that, extolling them to be a great treasure of the Imperium. If Gao Xiaojian's eyes hadn't been replaced by 4 pairs of high-resolution crystal cameras, which boasted the functions of thermal imagery and clairvoyance, he certainly would have burst into tears feeling that all those years of hard work finally paid off. He felt that he could not repay the understanding and support of the immortal cultivators with what he was going to do. Gao Xiaojian deeply loved the Imperium and believed in the true path of immortality. He believed that, even for hominoids who were born at the bottommost level with certain stains, as long as they work hard dutifully and obediently, they would eventually be noticed by the immortal cultivators for their value and earn what they deserved. Wasn't what had happened to him in the past dozen years a perfect example of that? Right now, he was commanding 800 mining puppets on his own. Therefore, the education session in the loyalty room was never boring for Gao Xiaojian, who looked forward to it from the bottom of his heart and almost regretted that he could not receive the education of patriotism in the loyalty room every day. Today, Gao Xiaojian came late because of some issues of several seriously damaged mining puppets. When he crawled into the loyalty room, the spacious cabin had already been crammed by bizarre-shaped metal monsters of various sizes. They were all human miners who had received full modifications like himself and the managers of the various work planes in the mine. All the modified humans were too focused on the light beams, dwelling in the passionate and moving atmosphere, to notice his arrival. The vile and sordid people of the Covenant Alliance are now close to their doom. They are about to be completely doomed. As the faces and zombie-like bodies that represented the people of the Covenant Alliance popped up on the light beam, the broadcast rune arrays nearby played an ear-splitting female voice that was desperate and filled with anger and hatred. The voice was not only spread in the recycled air, but it also burst out directly inside Gao Xiaojian's brain through his ancillary crystal processor. He was suddenly grasped by a mutual feeling of hatred again, and his anger and hostility immediately soared. It was basically the content of the weekly loyal education. At first, the news about the significant improvement of the productions and constructions within the Imperium, the peaceful life of the people, and the friendly coexistence of the immortal cultivators and the hominoids would be played, followed by the terrifying pictures that illustrated the shamelessness and inhumanity of the people of the Covenant Alliance. Occasionally, there were also stories about how Blackstar the Great led the many pioneers to establish the Imperium through arduous work. Although the moral was always the same, the content was renewed every week. Therefore, human miners always enjoyed watching the news. However, after berating the abhorrence of the Covenant Alliance, the high-pitched female voice added something else. However, within our great Imperium, a lot of accomplices of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant are still lurking. They are the goddamned cultivators. Cultivators. Gao Xiaojian was slightly dazed. Of course, he knew what cultivators were. But because of the heated war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance in the frontal battlefield, it had been a long time since he last heard of the term cultivator in the loyalty education. However, when the high-pitched female voice brought up the term cultivator, a certain switch inside Gao Xiaojian's head seemed to be touched. His anger and hatred against the cultivators immediately burst out like a flood that had just broken a dam. The condescending, hypocritical cultivators who looked like graceful gentlemen on the surface but were actually shameless scoundrels, after hiding here and there catching their last breath for 1,000 years, have been completely corrupted into the lackeys and accomplices of the Covenant Alliance. The high-pitched female voice continued. In order to keep their humble and worthless lives, and in their dream of making a comeback and living the sanctimonious but debauched life before, the cultivators have abandoned their dignity and boundaries as human beings. They have bent before the puppets of the Covenant Alliance and became the puppets of the puppets. Now, the almighty army of the Imperium is pushing forward unstoppably in the front line and securing the most brilliant triumphs in the past hundreds of years. The enemy has resorted to the most insane approaches but still cannot stop the thunderous strikes of our army. In their desperation, they are now forced to make use of their lackeys that have been lurking inside the Imperium. Right now, inside the Imperium, a tiny group of cultivators who haven't given up their ill intentions is now eager to jump out to cause trouble again after receiving the orders of their masters. It is a shame that their foul tricks have been completely seen through by the fearless immortal cultivators of our great Imperium. As the female voice grew more and more high-pitched, the expressions on the zombie-like people of the Covenant Alliance appeared on the light beam again. Together with the despicable cultivators who were wearing sycophantic smiles, they tied some of the Imperium people to the operating tables and covered tools that looked like metal funnels on their heads. As the magical equipment began to function, all the victims on the operating tables were writhing in pain. Their eyes were rolling, and their mouths were foaming hard. Their faces gradually turned sluggish and numb, as if their feelings and their souls had been pumped away. "Do you want the enemy's scheme to work out?" the high-pitched female voice shrieked. "Do you want your family to be drained, their feelings and their soul pumped away, turning them into the walking dead? No!" Gao Xiaojian was caught in the frantic state and was the first to roar. "No! No!" All the modified miners whacked their metal limbs hard. Great noises were echoing inside the loyalty room. "Do you want the great and glorious Imperium to be polluted by the inhumane people of the Covenant Alliance and the shameless cultivators?" The high-pitched female voice shouted again. "No! No!" The miners roared zealously. "Who is the most sordid and most dangerous enemy of the civilization of mankind?" the high-pitched voice asked. "The Covenant Alliance." The cultivators. Illuminated under the erratic, quickly flashing light beams, the miners seemed to have been hypnotized and replied at the same time. Who is the great guardian of the civilization of mankind? The female voice continued. Immortal cultivators, the great immortal cultivators. Imperium, the sacred imperium of true human beings. The miners roared. Some were uttering deafening shrieks, and some were crying hard. Long live the imperium of true human beings. Long live the sacred civilization of mankind. Long live emotions and free will. Kill the Covenant Alliance. Kill the cultivators. Kill them all. Whoever dares to go against the great imperium and the great civilization of mankind, we will definitely fight against them until the end. Waving his 8 mechanical limbs, Gao Xiaojian almost wanted to jump in the air and explode while he made the declaration. From tomorrow on, we will have a special loyalty education session that will last a week. Through a living example, we will completely dissect an underground organization of the cultivators that is shameless and pathetic to show how they and the Covenant Alliance, their master, are approaching their inevitable doom step by step. The high-pitched female voice shouted. Special loyalty education for a whole week? Gao Xiaojian's crystal cameras glittered. He was so thrilled that he felt his transmission joints were melting. He vaguely felt that it would be a great eye-opener tomorrow, and he would have a chance to appreciate the hilarious performances of the dogs, lackeys, and wretches. Tomorrow? What am I going to see tomorrow? Gao Xiaojian lay down and thought with his physical brain that was accommodated at the pivot of the mechanical spider. How I look forward to it. This is rather splendid, isn't it? The beehive prison has been constructed according to Imperium's best standard. 500,000 prisoners can be kept here at most. It also boasts the abilities to imprison, transport, and interrogate prisoners of the nascent soul stage. In the hollow part of the beehive prison that was filled with cold air, the warden introduced to Li Jialing very proudly. Of all the private prisons in the Imperium, we are definitely the best in terms of scale, facilities, or the danger level of the prisoners kept inside. There is only a slim gap between our prison and the Godly Might Penitentiary, the prison of the highest level in the capital of the Imperium. Lord Wuxia asked me to see that your every need in training is fulfilled. A spacious chamber for rest has been arranged down there. Here are the files of the 3,000 prisoners that I have carefully selected. How about it? If you have a few candidates, I'll have them delivered here immediately so that you can enjoy yourself. The warden's hands moved and tapped quickly on the sphere light beam. All the files of the thousands of prisoners poured down like glittering waterfalls. Boom, 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 boom. Oh! Watching them slowly pass by on the floating disc, the dangerous prisoners caged on various levels of the beehive prison were all uttering inhuman roars and crashing the tempered glass hard with all their strength, sticking their bizarre, hideous faces to the transparent glass wall until their skin was broken and their heads were bleeding. They showed no intention of stopping at all. The devastating blood left burning marks on the tempered glass, which turned into twisted masks that looked even more creepy. What kind of people are locked here? Li Jialing browsed through the files of the prisoners quickly. They all look rather interesting. They are mainly all kinds of traitors who initiated riots, sabotages, or strikes at the rear when the army of the Imperium was fighting arduous battles against the Covenant Alliance in the front line, trying to disrupt the Imperium in such a way. The warden said, however, those traitors are generally rather weak. Many of them are even hominoids. They won't be of much help with training. If you have to choose them, I suggest you select this batch. Yes. We have run a lot of modifications on those people. They have survived the deadly screenings with rates of elimination that were higher than 90%. So, they all boast some combat ability right now. Or maybe the criminals who have committed felonies here. They were mostly the poor wretches who failed the internal competitions in their families or sects and sought illegal approaches to take everything back despite the risks. But then, they were stupid enough to be discovered by other people. As a result, they were sent to this place eventually. Those people were immortal cultivators in the beginning. So, they are all rather tough. Li Jialing blew a whistle. From the record here, those people are all ferocious and dangerous. Can you ensure the absolute safety of the beehive prison? Of course. The warden grinned confidently. As you have seen, the entire beehive prison is soaked in a supermagnetic field, which is generated by a great array that we call dragnet. All the walls and floors that make up the cells of the beehive prison are made of very special magnetic materials, which have been specially modified. They are mutually attracted by the shackles on the prisoner's wrists, ankles, and necks, restraining them as tightly as invisible chains. The prisoners have to use tremendous strength just in order to make a step forward. Under the most extreme circumstances, if we activate the array of dragnet to the maximum, the pulling force that it generates will equal to the maximal impetus of a crystal warship when it is launched. Whoever dares to move recklessly will be pulled to the floor, the wall, or somebody else's shackles by the supermagnetic field. If they are determined to struggle free, they will only squeeze their bones out of their body until it falls apart and breaks up. Therefore, even the experts in the nascent soul stage can barely escape after they are caged here. While talking, the warden displayed a simple illustration of the defense array of the beehive prison on the light beam, which allowed Li Jialing to see the energy supply flowchart of the entire beehive prison and the location of the source of the energy. Narrowing his eyes, Li Jialing asked calmly, "So, are there any experts in the nascent soul stage that are caged here?" The warden smiled. Such a sensitive question was beyond the permissions that Wu Yinglan had granted. It was naturally inappropriate for him to reply, "All right, I'll pick those 3 first." Li Jialing clicked 3 random names on the light beam, pretending that he had just asked the question casually. Bam! 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 3 utterly deformed prisoners who looked like human-shaped animals attacked Li Jialing, who was wearing a pure white, light, and graceful crystal suit, from 3 directions respectively, only to be blown backward by him again and again into the wall of the training room, leaving devastating traces of blood there. But the 3 prisoners seemed to have been injected with excitants that far exceeded the extreme dosage before they were delivered to Li Jialing for testing. They had completely gone into the berserker state, and although their faces were bleeding, their joints were broken, and their guts were flowing out of their chests, they did not stop lunging at the enemy crazily. Just break all their limbs. Liao couldn't help but remark. Completely cripple them so that they wouldn't be able to move anymore. Chances are that they can still survive. Otherwise, they will not stop attacking until they die. You are going to save the lives of those crazy, demonic prisoners? Li Jialing snatched the wrist of a prisoner as quickly as a flash of lightning. After a slight shake from him, the bones in the entire arm were shattered into pieces no larger than fingernails. Then, his legs burst out like cannonballs and completely blew up the knees of the prisoner after ear-splitting explosions. Eventually, he kicked the prisoner right in the chest, knocking him to the wall on the opposite side into a flower of blood. The young man said coldly, "You haven't answered my question just now. What are the real cultivators? You obviously have the unparalleled strength to do anything you want to be unbound by any rules. But why do you want to be part of the silly cultivators?" After a brief silence, Liao said, "I'll spare you the boring philosophies. After all, even if I preach them to you right now, you wouldn't believe them. Let's just talk about the beginning. I wanted to become a cultivator at the beginning perhaps because of only a simple word, empathy." "What do you mean by empathy?" The young man turned into a streak of brilliance and opened his hand, grabbing the head of the second dangerous prisoner and throwing him to the ground. The spiritual energy was passed to the back of the head from the jaw and wrecked his spine completely, terminating his ability of action. It is a very simple logic. Liao said, "For example, many innocent or guilty prisoners are kept in this beehive prison. But innocent or guilty, all of them are suffering inhuman tortures that they do not deserve for their crimes. Just listen to the screams and roars outside that never cease day or night, and you should understand how terrifying the torture is. The same torture once happened to you, too. It is a past that you would rather never recall, right?" Li Jialing's pupils constricted violently as he tossed the second prisoner, who couldn't move any more far away. When you hear the screams of other people, you remember your pains in the past and realize that the prisoners are the same as you. You are the same kind who suffer the same misfortunes. That is empathy, Liao said. When you think of how terrible the pains you bore in the past were, and that such terrible pains are being imposed on some ordinary people who cannot even catch a chicken, or the innocent little girls and the white-haired old ladies, it is only natural that you feel pitiful and even angry. You will feel the urge to do something. I am different from them. Li Jialing held the third prison's iron fist that was punching at him. Staring at the man who was like an ape without hair, he said coldly, I totally understand. Liao said, after feeling the pain of other people, there will be two choices. The first is, naturally, to consider the victims as your own kind and even your family. You will try to extricate them from their pain without bothering anything and to destroy the guys who have caused mutual agony for you. But the path is too difficult to be finished after all. Too many prices must be paid, and you may not see the end of it at all. So, there is another path that is much simpler. You can try to hypnotize yourself and make yourself believe that you are different from them. Or rather, those people do not deserve to be called real humans at all. They are simply hominoids, nothing better than swine and ants. In such a way, you have removed your ability of empathy and changed into someone cold, ruthless, and self-deceiving. Naturally, you can turn a deaf ear to the screams and cries of your own kind and a blind eye to their bleeding, miserable situations. You must have guessed it. The first path is the cultivator's choice, and the second one is the immortal cultivator's. In fact, even I feel that the immortal cultivator's choice is simple, straightforward, and free. I do not want to always meddle in other people's business and ask for trouble, at the risk of being criticized for petty kindness. But it can't be helped. No matter how I hypnotize myself, I cannot completely eliminate the slight bit of empathy deep inside my heart. Just because of the bit of empathy, I have suffered too many unfortunate things that I could have avoided. But what choice do I have? I am quite upset too, Li Jialing scorned. Empathy? Exactly. Liao smiled. Did you know? A long, long time ago, I grew up in a place where the environment was extremely harsh. In the beginning, I was as ruthless and cold-hearted as you, and I wouldn't hesitate to do anything for my survival. The jungle law of survival of the fittest was my intrinsic belief too. But somebody from the sky planted a seed of empathy at the bottom of my heart, which changed everything later. A man from the sky? Li Jialing twisted the third prisoner's fist hard, turning his arm from the elbow to the shoulder blade into a screw. Why does it sound like a tale to me? It's true. In fact, the environments we grew up in are really quite similar. They are both living dog-eat-dog hells where there are absolutely no laws and one has to do anything one can, such as draining every bit of physical and mental strength, just to see the sunrise tomorrow. Liao said, as far as my eyes could reach, wolves, tigers, leopards, and jackals in human skins were everywhere. It was not unusual to search the garbage for an entire day without finding any food to eat. Days of starvation and homelessness were routine. Broken bones and blood vomiting because of other people's beating were more than occasional, too. I slowly grew up in such a twisted environment. The moment I gained enough abilities to protect myself, I already became cold and heartless. Everything would be fine as long as I could survive. Other people, I didn't bother to think about them at all. While I was not fond of bullying the weak, I never bothered to intervene if the scoundrels in human skins were bullying other people as long as I was not involved. At that time, those guys even gave me a nickname. They called me Vulture, for my sordidness, brutality, and solitude. Vulture Liao? Li Jialing was slightly dazed. It sounds like a nickname fit for an immortal cultivator. Who can argue with that? Liao smiled. If I had kept growing up like that, perhaps I would have turned into an out-and-out immortal cultivator. I would be indifferent in nature and always act on my own. Maybe I wouldn't harm anyone voluntarily, but I would not help anyone in trouble either. Just like what you are dreaming to become right now, I would be as free as anyone could have been. Everything would be fine as long as nobody messes with me. But the old man who arrived from the sky completely changed me. He chattered on, mentioning so many things to my ears restlessly every day, telling me solemnly what was right and what was wrong, what was justice and what was evil. He also dragged me to the darkest corner of the magical equipment graveyard, which was the name of my hometown, to show me how the lonely, helpless little ones were bullied and how they wailed in fear and desperation after that. The bullying that the little ones suffered and their wails were experienced by me in exactly the same way before. At first, I could not see any reason in the old man's words at all. I only thought that he was such a chatterbox that my head was going to explode. But he was much stronger than I was, and he allured me with very sophisticated technologies of magical equipment maintenance and many bizarre gadgets. To learn his skills, I had no choice except to calm myself down and grit my teeth to listen to the old man's jibber-jabber. But as it turned out, humanity is such a strange thing. For even the coldest and heartless man, as long as a tiny seed is planted into a perfect gap in his heart, there will be a day when the seed sprouts flowers and fruits. Also, the moment when the seed of empathy truly gives birth to a tiny flower, everything is screwed. The days when one cares nothing about the lives of other people but only his own freedom will be gone for good. On the surface, I still turned a blind eye to the miserable lives of the helpless orphans who were bullied flagrantly in the magical equipment graveyard. But late at night, when everything was quiet, I began to have dreams, in which the orphans in ragged clothes were shuddering and hugging each other to warm each other up, only to be starved or frozen to death without them knowing it. And I was one of them. Every time I woke up from such nightmares, my empathy for those orphans would increase by a little bit, and my fury for the adult scavengers would be deeper. At that time, I still maintained the most fundamental rationality and restrained myself from messing with the adult scavengers. They all had gangs in their back, which were not something that a teenager and an old man could deal with. If I were to mess with them for only a moment of pleasure, it would definitely cause us infinite trouble. But at last, when the old man and I were excavating a pile of valuable garbage, we accidentally saw 3 adult scavengers pushing an orphan no older than 10 to a corner and meaning to do dreadful things to her. I finally lost control of myself. My head went blank and my empathy replaced my rationality. Together with the old man, I took down the 3 scumbags in difficulties, which indeed led to overwhelming trouble later. The old trouble wasn't even resolved yet, and new trouble was already knocking on our door. Even to this day, the troubles do not seem to have completely dispersed. This is perhaps the reason why I became a cultivator in the beginning. In fact, everybody can become a cultivator as long as he can feel a slight bit of empathy. The old man gave me a seed and activated the empathy in my heart. Now I'm giving the seed to you. I believe that as an experiment subject, when you see so many people of your own kind enduring the hardship that you endured in the past, you will eventually find some empathy somewhere deep down inside your heart, won't you? Are you kidding? I don't even know what you are talking about. Li Jialing frowned deeply. Why me? Because of a certain mysterious and unpredictable cycle. Or rather, Li Yao said in a smile, it is just fate. Boom! Li Jialing blew away the 3rd prisoner with a punch, who wriggled on the ground in difficulties, unable to get back to his feet anymore. Breathing rapidly and frowning hard, the young man hinted at the surveillance camera at the corner. It is not satisfying enough. Give me another 30, no, 50 random prisoners. Very soon, 50 bizarre-looking, brawny, and hideous prisoners stood before Li Jialing. They were all foaming hard, their eyes bloodshot, and the muscles all over their bodies were shivering very unnaturally. It was obvious that they had been injected with excessive excitants. This is more like it. The young man grinned creepily. The power rune arrays of his crystal suit were triggered to the maximum. The tiny training room was filled up by the noises of exhaust flames tearing apart the air. The blast swept across every inch of the space like surging tides. Hiu! Li Jialing turned into a streak of brilliance and lunged at the 50 prisoners. The prisoners were much stronger than the 3 prisoners just now. Although they did not carry any equipment, their fists and claws were already the most dangerous weapons. With 5 fearless berserkers fighting against one Li Jialing could not completely crush them, but was blown away by them again and again into the transparent glass wall brutally. But in the ecstasy of killing, Li Jialing stomped on the transparent glass wall, again and again, to exert his strength and charge forward. The exhaust flames that spurted out of the power rune arrays at the bottoms of his feet significantly weakened the hardness of the transparent glass wall too. Finally, Li Jialing blinked past the sharp claws of two prisoners. On one of his knees, he opened his hands, raising a mini crystal cannon from each of his wrists and shoulders. The 4 crystal cannons were aimed at the prisoners and bombarded them crazily, but most of the bullets and the mystic rays actually hit the transparent glass wall that was facing the hollow channel of ascension at the center of the prison. Boom! 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 As if he were crazy, Li Jialing shot out fiery bullets from his hands and his shoulders, which swept across everything like a storm. Other than blowing away a large batch of prisoners, they also caused interconnected cracks that looked like a spider web on the transparent glass wall. Crack! 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 The wall of the tempered glass here had only considered the situation where the prisoners hit it with a body of flesh and flood. It was beyond the designer's expectation that someone would launch magical equipment attacks from inside to outside. Also, Li Jialing's few heavy thuds at the beginning already significantly diminished the hardness and stability of the transparent glass wall. Now that it was bombarded by the crystal cannons like a heavy storm, it could not sustain for long at all, and devastating holes immediately appeared on them. The prisoners who were attacking Li Jialing immediately fell quiet. They looked at the broken glass ball, somewhat in disbelief. Li Jialing also stopped attacking, as if he was at a loss about what to do. The prisoners let out desperate roars that were mixed with the most intense hope and ecstasy. They were almost dancing in joy. None of them bothered to look at Li Jialing anymore. Everybody simply jumped out through the broken glass wall. Unhurried alarms immediately began to echo all over the beehive prison. Hum, 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 hum. As the red and green mystic rays flashed in turn, an invisible, mysterious strength ascended quickly like a flood, drowning the entire beehive prison instantly. The complicated rune arrays on the wall nearby began to emit glamorous and brilliant lights, triggering visible electric arcs between themselves and the shackles of the prisoners. For a moment, all the prisoners in the cells of all directions were stuck to the floor with their arms and legs stretched. Their shackles were firmly stuck to the floor, and there was not even a gap for a piece of paper. The prisoners who had already jumped into midair were pulled back by the overwhelming magnetic forces too. They were smashed to the wall, the floor, and the ceiling, like rats that were pinned to a board by nails, unable to move at all. Crack, 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 crack. Some of the prisoners who were particularly stubborn intended to break free from the shackles, only to make their bodies burst out ear-splitting sounds of broken bones. The pale, shattered bones even pierced through their flesh. But there was more sorrow and desperation on their faces than pain. Ayo! Oh! Like beasts, they roared at Li Jialing and the entire prison. With his hands in his back, Li Jialing looked at the prisoners coldly. I'm very curious. When you were tied up and moved to the operating table for refinements, did you grimace in pain like animals the same way they are doing right now? Liao asked. Li Jialing narrowed his eyes and sniffed. For some reason, he lost the courage to look at the faces of the abnormal prisoners, nor was he capable of giving Liao a straight answer to his question. He simply changed the topic and said, "How about it? I have already allured the prison to activate the Great Array. Have you figured out the model of the entire magnetic field and its weakness?" Deep inside the ragged carrier in the spaceport, Liao was sitting cross-legged in midair 3 feet from the floor, with silver stripes of spiritual energy flashing around him, as if he were covered in an enormous egg. With Li Jialing's body as a platform, the powerful telepathic thoughts of the divinity transformation stage were spreading, sensing, and scanning the beehive prison without a sound in the most mysterious way. Very soon, inside Liao's head, every feeble change of spiritual energy regarding the entire beehive prison was clearly displayed. Every node released translucent threads, which interweaved, entangled, and split apart, eventually constituting the spiritual energy flowchart and the magnetic field model of the entire beehive prison. It was like a sample whose flesh was removed with only the networks of nerves and veins left. All the critical parts were clearly visible, including the relay station that was deeply buried at the central part of the prison and used to transmit energy incessantly. The relay station, on the other hand, was connected to the main energy supply system of the entire Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The main energy supply system was responsible for the gravity balance between the exterior and the interior of the space fortress and the normal functionality of the spiritual field, as well as all the other magical equipment. It was also responsible for the resistance of the pulling force of the Martial Meritocrats planet, Manjasaka, the city in the sky, which was floating above the atmosphere of the planet, not entirely out of the gravity sphere. In other words, if the main energy supply system was blown up and most of the anti-gravity rune arrays in the space fortress lost their functions, it would immediately be grabbed by the attractive force of the Earth, which was as vast as the ocean. There would certainly be the most splendid and unprecedented fall of the firmament. When Liao sensed the feeblest ripples of spiritual energy inside the beehive prison with all his attention, he also sensed countless people who were also caged into the cold space tomb, bearing excruciating pains and modified into ghastly creatures, as well as their agony, desperation, and fury that were etched into the deepest parts of their souls. The emotions that were as thick as magma, swamp, and venom almost swallowed his soul and completely suffocated him. Liao's face was frozen in the shadow for a long time. Finally, it gradually split apart. Grinning, he responded to Li Jialing. The scanning is now complete. You can continue your normal training in case anybody notices that something is wrong, right? Find an opportunity to release my scouting magical equipment. I'll need it to run some errands later. Then, let's just wait until tomorrow and do something big. What about me? Li Jialing said in a hurry. You said that you would find a chance to get me out of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Trust me. Liao said solemnly, one word after another. After tomorrow, Manjasaka, the city in the sky will be no more, and neither Wu Yinglan nor Li Lingfeng would have any time to bother you. Hey, do you know how many warships are docked in the spaceports of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, right now? Well, I'm not sure. If we are only talking about warships, there are probably 700 to 800 of them. Thinking for a moment, Li Jialing said, the battle to besiege Starlight is not a military operation of a very large scale. Also, Starlight is made of space rats that are highly alert. They will run off the moment they notice something wrong. Therefore, Li Lingfeng couldn't have summoned many regular troops but only wanted to solve the problem with his own Colossus and the elite warriors of the major sects. After all, the starships of Starlight are all wasted metals that are modified based on civil carriers and armed mining ships. As long as crystal suits can crawl into their stomachs, they will be blown up more than easily. There is no need to mobilize the main force fleets from the front line at all. 800, you say? Liao smiled. Rest assured, I will attract the firepower of all the 800 warships to myself. Then, you can hurry to escape. Li Jialing was stunned for a moment. What? The next day, Li Jialing stayed in the beehive prison for training. But training was merely a pretext. He was actually helping Liao observe in secret who the most ferocious inmates in the beehive prison were and where they were caged. Liao, on the other hand, was sneaking around in Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Right now, the only people who posed a threat to Liao in the enormous space fortress, to Liao's knowledge, were Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng. With a great war coming near, the two of them were both hiding in the control center while discussing their scheme, trying to dig the trap deeper. Never in their dreams would they have thought that a cultivator in the divinity transformation stage was swaggering around inside their nest. Based on Li Jialing's description, Liao basically grasped the overall structure of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. His efficiency was greatly improved when he focused his attention on the important parts. Not only did he figure out the critical locations of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, he even maneuvered Neltharion to dig out small holes on the cables and lines of the space fortress in advance, before he installed the gadgets that he carefully made for the purpose of hacking the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors. Once activated, the gadgets would be his platforms, which would allow the massive power of destruction that originated from extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian to flood in and destroy everything unstoppably. Destruction was always 100 times easier than construction. He was very lucky to be playing the role of a saboteur in darkness. He had no concerns at all and only needed to vent the anger and hatred in his heart and sabotage everything that he could see. The dining hall that was as extravagant as a palace was lit by the glittering, splendid crystal lamps again. The immortal cultivators with noble bloodlines and massive strengths from different sectors of the imperium of true human beings were gathered again. Talking and laughing light-heartedly, they toasted on the airing of the main show of the series of quests. The 3D light beams floating around them were displaying the pictures of quite a few different earthly dragons below the ground of the land of sins. The blood-boiling and soul-stirring roars of the ignorant cultivators in the pictures reached no effect except to make the immortal cultivators chuckle. There was also a very clear overall map, which showed the coordinates of the cultivators right now accurately, as well as their final destinations. Quite a few eye-catching arrowheads were moving at an enormous empty chamber not far away from the ground. It was the place known as the Temple of the Cultivators, which had been excavated, modified, and decorated by the immortal cultivators. In one of the pictures, a bald, one-armed female warrior showed up. Her passionate, overjoyed exclamations made the nobles, the lords, the generals, the experts, and their disciples all chuckle in amusement. They have discovered the temple. They have discovered the temple. Deep inside the land of sins, on Cloud Penetrator, Suijingyun, the bald female warrior, couldn't help but dance in joy and report the great news that everybody on board had been looking forward to. It was Wei Longtao who discovered it. Not only did he escape from the hunting of the immortal cultivators miraculously, but he also discovered the control center of the global sword network earlier than we do. He is now recovering the mainframe crystal processors inside preliminarily. Cloud Penetrator was filled with exclamations. Han Te and Lu Li couldn't help but hug each other tightly before they crawled on the Fist King's body, crying and laughing. Wei Longtao has already sent over the specific coordinates of the temple and scanned the rock strata nearby. Everybody is now joining him at full speed. Let's go to them immediately. I don't want to miss the historical moment. Zhu Jingyun waved her hands and declared passionately. The drill of mystic rays began to revolve at a high speed again. The tracks with iron nails and hooks rubbed the rock strata hard, raising sparks everywhere. The earthly dragon leaned to the ground by 30 degrees before it pushed forward unstoppably. They were not far away from the temple in the first place. Now, with the navigation of the accurate coordinates and the structure of the rocks, it took them only half an hour of exploration before the rubbing and shrieking noises of the drill in the front were gone. Then, the speed of the vehicle was improved by almost a third, and it dug out of the bottom of an underground empty chamber. It was not the real ground, but it was only one last kilometer away from the real ground. Several underground rivers seemed to have joined at that place a long, long time ago. Together with the violent tectonic movements, such a natural chamber that looked like an underground city was created. At this moment, more than half of the space of the underground chamber was occupied by a dark metal fortress, whose surface was brimming with all kinds of twisted and interconnected vines that were emitting vague fluorescence, making the place look like a gorgeous fairyland. Above the underground chamber, there should be gaps leading to the surface of the planet, which brought cool and dry air from the ground and slowly diluted the darkness and depression of the underground world. Zhu Jingyun and all the other resistance warriors of Starlight, perhaps due to the stimulation of the refreshing air, burst into tears beyond their control the moment they saw the underground fortress. Temple! Our temple! At this moment, the temple that had been passed on by all the cultivators in legends was like an iron beast that was gradually waking up. Fulminations were echoing from inside non-stop. On its surface that was buried by vines, sophisticated but magnificent rune arrays were emitting colorful brilliant, which extended tentacles to the surroundings and darted into the depths of the crevices. There was no telling where they ended up eventually. Wei Longtao has already activated the Global Sword Network. This This is spectacular. Zhu Jingyun was both surprised and delighted, almost finding it impossible to believe her eyes and ears. But the undeniable facts were happening right before her. Waving her arms, the bald female warrior led everybody into the place in ecstasy. Let's go and defend the temple with our lives. Before Commander Wei shoots down Manjusaka, the city in the sky, we will not let a single immortal cultivator breach into our temple even if we are shattered into pieces. Wow! When everybody entered the place through the wide-open gate, even the most ignorant and senseless bandits of the land of sins who had zero understanding about cultivators were deeply awed by the magnificence, profoundness, and splendor of the temple, feeling the urge to melt into it completely. The control center of the global sword network was truly like a certain religious building. It was constructed in a mysterious and charming style. At the edge of the building were enormous metal pillars that rose to the sky like the ribs of an enormous beast. They spiraled and joined each other in the high sky hundreds of meters from the floor, constituting a vast and grand space. At the center of the joint of the spiraling metal pillars, on the other hand, was a hollow which seemed to be leading straight to the surface of the planet. Chaotic glimmers were vaguely flashing at the center, as if it were possible to see the sky beyond through the hollow. On the bronze walls around, countless mysterious and wild rune arrays had been carved, symbolizing the cultivator's ineffable will of resistance. The large, half-fixed turrets stood nearby like huge puppets that had crawled out of the ground, watching the crowd that had barged into the place without saying a word. When Zhu Jingyun, Hante, Lu Li, the Fist King, and other people arrived, quite a few teams of earthly dragons had been here in advance. The resistance warriors were operating anxiously under the command of Wei Longtao and activating all the crystal processors in the control center as fast as possible, hoping to recover and control the whole might of the global sword network. Hum, 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 hum. As the crystal processors were activated one after another, and the keys and passwords that Wei Longtao had retrieved after decades of searching were inputted, weird shivering sounds were echoing from inside of the temple to the outside. Colorful brilliance surfaced on the rune arrays, with starry spots of light flowing out like glittering dandelions, which then congregated into operation interfaces and fundamental architecture. When all the interfaces and the architecture graphs were gathered, everybody was able to see with their own eyes how the entire control system was functioning. This is unbelievable. Zhu Jingyun and the other members of the resistance had never seen such an amazing picture before. The colorful spots of light flashed inside their eyes like hundreds of dancing butterflies, turning the bronze underground palace into a clear, crystal palace. When the tantalizing dream finally became such a beautiful reality, hot tears ran out of their eyes again. Fist King, with his disciple Xianxia, Xiahou Wuxin strode over from the center of the temple and grinned. "You're finally here, Leader Xiahou," the Fist King said calmly. "I didn't expect that you would arrive earlier than we do. We encountered Commander Wei on our way and were among the first to enter the temple." Xiahou Wuxin lowered his voice and said, "We saw with our own eyes how Commander Wei reached the place step by step and tested it one procedure after another before he finally activated the mainframe crystal processor successfully. There shouldn't be anything wrong." After a brief silence, the Fist King said, "Let's hope so." While they were talking, the hundreds of light beams floating in midair of the magnificent temple were all shattered into thousands of unpredictable light spots. Inside every light spot, a tiny face seemed to be hidden. No, not one, but a couple or even a dozen faces. In the next second, all the tiny light spots flew to the top of the mainframe crystal processor at the center of the temple, where they were condensed into an enormous light ball almost 30 meters in diameter. After a moment of dazzling changes of light and shadows, it eventually turned into a giant golden head. What's this? All the resistance warriors were shocked. They watched the golden head, which was meditating with eyes closed and revolving slowly, and was lost for words. This is the cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years. Wei Longtao, the general commander of the underground branch of Starlight, strode forward in footsteps that were loud enough to break the world. He seemed to have never changed his clothing after he escaped from the hunting of the immortal cultivators. Intense bloodstains were still lingering on his clothes, and his ragged robe had almost been torn into shreds. But his eyes that were as big as eggs were still emanating the never-dying brilliance of passion. Glancing around at everyone slowly and staying for the longest time on Zhu Jingyun, he finally announced determinedly, "I have finally figured out what the so-called cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years is. It is not a reference to any specific cultivator or anyone alive, but the artificial intelligence that is used to control the global sword network. Or rather, it is the database of the entire operation platform and fire control of the global sword network system." The resistance warriors had never thought it that way. They all exclaimed in astonishment. However, it is no ordinary artificial intelligence or database. Wei Longtao said solemnly. When the martial meritocrat civilization was about to die, some of our ancestors hid in the temple. But the global sword network at that time was still in the half-paralysis state. Besides, the system alone was far from enough to compete with the overwhelming fleet of the immortal cultivators. Therefore, they chose hiding and dissemination. They turned their understanding about the path of the cultivators, their memories of the martial meritocrat sector, and their expectations for the successors 1,000 years later into data and transmitted them into the database. Then, they completely shut down the place and dispersed to every part of the land of sins with part of the clues about the temple, persisting in fighting in the darkest and most desperate years after Judgment Day. Today, after 1,000 years, the descendants of the cultivators in the past have finally returned to the temple of our ancestors. We have finally found the treasure of our predecessors. We can finally perceive the real path and spirit of the cultivators, and teach a most profound lesson to the cocky, condescending, immortal cultivators. The more he talked, the more excited he became. In the end, the entire temple was filled by Wei Longtao's thunderous voices, which bashed into the deepest part of the soul of every resistance warrior like the most thrilling drumming. The blood of the deceased in the past hundreds of years has gathered into the most overwhelming river. Today, the river of blood is finally going to utter its own roar. The time of our counterattack has come. In midair and above Wei Longtao, the enormous golden head slowly opened its eyes. 2 dazzling mystic rays beamed out, and hundreds of light beams were immediately unfolded around it, displaying the status of all the secret bases of the global sword network that were everywhere on the entire land of sins. About 2/3 of the secret bases deeply buried underground had been destroyed by the penetrating bombs in Judgment Day. But Manjasaka, the city in the sky, that they were going to deal with was not a starship moving at a high speed but an enormous target that was almost still and fixed at the orbit beyond the atmosphere of the planet. The remaining 1/3 of the secret bases were still enough to accomplish the mission successfully. Right now, the mainframe crystal processor in the temple was quickly connecting and awakening all the secret bases that were scattered in every part of the planet through the communication nodes that were deeply buried below the ground. On the light beams, one secret base after another turned from dark gray, which represented hibernation, to bright gold, which represented activated. All the resistance warriors were more anxious than ever. Han Te and Lu Li could even hear Zhu Jingyun clenched her metal fist so hard that it was squeaking. The immortal cultivators are here. One of the resistance warriors who was staying on alert at the periphery rushed into the room in a hurry and exclaimed while panting. Noises of enormous drilling machines are echoing from all directions. The immortal cultivators have swarmed us this time. By estimation, they will drill through the rocks in 10 minutes and arrive at the temple. All the resistance warriors jumped to their feet and grabbed their blades and guns tightly. 10 minutes. The brilliance inside Wei Longtao's eyes was almost frozen into solid flames. Scratching his blood-stained beard, he burst into laughter. Too slow. They are too slow. At this moment, nothing can stop us from roaring at the sky. Prepare the first wave of attack. Target: Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The golden head floating in midair was revolving faster and faster. Hundreds and thousands of light beams and astronomical streams of information appeared like floods nearby. The light beams and the information streams were flashing beyond the recognition of any human eye, until they turned into a cluster of hazy mists of light in the end. Zhuo Jingyun and the other resistance warriors observed in ignorance. They had no idea what operations Wei Longtao had done, but judging from the interface of the final output, he had completely controlled more than 120 secret fire bases and activated the most powerful anti-air magical equipment in those bases. Nobody had any doubt about what Wei Longtao was doing right now, because Wei Longtao had always been an omnipotent god who was creating miracles every second for them. On the forehead of the golden head, an enormous number popped up, 10. Judging from the feedback of the light beams around, the anti-air magical equipment in altogether 124 secret bases that had been sealed for 1,000 years had finished self-examinations and preparations for activation. 70% of the magical equipment was still intact and still boasted the ability to blow up the sky. The enormous number changed from 10 to 9. Rumbling noises came from the rocks around the temple. The most massive warehouse of aggressive magical equipment had been established at this place. The beast that had slept for 1,000 years was woken up and was uttering the final roars before the attack. 8. All the resistance warriors were having cold sweat in their palms. Many of them couldn't help but hold each other's hands with such enormous strength that the cracking sounds of their finger bones could be heard. 7. Come on. Come on. Shoot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky. All the resistance warriors prayed in silence, with all their hot blood, their souls, and even their lives. 6. From the surveillance picture, it could be seen that enormous gaps split apart on the desolate and barren soil of the land of Sin simultaneously, and colorful masses of air popped up from the gaps like mysterious springs that appeared out of nowhere. 0. The Temple of the Cultivators and the Global Sword Network System launched its attack. Together with the overlapping, deafening explosions from the 124 hot springs of air masses in the globe of the entire Martial Meritocrats planet, the most dazzling rays of light shot out. Those rays seemed to be dragons of light that were alive. Rising slowly but firmly in midair, they changed their trajectories and angles nonstop. They had only one final target, which was the glamorous, evil flower of the other shore that was hanging high in the sky. The long ribbons pierced through the sun, ripping the sky apart. All the resistant warriors were deeply fascinated by the picture that was beyond the description of any words. Holding their breath, they tried to bulge their eyes as best as they could, hoping to stuff their hot blood into the raging flames of light that were rising to the sky to make them faster, faster, and even faster. The sky soon responded. From the heavenly rails that entangled the entire planet, a storm of rays was spurted out too, trying to intercept the flames darted out by the global sword network. The flames were not simple attacks of mystic arrays and spiritual energy. Instead, it was more than 100,000 super-flying swords with autopiloting rune arrays. Sensing the interception of the enemy, all the flames of light dispersed immediately, transforming from slightly more than 100 into almost 10,000, before they charged at Manjasaka, the city in the sky from all directions. A translucent barrier of spiritual energy glittered around Manjasaka, the city in the sky, when a cascade of flying swords crashed into it. The blasts that they triggered were the most brilliant fireworks that many resistance warriors and sinners had ever seen in their lives. Although most of the swords were blocked, melted, and destroyed by the defense barrier was also riddled with holes and finally collapsed. Finally, a tiny proportion of the flying swords broke through the defense and crawled in, turning into blossoming flowers that represented death and destruction on the surface of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. We hit it. We have really hit it? Did you see it? Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is shaking. It is shuddering in fear under our attack. The resistance warriors were too stunned to believe it at first. Then, they were so overjoyed that their hearts were almost jumping out of their chests. They jumped to their feet in excitement and collided into each other like bears and rhinos, roaring in their most primitive and wild voices, which congregated into an unstoppable torrent that swept across the entire temple. Even the most resolute man was also crying like a baby with tears and snots running loose, for no reason other than the shiver of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. As you have all seen with your own eyes, the power of the global sword network far exceeds our imagination. The first wave of test attacks that is not filled with maximal spiritual energy already knocked down the defense shield of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Wei Longtao declared loudly and determinedly, "If we are given a second or a third opportunity, we will certainly be able to shoot the nest of the immortal cultivators down from the sky. However, the immortal cultivators are about to arrive, and a bloody war may break out at any moment. Whether or not we have a second opportunity, and a third one, to activate the weapon system again will depend on your hard work. Just leave it to us, Commander." The brawny resistance warriors whose hot blood was almost spurting out of their bodies into red mists bashed their chests hard and roared confidently. "Just give your best performance. This is going to be the last war." When he walked past Zhu Jingyun, Wei Longtao hesitated for a moment, and a hint of tenderness and sorrow flashed in his eyes. Understood. Zhu Jingyun, however, did not notice Wu Yinglan's hesitation. Still dwelling in the excitement of hitting Manjasaka, the city in the sky, just now, she said sincerely, "Thank you, General Commander, for leading us to create miracles again and again. We would never have dreamed that we could bring such shock to Manjasaka, the city in the sky someday if it weren't for you. Please tell me in person once again. We do have an opportunity to shoot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky, don't we?" The bald, female warrior looked at her leader with eyes that were full of expectation. Wei Longtao smiled and said, "I have sent the whole process of our attack on Manjasaka, the city in the sky, just now to our fellow cultivators in space. With their cooperative attack, we will certainly have our chances." "All right, since you have said it, it will certainly become the reality. Then, even if I am killed, I will bite the bones of the immortal cultivators hard and stop them from approaching the temple." Zhu Jingyun gritted her teeth and swore solemnly. "Rest assured, we are not going to die." Wei Longtao sighed with subtle coldness in his voice. "We will live on, and we will live a good life." It's activated. The fellow cultivators at the bottom of the Martial Meritocrats planet have truly located the temple and activated the global sword network. The defense shield of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, has been broken. At the edge of the devilish Scorpion Nebula, the coalition fleet of starlight that was lurking at the back of the stone belts and the barren planets was exclaiming in delight too. Gao Kongda, captain of Great Mountain, which had been modified from a superenormous comprehensive mining starship into a comprehensive supply mothership, was discussing with another 10 leaders of starlight about the final strategies through the short-distance information network. The fellow cultivators below the ground have taken action. Let's join them quickly and destroy Manjasaka, the city in the sky, the man-eating nest of fiends, together with them. Some people couldn't wait any longer. Shouldn't we be more patient? Right now, we only have some modeled images that have been sent over a long distance. There is no telling to what extent Manjasaka, the city in the sky, has been destroyed. It is too risky if we attack recklessly just like that. Some people were more rational. It is now or never. The spiritual shield of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, won't stay collapsed, and the moment of turmoil will be pacified very soon too. The underground fellow cultivators can't persist for very long. Haven't we been expecting the most vulnerable moment of the enemy during such a long wait here? If we waver right now and do not take action, we will never have a chance to take action. Some people mocked back. I agree with fellow cultivator Qi. Touching the interconnected scars on his face that were caused by the burning of mystic rays in the unsettled riot 20 years ago, Gao Kongda said solemnly, "With our strength today, we do not have any leverage to not take risks. After gathering here from every part of the universe through arduous efforts, we have used up all the resources that we have accumulated for decades. It is safe to say that there is no turning back now. The members of the Resistance Party from every part of the universe have gathered here today not for a 100% guaranteed victory. It doesn't matter whether we win or lose, as long as we have fought a good fight in a gratifying battle. Even if we indeed fail at last, As long as we can demonstrate the resolution and the valiance of the cultivators, somebody will remember us, and somebody will want to be us. A greater starlight will appear, and a new generation of cultivators will be reborn from the ashes. We seek neither victory nor failure in the battle, but to inform everybody in the entire Imperium and the universe that when they are caught in desperation and they cannot hold it any longer, there is always one last option, which is to summon the courage, clench the fists, and rise up in resistance. So now is the time. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's take action. However inconspicuous the trajectories of our voyages to the devilish Scorpion Nebula from various directions may be, they must have been discovered by the Imperium right now. It is absolutely impossible for us to retreat in one piece without any damage. Captain Gao is right. There is no turning back right now. Let's take our chances. The coalition fleet of Starlight soon reached a consensus. All the seemingly ragged, bizarre starships that looked like abnormal metal beasts dispersed and assembled into an arc-shaped formation of attack. As the exhaust flames spurted out, helical wrinkles appeared around all the starships. Target: Xianxia, the city in the sky. Activate the super short distance space jump. Long live the resistance. Long live the cultivators. See our strength and go to hell now, Imperium. In the middle of the coarse and disobedient roars, the ragged starships of the coalition fleet of Starlight vanished all of a sudden, turning into furious streaks of brilliance that rushed all the way at Xianxia, the city in the sky, in the four-dimensional space. In the dining hall of Xianxia, the city in the sky, the fancy party with songs and dances was still going on. There was no sign of any attacks or explosions at all. Both the overjoyed looks and the crazy movements of the resistance warriors of the underground branch of Starlight and the gallantry declarations of those in the coalition fleet were displayed on the 3D light beams nearby with a delay of no more than 1 second as a little entertainment show while everybody was enjoying their drinks. The immortal cultivators picked up the round, juicy cherries and strawberries while smiling and put them into their mouths, savoring the sour or sweet flavors in them. Now and then, they glanced at the light beams casually and appreciated the live shows of the vigorous cultivators with chuckles of amusement. Those clowns are truly adorably stupid. They really think that they can cause damage to Xianxia, the city in the sky. The immortal cultivators looked at each other and laughed, shaking their heads and sighing for the innocence and idiocy of the clowns. There were looks of sympathy for the mentally retarded on their faces, as if they were wondering why such an amazing species had survived to this day without going extinct. Everybody, Wu Yinglan, the owner of the place, knocked his cup softly and raised his voice. Please focus your attention on the next scene. In the play that I have carefully devised, it is the most spectacular section. I hope you will not miss the look on any cultivator's face, which I believe will be more marvelous than any words can describe. On the light beam behind Wu Yinglan, inside the underground temple, the penetrators of the immortal cultivators had already broken through the multiple defenses at the periphery and arrived before the cultivators. The preparations for the second attack of the global sword network were nearly finished too. It was in the middle of the final countdown. Boom, 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 G, 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 G. All kinds of weird and ear-splitting noises filled the inside and the outside of the temple. They were the sounds caused by the immortal cultivators' army of penetrators that looked like torrents and locusts when they rushed forward and surrounded the temple. Now and then, they were mixed with deafening explosions and hysterical screams. That was the small group of immortal cultivators who had broken into the temple and were having a fierce fight with the cultivators who were defending it. All of the cultivators in the temple were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Like statues, they blocked the entrance of the gate of the temple and waited for the moment of the final glory. The only concern on their minds was the countdown displayed on the artificial intelligence behind them. The second full strike of the global sword network had entered the final countdown. All the anti-air magical equipment in the secret bases had been filled with an extreme spiritual energy that far exceeded their limits. They would certainly blow out damages that were 10 times more powerful than before. The defense shield of Xianxia, The city in the sky had been seriously damaged in the first round of attack and was not repaired yet. It was now a giant target hanging in midair. This was the best opportunity. 10, 9, 8, 7. Everybody counted the numbers quietly, envisioning the picture where Manjasaka, the city in the sky, fell from the sky in furious flames. Honest to the stars, they were willing to pay with their lives and their souls to make the scene a reality. The drilling noises, the explosions, and the screams of killing were drawing nearer and nearer. The collisions between the penetrators and the earthly dragons had already affected the land below their feet. All the bones and muscles on everyone's body were shivering, but they were still persisting in the defense of the place. In another few seconds, the second round of attack would be fully activated. 6, 5, 4. Sister Yun, Han Te and Lu Li were hiding behind Zhu Jingyun. Although shaking hard, they still grabbed the vibration sabers and the chains words tightly without retreating at all. Don't be scared. We still have a chance. Once we really blow up Manjasaka, the city in the sky, the immortal cultivators will definitely be in chaos. By then, I will figure out a way to help you escape out of this place even at the cost of my own life. Zhu Jingyun covered the two little fellows with her cold mechanical arm. Looking at the Fist King next to her, she said in a hoarse voice, "Somebody needs to tell other people what happened today after all." 3, 2, 1. Despite the tension of the battle up ahead, when the countdown reached 1, all the resistance warriors couldn't help but turn around and watch the big, glittering, and colorful 0 that the artificial intelligence had finally displayed, as well as the following rise of mystic rays, where thousands of flying swords would stab through the enemy's heart. We've made it. The second round of global strike has been activated. The immortal cultivators are one step slower after all. This round of attack will certainly shoot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The most dazzling fire was popping up in the eyes of all the resistance warriors. However, after the countdown above the head of the artificial intelligence jumped to 0, the pictures of soaring flames that they expected did not appear on the light beams around. Instead, they were seriously twisted as if they were suffering from a crystal processor virus. In the next second, a short sentence of infinite mockery popped up on all the light beams. 0 means nothing. The control center of the global sword network, which had been humming and functioning at a high speed, seemed to have touched a certain switch. The colorful brilliance around it dimmed. The illumination rune arrays were shut down forcefully. The defense system was completely cut off, and the shining, gorgeous automatic crystal turrets all dangled down and turned back into wasted metals again. All the members of the resistance were dumbfounded, their hearts cold, not having the vaguest clue what was going on. Everything was dark except for the bright golden, enormous head in midair, the so-called artificial intelligence that was filled with the spirit, the will, and the beliefs of countless previous cultivators and controlled the global sword network, was still as eye-catching as before. But the enormous head, which was more than 10 meters in diameter, was experiencing drastic changes too, with weird contortions. The flesh on its face was corroded within seconds, turning a healthy, charming head into a creepy, horrifying skull at a fast speed. Bloody tears flowed from the dark, deep eye sockets, and its pale teeth were clattering non-stop while it made chuckling sounds. Couldn't have been more terrifying. What is happening? It is impossible. Has it been invaded by the immortal cultivator's virus? Why? This is such a critical moment. Everything was lost at the last moment. The hearts of the resistance warriors hit the rock bottom from highly rising mountains. They all felt that the world was swirling, and their heads were blank. They could barely breathe, and their faces were blushing and even turning purple as if they were suffocated. However, the reality was only more cruel than their imagination. They aimed all their firepower at the gate of the temple that had been opened, but they were never prepared for the darkness deep inside the temple. At this moment, from the darkness deep inside the temple, hundreds of spiritual puppets flowed out like tides. The spiritual puppets were like octopi with an enormous eye grown at the center of their bodies. They were made of a round shell and 4 freely extensible circular mechanical arms. Shwa, 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 shwa. From the sharp ends of the mechanical tentacles, cross-shaped tongs that were full of sawtooth were opened. At the center of the tongs were high-resolution crystal cameras. Almost 10,000 crimson crystal cameras were shining in the darkness and staring at the resistance warriors from the high stance without blinking at all. It seemed that there were other channels at the rear of the temple that led to the outside world or even the surface of the planet, and the channels had long been grasped by the immortal cultivators. We have been tricked. Trap. This is a trap. Looking at the cold spiritual puppets flying in midair with ear-splitting noises caused by metal contortions, some resistance warriors finally realized what was going on. But it was already too late. But even if they were dying, they couldn't figure out at all what the problem could possibly have been. The smiling skull, which was shedding bloody tears in midair, continued to collapse and fall apart. This time, after the pale mask of the skeleton broke into pieces, it turned into the face of a handsome middle-aged man who seemed to be carved out of marble. What was glittering in the darkness, other than the middle-aged man's face that was full of smiles, was the glass of red wine in his hands that looked like blood. My dear friends, thank you for your splendid performance so far. Your passionate and dedicated acting was indeed a soul-stirring and mind-boggling entertainment for all of us. The middle-aged man who looked like a marble statue sipped the delicious wine and continued with a smile. However, even the greatest show has an ending. Due to the limitation of time, I have to reveal the truth to all of you now. First of all, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wuxia, the owner of the Manjasaka, the city in the sky, that you have been so determined to destroy. What? How is it possible? What kind of trap have we fallen into? Including Zhu Jingyun. All the resistance warriors of Starlight felt that their souls had been shattered. The beliefs and the strength that supported them till this far completely collapsed. Everybody stared at the enormous head in devastation, like empty shells. Don't you understand? Then, just look at the real Manjasaka, the city in the sky right now. Wuxia raised his voice slightly. Next to his head that was as enormous as a fiend, new light beams immediately showed up, in which the appearance of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, that was shot at a close distance was displayed. Surrounded by the red and gold spiritual shield that was utterly intact and as fresh as new, Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was still hanging in the sky like the most glamorous flower. Was there any sign that it had suffered any attack at all? It is a shame that the picture of Manjasaka, the city in the sky suffering attacks just now, or rather, everything you have seen since you entered this so-called temple, is fake and simulated by the immortal cultivators. Wuxia said casually, ever since the very beginning, there has been no global sword network or temple of cultivators at all. Everything, including your hopes, your missions, and the things that you were willing to strive for with your own lives, is false. They were all granted to you by the immortal cultivators. Even your organization, and the life of each and every one of you, was intentionally retained, carefully planned, and controlled by the immortal cultivators. You think that you were free, but your so-called freedom came from our generosity. In fact, you were not any different from the sinners on the ground of the land of sins. You were all puppets made of flesh and blood whose strings were in the hands of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Your resistance, your fierce fight, your escape, and your desperate counterattack. Everything originates from the plays that the immortal cultivators have written. The 3D light beams around Wuxia began to display the pictures that had been secretly shot a long time ago. They were the most confidential combat meetings of the resistance organization. It was a sign that the immortal cultivators had truly infiltrated and controlled the entire underground branch of Starlight since a long time ago. Some cultivators were at a loss of what to do. Some burst into tears, and some held their heads so hard that their fingers were deeply embedded into their skulls. They staggered back for a few steps before they collapsed to the ground, unable to say anything for a long time. Some of them also looked at Wei Longtao, their general commander and the leader that they had always trusted, admired, and relied on most in suspicion. Right? There's also your general commander, the omnipotent hero of Starlight, Wei Long Tao. Wu Yinglan's smile was more and more intense as he appreciated the looks on the faces of the resistance warriors in great interest. It is true that he was a cultivator a long time ago, but he was smart enough to recognize the real laws by which the world functions. He abandoned the naive, childish ideas that could never be realized and became an honorable, venerable, and dedicated immortal cultivator. Although many people had vaguely guessed the answer, their hearts still fell into the caves of ice when they heard it from Wu Yinglan's mouth and saw Wei Long Tao standing below the enormous face of Wu Yinglan in silence. Then, the caves of ice were burnt into magma. Wei Long Tao, shuddering, Zhu Jingyun roared in fury. You betrayed us. You betrayed Starlight. This is not betrayal. It's a sensible choice made by a smart person. Leading the members to a bright future is what a qualified leader of an organization should do, instead of darting into the fire like moths and asking to be killed. Wu Yinglan said casually, Commander Wei, it's your turn now. Don't be excited, everyone. Listen to me. I absolutely don't mean you any harm. On the very contrary, I am saving all of you, like I have done countless times before. Taking a deep breath, Wei Long Tao held his head high and bulged his eyes, making them look like light bulbs, while he stared at everybody, including Zhu Jingyun. He spoke in such a resolute and matter-of-fact way that it was filled with convincing and trust-incurring power, like all the exciting speeches he made in the past. It seemed that somebody would believe him even if he said that the sun in the high sky was square. Think about it. Why are we resisting the Imperium and fighting the immortal cultivators? For no reason at all. It is only because we were born here, our ancestors were stranded here, that we have naturally become the so-called cultivators, the cockroaches, lice, and rats hiding here and there in fear in the underground world. Is such a life really worth it? Does such resistance really matter? Are the ideas and hopes that we persist in a real thing? Wake up, everyone. We are merely caught in an illusion of self-hypnotization and self-affection. We are haunted and possessed by the ghosts that should have perished 1,000 years ago. We have completely lost our true selves. Our life is false. Our resistance is false. Our hope is false. Our heroes and our desperate counterattacks that we believe to be true are false. All of them. In the past, I was also mired in self-deception under the manipulation of the ghosts that had been dead for 1,000 years. I thought that everything I did was truly of some significance, however little it was. Thankfully, I woke up in time and realized that the so-called path of the cultivators was an out-and-out lie, a fairy tale that would never become reality. It would only bring incessant tragedies to the land of sins and to each and every one of us. Besides, we are no real cultivators at all but a bunch of mobsters who are gathered by accident, driven by hatred, fury, and inertia. We are absolutely no match for Manjasaka, the city in the sky, if we can even deal any damage to it at all. It will only be a futile suicide. Nobody is scared of death, but your death should be more valuable. So, I have to save everyone and help you completely realize the ridiculousness of the lies, so that you can break away from the miseries and embark on a new life. Wei Long Tao roared so loudly and passionately that his face was already red. Opening his brawny arms at everyone, he said in the most sincere way, Come on, stop lying to yourself. We are no real cultivators at all. Besides, the real cultivators were already thrashed by the immortal cultivators 1,000 years ago. What's there to struggle for when we are nothing more than counterfeits? Put down the hatred, leave the underground world, and embrace a brand new life. I already have got the promise of Lord Wu Yinglan. As long as we are willing to surrender unconditionally, we will certainly receive appropriate treatments. There will be a chance for us to recognize the real true path of immortality and the laws of the world so that we can be the supreme immortal cultivators. This is the only bright future that belongs to all of us. General Commander, you... Zhu Jingyun covered her mouth in disbelief, and her tears ran out of her eyes beyond her control. She stepped back to almost 5 meters away, but she still couldn't believe what she had heard and seen. Her body was like a sand tower in the wind that was shaking and might collapse at any moment. The roars and explosions outside were drawing nearer and nearer. With sharp noises, a few aggressive penetrators of the immortal cultivators dug into the temple from all directions, carrying a large batch of raging exos and spiritual puppets. The enemies are everywhere. They are 10 times more than us. What do we do? What do we do? The resistance warriors were like rats that had fallen into a pot of hot oil. Overwhelmed, they were at a loss about what to do. Yes, different from the disobedient, uneducable guys in the space, I think that you still have some potential to be re-educated. Wu Yinglan chuckled. Therefore, if you are willing to lay down your weapons and surrender, as the owner of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, I promise you that I will not hurt you at all, and I'll give you an opportunity to be an immortal cultivator. Don't jump to any decision just yet. Come on. Let's watch the ending of your fellow cultivators in space first. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. In Wu Yinglan's laughter, the light beams around the enormous head displayed the battlefield in the vast sea of stars. It could be clearly seen that hundreds of ragged, bizarre-looking half-armed starships jumped out of the space not far away from Manjasaka, the city in the sky. As they regrouped into the intimidating arc-shaped battle formation, they did look somewhat invincible and unstoppable. It was a shame that they were faced with not a broken city that was on the brink of collapse because of the barrage of the global sword network, but an iron fortress with an intact defense system and abundant reserves of spiritual energy and ammunitions, which was also reinforced by half a main force fleet of the Imperium in secret in the recent month. It had been armed to the teeth. Hardly had the coalition fleet of Starlight jumped to the depths of the Martial Meritocrat sector when a large area of space torpedoes was detonated near their landing point. The most violent radiations and high-energy particles were released, causing a highly unstable zone with a coverage of almost 1 million square kilometers. The space torpedoes were not meant to kill or injure the coalition fleet of Starlight, but to completely disrupt the space stability in the area, in case the rats of Starlight escaped immediately when they saw that something was not right with another desperate space jump. Should they jump out of the Martial Meritocrat sector and even the devilish Scorpion Nebula, it would be terribly difficult to catch all of them again. If they were captured or annihilated by other forces, it would not be Li Lingfeng and Wu Yinglan's achievement. Right now, to initiate a space jump in the highly unstable three-dimensional space was like to set sail in the middle of a tsunami. The difficulties and dangers were 10 times higher. Almost nobody would do such a thing that was no different from suicide. Almost from the moment the space torpedoes exploded, the demonic, bloody flower of the other shore blossomed slowly. Silent, cold, and elegant starships of the Imperium glided out of the petals and assembled into an attack formation that looked like a sharp blade in dazzling movements. Hundreds of thousands of crystal suits had also been woken up from the dark space in all directions, as they went at the coalition fleet of Starlight. From the bloody flower of the other shore and the heavenly rails, thousands of bloody pillars of light emerged without a sound and covered the distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers in between in the blink of an eye, piercing into the fleet of Starlight in bloody bubbles. The massacre of the epic quest, Dying Light, had officially begun. We have been betrayed. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is not damaged at all. Its spiritual shield is absolutely intact. Why are there so many main force warships of the Imperium in this place? Shouldn't they be mired in the battles against the Covenant Alliance in the front line? This is a trap. We have been deceived. Some traitors sold us out. This is a bait to attract and catch all of us. This is a scheme. It's hopeless now. Let's run. Let's run now. There was nothing but exclamations and screams in the communication channels of the leadership of the coalition fleet of Starlight, which was mixed with tsunami-like explosions now and then. Quiet now. Seeing that the enemy's space fortress was absolutely undamaged, and a batch of main force warships that far exceeded their expectations showed up, Gao Kongda felt that the world was swirling too. Everything in his eyes turned black and white. But he was a seasoned general who survived the unsettled chaos after all, and he knew that they would be giving their lives away if they were to escape now. Since this is a trap, our retreat must have been blocked by the enemy. Look at the Space Stability Index on your mainframe crystal processor. This space is like a piece of paper that has been torn apart brutally. It is impossible to launch a space jump at all. We have no choice except to march forward relentlessly. Even if we are going to escape, we will have to break the enemy in front of us and get out of the chaotic space first before we initiate a space jump. Have you all forgotten our purpose? We are here to die in the first place. Come on. Show the immortal cultivators the courage of the cultivators. Even if we are killed, we will die together with Saga, the city in the sky, and crash the goddamn lair of fiends into the surface of the planet. Faced with the glamorous warships of the Imperium that were moving at a high speed, Great Mountain, the armed mining starship that looked like an asteroid of garbage, burst out the most brilliant exhaust flames in the past hundreds of years as it charged at the enemy at Saga, the city in the sky. Have you seen it? Your fellow cultivators in the space have jumped into our trap in their idiocy too. They are now being reaped, butchered, and destroyed ruthlessly. Wuxia Lan said, "Those obstinate guys are destined to die. There is no chance for them at all. But you still have a choice to regret and abandon your dark past and embark on the journey to the light. Stop hesitating. Both my patience and mercy are very limited. Drop all your fantasies. Trust me. There are no miracles in this world. In the know. One spaceport of Saga, the city in the sky, a black starship that looked like 3 sharp swords condensed together and slowly glided out of the rail. The power rune arrays at the back of the starship burst out brilliant exhaust flames like plum blossoms, accelerating it to such a high speed that it almost tore apart the entire universe when it rushed to the sea of stars far away that had already begun to simmer. It was Tornado, Li Lingfeng's flagship. Li Lingfeng was standing on the bridge, and Li Jialing was pacing back and forth anxiously next to him. Around them were quick flashing light beams. Everything that was happening in the space and below the ground, including Wuxia Lan's remark of desperation just now, was all within their knowledge. Wuxia Lan was wrong about that. How can he say that there are no miracles in this world? Wouldn't it be very bad and inharmonious if the farmers, miners, and assembly line workers whose lives are already filled with desperation hear it? Playing with a set of colorful cosmos rings, which seemed to be made of rainbows, Li Lingfeng said with a smile, "Of course there are miracles in this world. But all the miracles are created by the immortal cultivators. We create whatever miracles we want and make them happen to whoever we want them to happen to." It was true that miracles were created and controlled by the immortal cultivators. At this moment, inside Saga, the city in the sky, there was a professional team of more than 50,000 people in the Heavenly Eye group who were solely responsible for the creation of miracles. They were the most brilliant screenplay architects, picture editors, and After Effects engineers. There were also specialists in news, directing, and psychology. The pictures captured by various sorts of crystal cameras in the war taking place in space and the siege below the ground right now were only the raw materials. If they were directly broadcasted for the people of the Imperium to watch, the effect would not be shocking and educational enough, and it was often difficult to prevent unexpected factors from happening. Therefore, although it was real-time transmission in name, there would always be a delay of 1 to 5 minutes according to the actual situation. The professional team of 50,000 people were responsible to filter, edit, and montage the materials in the 5 minutes that were of paramount importance. They had to decorate, implant, or even fabricate things out of nothing in order to output a piece of flawless and highly shocking work, so that the will of the immortal cultivators, or to be more exact, the will of Li Lingfeng and Wuxia Lan, could be carried out as much as possible. At this moment, in the entire Imperium, millions of common people had received the pictures that were carefully compiled by the immortal cultivators, including Gao Xiaojian, Gao Kongda's little brother. The underground cultivators in the picture were arrogant and overjoyed at first, before they were devastated and caught in complete desperation. Their extremely twisted faces were so pitiful, disgusting, and hilarious. Gao Xiaojian and his workmates, who had all performed mechanical modifications, burst into laughter, amused by the cultivators' looks of disbelief and bewilderment. The ragged starships of the coalition fleet of Starlight, in contrast to the magnificent main force fleet of the Imperium, were so poor and thin, and they collapsed at the first touch. Together with the screams, moans, and sound effects such as "we are screwed" that were added during editing. The absurdity of a bunch of clowns who did not know what they were doing was best depicted. If you had seen this coming, would you have done it at the beginning? Gao Xiaojian shook his head in disapproval and thought fluently with the ways of thinking that his supervisors had inculcated into his head. Can anything be better than working diligently and being a decent man? It was their own laziness and sluggishness that caused the tragedy, and yet they are blaming it on the society, the system, and the government. Also, because of the infiltration and the instigation of hostile forces such as the Covenant Alliance and the extraterrestrial devils, they finally walked on the wrong path, broke the law, and committed all the wrongdoings. The only ramification of their action is that they are hurting both others and themselves. The Imperium has secured decisive, glorious triumphs at the front line, but our enemies are certainly unwilling to admit their defeat without fighting back. Even if they know they are doomed, they will still struggle desperately before their death. They will try to conspire with the ambitious forces within the Imperium, hoping to cause the last bit of trouble in the end. In the picture, an officer of the Imperium who was tall, sharp, and wearing a formal uniform declared aloud, "However, the Imperium is invincible, and our enemies are destined to die. For the Imperium, for the peace and happiness of billions of people of the Imperium, and for the rise of the civilization of mankind, we will never allow any enemy to get things their way. Go forward now, army of the Imperium. Destroy the cultivators before our eyes, the dogs of the Covenant Alliance. Go forward, Imperium. Long live the Imperium. Destroy the cultivators. Destroy the Covenant Alliance. Long live the Imperium. Long live the immortal cultivators. Long live the civilization of mankind." For a moment, Gao Xiaojian was caught in a trance and thought that he had become the tall and handsome officer of the Imperium sailing in the Sea of Stars on the awesome super starship. The man-made blood in his body all flowed into his brain. He felt that he was burning all of a sudden. Thunderous roars echoed from the broadcast runes. Gao Xiaojian and his workmates screamed so hard that the dome of the loyalty room was almost falling apart. "Are you ready?" On Tornado, Li Lingfeng looked at Li Jialing with a smile. "You are the greatest miracle that we are going to create in this battle. From this moment on, you will be a falcon soaring in the wind. Just release your potential and claim the entire universe." "I'm ready." Li Jialing stopped pacing. Taking a deep breath, he slightly clenched his fists and said, "I almost can't wait any longer." "That's good. Prepare to fight. I'll ask my most elite, Scorching Wind Squad to stay behind you." Li Lingfeng said, "Remember, there's no need to deal with the enemy's minions. Your target is the enemy's starships. If you can blow up a starship with your crystal suit, it will be of great promotional value." Li Lingfeng did not bring much reinforcement of main force warships for Wu Yinglan this time. After all, the war against the Covenant Alliance on the front line was not over yet. Now that the Imperium had swallowed a large area of space zones in a row, the defense line and the supply line were greatly stretched. Fleets had been deployed everywhere to resist the counterattack of the Covenant Alliance. Besides, the army of the Imperium was not in one piece either. While the fleets belonged to the Supreme His Majesty in name, they were in fact under the command of the nobles and the masters of the sectors. The recruitment of soldiers, the subsidies, and the commanders of various levels were all controlled by the nobles and the sector masters, who had long minded their own business without taking orders from anyone. The vast and newly earned space zones were a piece of great cake. In regard to the distribution of the cake, the fleets of the Imperium, which represented the interests of different nobles and experts, would probably even burst into huge fights. Who was willing to abandon the benefits of a planet or even a whole sector at such a moment and fight the cultivators together with Li Lingfeng? Cultivators were nothing more than cockroaches and rats. They couldn't be anything better than that whether they were crushed or not. Even if they were all killed with no survivors, so what? How many gains could they possibly get? Could the cultivators make a few resource planets out of nothing and offer them to the immortal cultivators? As for Li Lingfeng himself, although he was the best expert in the prime years in the Li family and had always been known as the future Kurfürst, it was the unpredictable future after all. At the very least, the leader of the Li family was not him right now, and he was not one of the four Kurfürsten. Many people in his family within his generation or even his father's were coveting his place. They would already be considered friendly enough if they did not stab him in the back. How was it possible to expect them to bring out their private troops to help him? If he were to pull some strings, it was not entirely impossible to gather a few fleets. The question was that the fleets were not stupid either. If they were to mobilize a lot of troops to him, they were bound to extend their hands into the Heavenly Eye Group and the platform of Slaughterstream, sharing his core interests. The Heavenly Eye Group was controlled by Wuxia Lan in name, but in fact, it couldn't have flourished without the support of the future Kurfürst. The construction of the Land of Sins and Manjasaka, the city in the sky, as well as the epic quest of Dying Light right now, was all for only one purpose, which was to pave the way for him to be the leader of the Li family and one of the four Kurfürsten by providing support of capitals, connections, fame, media control, or even military credits. Li Lingfeng absolutely couldn't tolerate anybody laying fingers on his core interests in any form. Therefore, after discussing with Wuxia Lan for a long time and running the most accurate estimation on the comprehensive capability of Starlight, he still decided to solve the problem with the armed forces of the Heavenly Eye Group themselves, Li Lingfeng's own private troop, and a few mercenary fleets that were hired with coins. The cultivators were an unorganized mess. It was more than easy to crush the enemy with their available forces at hand. However, the universe was too vast a place after all. If the cultivators were really determined to run away crazily, it did require some meticulous planning in order to annihilate all the cockroaches. Therefore, even Li Lingfeng had taken action in person with his flagship in order to reach the most perfect outcome and to make an accomplishment that nobody could question. So far, everything has been under our control. The annoying cockroaches that bothered us for 1,000 years are finally going to be stomped on today. Li Lingfeng patted heavily on Li Jialing's shoulder. Go now. The moment of miracle that belongs to us has begun. Go make your miracle. All right. Li Jialing smiled and stared at Li Lingfeng. Bowing at him respectfully, he took the opportunity to hide his eyes in the shadow. I'll be sure to let you see a shocking miracle. In the cold, quiet spaceport in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, in a corner that was only one wall away from the dark space, Liao stretched out his limbs and crouched on the ground before slowly opening his crimson eyes. Liao's senses penetrated into the cold floor like the roots of an enormous tree through his eyes, palms, and abdomen, spreading out to the dozens of spaceports around. In the perception of his soul, the entire Manjasaka, the city in the sky, gradually turned into a transparent crystal castle. The starships docked in the various spaceports of the crystal castle caught his attention. When starships were activated, they were bound to spurt out dazzling flames of light and release intense spiritual waves, which could not escape the senses of Liao, who was at the divinity transformation stage. Every starship was as clear as an ant under the scorching sun. Their trajectories to the sea of stars were captured clearly by Liao. In only an hour, almost all the starships docked in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, were launched to the battlefield in space to crush and besiege the coalition fleet of Starlight. The only things left in the spaceport were the civil carriers and small barges, but they were filled with fuel and ready to be activated too. The battles in the space were always protracted and could not be resolved in a day or two. By Liao's estimation, even though the enemy was as untrained as Starlight, it was impossible to catch all the rats and cockroaches that were running amok without 10 days to half a month's hunting and blocking. In other words, the interior of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, couldn't have been more weakly defended. Most of the elites, including Li Lingfeng, had marched to the Sea of Stars and were engaged with the coalition fleet of Starlight. It was definitely impossible for them to retreat in a hurry. Right now, according to the feedback of Neltharion, which was maneuvered by the mental devil, there was only approximately 1/10 of soldiers left in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, as well as the experimenters and the specialists of information processing. Wuxia Lan was supervising everything, right? There were also the young people of the major families of immortal cultivators who had not reached the age of real battles yet but came to the place for visits with their seniors. There are miracles in this world. Real miracles. Taking a deep breath, Liao slowly rose to his feet. The map of the entire Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the sabotages that he was about to commit revolved rapidly deep inside his brain, making the furiously burning flames in his crimson eyes even more intense and fierce. Looking at the surveillance cameras around him, Liao said in silence, "Are you ready? You must ensure that the connection between the Beehive Prison and Wuying Land's control center is cut off and replaced with false images. Can you do that?" "I'm already aware of that. You can stop chattering." The mental devil's lazy voice came over. "I am now more or less in the divinity transformation stage too, and I have absorbed the pieces of Tenebrum energy from the extraterrestrial devils and the abundant legacies from Professor Emotian. This is just a minor issue in hacking a crystal processor. Do you have to make it so complicated? However, I do need to remind you that Wu Yinglan is a smart guy. He'll notice that something is wrong in 5 minutes at most." 5 minutes are enough. With a smile, Liao rose abruptly and strode out of the dark corner blatantly. Although the spaceport that was specially designed for the civil carriers was rather remote, a team of heavily armored immortal cultivators was still guarding it. At this moment, Manjusaka, the city in the sky, had entered the highest alert state. All the irrelevant personnel had been driven to the designated areas. Under the pale light, Liao's body that was surrounded by flames of spiritual energy was particularly eye-catching. "Who is it?" The guards of immortal cultivators were slightly dazed. They all bellowed and aimed their guns at Liao while they dispersed and surrounded him quickly in the shape of a sector. "Don't move. Lay down your weapons and receive examination." Looking at his empty hands, Liao grinned and walked to the lift of the Beehive Prison unhurriedly while baring his white and sharp teeth. "Freeze! Freeze! Freeze!" The immortal cultivators all sensed the strength of Liao's body that felt like an awakening volcano. Their veins were all protruding, and their hearts were beating fast. They couldn't have been more anxious. They meant to report to their superior, only to discover that background noises were echoing from their communication channels at the same time, as if a certain weird force had disrupted and blocked their abilities to send messages to the outside world. Thud! 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 Liao moved forward one step after another, as heavily as if he were stomping on their faces and their hearts. "I told you to stop." Soaked in cold sweat, the leader of the immortal cultivators in the front roared furiously to cover his fear. Instead of waiting for Liao to respond, he pulled his trigger brutally and commanded, "Shoot!" Da, 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 da. Boom, 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 boom. The destructive mystic rays weaved into a net, and the powerful crystal bombs exploded one after another. All the immortal cultivators roared crazily and vented their fury and fear without any restraint. Dozens of fiery lines congregated into a colorful, quickly expanding light ball. After the immortal cultivators had emptied dozens of magazines and crystal boxes and finally calmed down under the coarse roars of their commander, the light ball made of spiritual energy and metal scraps did not disperse but continued expanding like a fiend that was alive. A man whose long hair was moving quickly even though there was no wind and whose body was enshrouded in bloody flames was vaguely seen standing at the center of the light ball. The man even showed them the most horrifying smile that they had ever seen in their entire life. "Run!" The smile made the pupils and hearts of all the immortal cultivators shrink to the size of needle tips. Their first order from their nerve endings to their brain cells was to escape as quickly as possible. However, before they were able to put what they thought into action, they sensed a torrent of weird waves coming at them like invisible tides. Then, their crystal processors uttered cracking noises, and crazy stripes began to dance on their light beams. Their crystal suits had all been paralyzed. The magical equipment that their lives depended on became interrogational instruments that condemned them to death. Their crystal suits were squeezed hard by giant, invisible hands and collapsing non-stop, crumbling their bones and flesh. All of their blood and their mucus were darting out of the gaps of their crystal suits. Ah! It was certainly not an enjoyable feeling to have the crystal suit deeply embedded into the body or the skull be crushed by the helmet. The immortal cultivators let out excruciating moans and began to cramp crazily. Voila! At the last moment when they were about to explode alive from being crushed by their crystal suits, all the crystal suits suddenly fell apart and dispersed from their bodies like metal butterflies. All the immortal cultivators breathed deeply in a hurry, appreciating the preciousness of their lives with the intense desire for survival beaming out of their eyes. In the next second, the desire for survival in their eyes turned into the most agonizing desperation, because they saw that the scraps of all the crystal suits were condensed into a bizarre boa dozens of meters long, which became the tentacles of the weird man. Carrying the flames of the spiritual energy of the weird man that felt like a volcano eruption, they smashed at them brutally again. Pa! 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 The 12 immortal cultivators were almost blown up alive by the metal tentacles at the same time. Their broken bodies were whipped away to the walls far behind, turning into devastating blood signatures that informed the world of the arrival of a real cultivator. Liao did not bother to look at the bloody mists that were floating in midair. With his left hand behind his back, he opened his right hand and lifted it. The tentacles made of the scraps of the 12 crystal suits immediately flew to midair and gathered into an enormous metal ball. Ripples of spiritual energy flooded out of Liao's right arm non-stop, which enshrouded the metal ball and triggered spluttering red electric arcs around the metal ball, making it revolve at a high speed. When the electric arcs were glittering and revolving most intensely, Liao opened his hands and pushed the metal ball out, which hit the gate between the spaceport and the beehive prison precisely. Boom! The gate was blown apart, revealing the pitch-dark channel behind. Ear-splitting alarms suddenly began to ring, but they sounded unbelievably thin in the vast, profound sea of stars. Liao blew at his palms softly and pushed forward to the beehive prison with his hands in his back. However, something seemed to be missing. He couldn't help but feel that he hadn't completely enjoyed himself. What exactly am I missing? Narrowing his eyes, Liao began to consider carefully. The beehive prison was peaceful and quiet. Although a heated battle was going on in the space, and the play on the Land of Sins had also reached the climax, they obviously had nothing to do with the beehive prison. Hundreds of thousands of dangerous prisoners that received various sorts of modifications were still caged inside the cells that were made of superalloys and composite tempered glass dutifully under the suppression of the magnetic shackles of Dragnet. Every second, hundreds of spiritual puppets and almost 10 tough-looking alert squads patrolled the area without leaving any blind angle. The remaining jailers and guards were able to sit in the control room comfortably as they monitored the status of the giant array while appreciating the exciting slaughter stream and bursting into laughter at the cultivators' bewilderment and devastation. Suddenly, bam, 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 bam. The music that sounded like thunders from hell echoed from all the broadcast rune arrays in every corner of the beehive prison at the same time. Like a flood that had broken the dam, they savaged every part of the prison and the eardrums of every prisoner. What is going on? All the jailers and guards jumped to their feet at the same time. Looking at each other in bewilderment, they stared at the broadcast rune arrays at the corner. They had never heard such angry, violent, shocking, flagrant, and alluring music before. If music could be compared to starships, what they were hearing must be a super-heavy main force warship. Every drumming and every beat of the music was like the barrage of the main guns of the warship. Bam, bam, bam. Boom, boom, boom. Bam, bam, bam. The mind-blowing and soul-stirring heavy music was still going on and successfully attracted the attention of all the prisoners, who could clearly sense the extremely dark and violent music that was a depiction of their daily life. It was the pain that they had been bearing and the sound that they wanted to shout out hysterically, which hadn't been heard by anyone, the rumbling noises and the crazy roars, which mixed with the shocking sounds of explosions and fractures, turned into floods and beasts that crashed into the hearts and the souls of all the prisoners through their ears, displaying the bizarre, bloody, cruel, insufferable illusions before them. They seemed able to see themselves being tied up by the jailers and the researchers for all kinds of cruel procedures on the operating tables. They envisioned the cold and shining scalpels and tongs and the hideous grins of the immortal cultivators. They saw their ghastly appearances after the first refinement, and they saw their miserable outcomes when they were forced to fight the mutated beasts and other prisoners under the threat of the electromagnetic whips and high-pressure phasers, until they were bleeding everywhere with broken bones all over their bodies. It was not music but the most painful and desperate moans from the deepest level of hell. All the prisoners covered their ears hard, unwilling to allow the demonic sounds to pierce through their brains. However, no matter how they dodged and resisted it, the sound from hell still shocked their blood, bones, and souls. Ah! The prisoners let out roars as they could not hold it any longer. They bashed their heads on the transparent glass walls hard, until the entire beehive prison was clattering. At the deepest, darkest, and cruelest moment of the music of hell, the roar of an awakened primeval beast suddenly echoed after a deafening explosion. It was like a peal of thunder on a sunny day. The music seemed to have dug a hole on the iron house that absolutely did not have any exit, letting in the brightness that felt like running magma. After that, the rhythm of the music was faster and faster, and the tune was more and more exciting and exuberant too. Desperation turned into hope, pain turned into fury, and the fury gathered into blatantly flooding torrents. The prisoners were seeing all kinds of illusions again. They seemed to be part of the furious torrents that were breaking the cages and the beehive prison and sweeping across the entire Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The arrogant and almighty immortal cultivators could do nothing except to shudder in fear under their torrents and be destroyed unstoppably. Ho! Hoo! The blood and the brains of all the prisoners were simmering. They felt that they were filled with explosive strength that could not be vented out at all. They simply bashed the transparent glass walls hard, until intense marks of blood were left on the wall. The storm of hell had swept across the entire beehive prison. The anger of the thousands of prisoners had been completely awakened by a battle hymn from the deepest level of hell. What is happening? Inside the control room, faced with the sounds that were like surging tides, both the warden and the jailers were scared out of their wits. Somebody hacked our system and played the uncanny music. Our connection to the control center has been cut off. We are trying to reconnect, but it will probably take another couple of minutes. Bad news came over one piece after another. Asshole. The muscles on the warden's face were twitching violently as he gnashed. Activate the dragnet and make sure that every prisoner is lying on the ground obediently without causing any trouble. Everybody, stay on full L. Boom! Before he was able to complete his sentence, an earth-shaking explosion already came over from the vertical channel that looked like the silo for a starship. It was not a sound that any human could make at all, but more like the collisions of a heavy starship or a previously unseen alien beast with the gate of the prison at a super high speed. Boom! 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 The crazy collisions were happening again and again. The entire beehive prison was shuddering in fear. The warden and the jailers looked at each other in bewilderment. Their souls were shaking violently. They had no idea at all what kind of strength could possibly cause such noises. Even the most inert prisoner had realized that something unexpected must be happening. It seemed that somebody was attacking the beehive prison. For a moment, all the jailers and the prisoners were palpitating hard as they watched the gate above their heads being twisted, deformed, and dented downward by the earthquakes. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of connection components more than half a meter in diameter that were used to fixate the gate and the shell of the prison were blown away, darting into the depths of the vertical channel and disappearing before everyone's sight. In the next second, it was another tsunami-like collision. The gate of the beehive prison, which was more than 5 meters thick and weighed more than 1,550 tons, made of 7 composite materials that were designed to resist the barrage of the main guns of starships, was blown up by brute force. Several pieces of the gate that weighed dozens of tons rushed close like meteorites and fell into the vertical channel that was thousands of meters deep, triggering such a dull noise that was enough to grind the heart of every jailer. Before the warden realized what was going on, 100 twisted, bleeding immortal cultivators were blown downward from above, screaming while crashing helplessly. The crystal suits of many of them were spurting out miserable sparks non-stop and even exploded in midair, sparing the immortal cultivators in them the pain of falling into pieces. The hearts of the warden and all the jailers almost exploded at the same time. Their eyes were about to be torn apart, and their every breath seemed to inhale flames that were mixed with thorns as they watched the monster that blew up the gate of more than 1,000 tons descending before them slowly. Out of their expectation, it was not an entire army, nor a hideous beast that was 100 meters long, but only one man. But what a tough man he was! He was wearing a half-transparent black crystal suit whose materials were beyond any recognition. It was also barely possible to lock onto it with metal scanning devices or heat scanning devices. The crystal suit seemed to have condensed all the darkness in the space and couldn't have looked more profound and mysterious. In the middle of the transparent and unpredictable black materials, deep red and bright gold crystal wires could be vaguely seen. They interweaved with each other and constructed a cubic network that was as complicated as nerves and veins. The network improved the crystal suit's circulation speed of spiritual energy as much as possible, and the starry red lights and the never-ending dark gold brilliance added to the mysteriousness and the glamour of the crystal suit. The warden had never seen a crystal suit of such a shape before. He had even never seen such mysterious materials and such a way to construct a crystal suit. However, according to his limited experience, such an immaculate and flawless crystal suit only meant one thing, which was an unparalleled expert who dominated the sea of stars with destructive strength. Hiss! 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 From the deep red and dark gold crystal wires inside the mysterious crystal suit, mystic rays as thick as hair flowed out and soon protruded out of the crystal suit, extending all the way down the back of the crystal suit. As if they had their own life, they connected with each other and soon weaved into the veins and nerves of two enormous wings. In the next moment, the black flames of light spurted crazily and congregated into delicate but sharp feathers that covered the network of veins and nerves, turning into a pair of enormous wings almost 30 meters long which couldn't have looked more awe-inspiring. The black crystal suit with blood-red spiritual stripes and gold brilliance was exactly the mystic skeleton blood wing, the best, unique crystal suit of the Federation that Liao had produced with the help of the entire Star Glory Federation and the most cutting-edge units and rune array systems from the primeval relics for the journey to the Imperium of true human beings. Both the warden and the jailers had sensed the unstoppable, destructive waves released from Liao's body. It felt like a whole high-speed crystal train was running over their faces brutally. The prisoners also saw the scene. Although they did not know who Liao was, they knew that he must be an enemy of the Beehive Prison and Manjasaka, the city in the sky, as well as the source of the Hell March. Awed by Liao's dominating image, the prisoners were roaring even more excitedly than before. Bashing the transparent glass walls hard, they cheered for Liao. Hiu! 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 The hundreds of spiritual puppets under the control of crystal processors were the only things that were not moved by Liao's grand entrance. They spurted out from the pathways in all directions and unfolded from the balls, unleashing all their firepower in the battle form. Hee! Hidden deep below the dark mask, a smile of eagerness popped up on Liao's face. He licked his lips and extended one finger. Countless storm bolters, crystal cannons, chaotic cannons, machine guns, and honeycomb-type flying sword launchers arrived from the sky. They were all the weapons that he stole from the immortal cultivators on his way to break into the place. Liao's telepathic thoughts turned into hundreds of tentacles, entangling and controlling the heavy firepower magical equipment and locking onto the spiritual puppets in every direction. Beep, 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 beep. From the depths of his soul, invisible waves were also released to disrupt and sabotage the fire control chips of the spiritual puppets. Pa! Liao snapped softly. Boom! 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 Red, orange, green, blue, purple. A storm of bullets of a plethora of colors and a tsunami of spiritual energy were raised at the same time. The mystic rays, the bullets, and the metal scraps filled the entire vertical channel. Explosions and fireballs were happening non-stop, and the spiritual puppets fell like raindrops. But the black shadow remained absolutely still at the center where the explosions were most heated. Half a minute later, the explosions came to a stop. All the flames, spiritual energy, and blasts dispersing in midair were absorbed by the mystic skeleton Bloodwing. There was nothing around Liao anymore. Not a single spiritual puppet was still floating in the midair. The scene took place exactly next to the prisoners. It was truly splendid, exciting, and violent. All the prisoners couldn't have been more shocked by Liao's astonishing combat ability. They all cheered for him at the loudest of their voices. A large batch of jailers finally put on their crystal suits and lunged at the intruder from all directions. The volume of the Hell March was suddenly raised to a high level, as if it were going to shatter the entire beehive prison, or at least all the transparent glass walls that blocked the prisoners. "Nobody can defeat me with my background music." Narrowing his eyes, Liao mumbled, "Not to mention worthless scumbags like you." Bo! 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 The mystic skeleton Bloodwing turned into a vortex deep inside the ocean. The spiritual energy ran to all directions like undersea magma. The space in the hundreds of square meters nearby was filled up by Liao's soul and spiritual energy, as if it were an extension of his brain. He could easily control the feeblest ripple of spiritual energy in the space of hundreds of meters. He could also sense the tremble of every grain of dust in the area within the time of a breath. It was the most terrifying new technique of the divinity transformation stage. The soul could be released into a domain, creating a small world that solely belonged to himself. He was the dominator and the sovereign of the small world. In the violent space that was filled with gloomy winds and raging tides, he was an almighty god. The immortal cultivators made an absolutely wrong choice. Seeing that Liao was all by himself, they tried to lunge forward at the same time with their sheer advantage in number and besiege Liao in the narrow, vertical channel so that he would be drowned in the stormy, incessant firepower. It was a shame that while the strategy might have worked on someone in the nascent soul stage, it was absolutely impossible to deal with an expert in the divinity transformation stage. In the narrow space where the immortal cultivators in the crystal suits were highly crowded, Liao's advantage of absolute domain couldn't have been made better use of. Now that most immortal cultivators had appeared within the range of his domain, there was nowhere for them to escape at all. In the blink of an eye, Liao had sensed the circulation routes of their crystal suits, the types of their supercompressed crystal reactors, the structures of their every chainsword and every saber, the quakes of the bullets of spiritual energy that were well prepared inside the barrels ready to be shot out any moment, and even their every breath, every heartbeat, and every drop of cold sweat on their forehead where veins were protruding out. All the immortal cultivators had no secrets before Liao. Their crystal suits turned into half-transparent glass, and their veins, nerves, and even internal organs were clearly visible. Liao was even able to predict their next move before their nerve endings began to constrict. When the fire control system of the crystal suits of all the immortal cultivators locked onto Liao tightly, Liao suddenly vanished from their crystal processors. He was floating right before everyone. They could even see him clearly with the naked eye without the scan of the crystal cameras. However, the target on the light beams of their crystal suits was erratic and unpredictable. They could not lock onto the target at all, as if it were not a human being before their eyes but a wandering ghost without a real entity. In the next second, Liao took action. The wings that were almost 40 meters long, which was surrounded by bloody flames and golden light, suddenly expanded to almost 100 meters long and enshrouded 100 immortal cultivators. Revolving rapidly, they turned into the most ferocious tornado. Exclamations, gunshots, collisions, and explosions echoed non-stop. Having no time to bother with the safety of their companions, the immortal cultivators shot mystic rays and bullets at the black tornado crazily. But they seemed to be feeding a ravenous beast because the black tornado was only getting larger and larger in size and consuming more and more immortal cultivators. Pooh! 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 As the black tornado revolved at the highest speed, many immortal cultivators whose crystal suits had been shattered or even set on fire were thrown away brutally into cannonballs that were as quick as lightning, before they hit the transparent glass walls of the prison cells around heavily. The force of the collision was so huge that many immortal cultivators were vaporized even before they were split apart. The supercompressed crystal reactors on their crystal suits, in the meantime, turned into powerful crystal bombs that exploded on the transparent glass walls one after another. Despite the sturdiness of the transparent glass walls, they could not withstand the incessant collisions of crystal suits. With cracking sounds, a lot of gaps that looked like spider webs appeared on the glass walls. The blood-boiling, violent battle hymn was even more inspiring than before. Almost all the prisoners had been living a life more miserable than death in the hellish prison and hated the jailer's guts. They were so excited that they almost couldn't control themselves when they watched Liao butchering the jailers as if they were chickens. While crashing the transparent glass walls non-stop in cooperation with Liao, with the hope of completely blowing up the gaps, they roared in their primitive animality and vented their anger and ecstasy to their heart's content. They did not know Liao's name yet, but in their eyes, Liao had turned into the embodiment of their infinite fury that had been accumulated to the zenith after decades of imprisonment and torture. Boom! Another jailer was blown away by Liao brutally into a transparent glass wall that was on the brink of collapse. The man was rather sturdy. Although his bones and internal organs were all broken, he was not dead yet. But before he struggled, a furry claw extended out of the broken gap on the transparent glass wall and grabbed him by the neck. Squeezing and churning it brutally, the claw broke the man's spine by force. Boom! 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 Finally, the first prisoner broke the transparent glass wall. A bleeding, magnificent body crawled out of the hole and stared at the god of killing Liao at the center of the black tornado with utmost admiration, while letting out roars that were equally filled with the will of slaughter and resistance. The alarms in the beehive prison were even more ear-splitting and panicking. However, even the most ear-splitting alarms would be eclipsed by Liao's unbelievably vehement hell march. The hundreds of jailers were all horrified. Under the intimidation of the overwhelming aura of the divinity transformation stage, they could not summon any courage to resist at all. Many of them ran away immediately, hoping to enter the main body of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, from the bottom of the vertical channel. However, with Liao's help, more and more prisoners had blown up the transparent glass walls before them. Given temporary freedom, they all sprinted forward and jumped at the jailers who were fleeing in panic, knocking them away brutally. Turmoil. The whole beehive prison was caught in the turmoil. More and more prisoners escaped like floods breaking the dam. They were all running to the control room at the top where the warden was at. Although they were in ragged clothes and barely armed, their bodies of flesh and blood were already the best weapons after dozens of refinements. "Hurry up and activate the dragnet to the maximum," the warden shouted hysterically in the control room. Hum! A dull noise echoed, and electric arcs as thick as boas rose from the bottom of the vertical channel, sweeping across the entire beehive prison instantly. Due to the attraction of the powerful magnetic field in all directions, all the prisoners couldn't help but open their arms and legs before they were bound to the wall and the floor tightly. The shackles were deeply entangled with their spines and their brains. If they resisted, there would only be excruciating pain that nobody could resist. Ah! 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 The prisoners were stuck to the floor, their arms and their legs stretched out. They could do nothing except to bulge their bloodshot eyes and utter roars of discontentment. Hee. At this moment, Liao had already cleared all the prisoners within 100 meters from him, who were shot at the transparent glass walls as cannonballs without any exception. Glancing at the prisoners who had been pressed to the ground, he tilted his head and stared at the control room up above. With his left hand behind his back, he straightened his right arm and opened his fingers. A dark red light ball that contained extremely dangerous energy, with the deep golden electric arcs as the framework, began to condense, revolve, and expand rapidly at his palm. Not good. The warden in the control room seemed to be able to see Liao's eyes, which were exploding before him like two supernovas. The warden wanted to escape out of his natural instincts, but his entire body from the muscle fibers to the nerve endings to the spine had been completely destroyed by Liao's eyes. He could not even move his toe as he watched the dark red light ball that looked like a black hole grew larger and larger, until it filled his eyes and completely melted him as well as the control room. Liao demolished the control room of the beehive prison in one shot. However, the dragnet that had been activated to the maximum could not be cracked so easily. Thousands of prisoners were still attached to the floor tightly. Hee. Liao smiled and turned his eyes downward again. The pitch-black channel seemed to have become a translucent structure, allowing him to easily detect the spiritual energy relay station that was buried at the deepest part of the beehive prison, which was the source that provided incessant energy for the Great Array. Under the watch of all the prisoners who were full of expectation and disbelief, an unprecedented miracle took place. Liao stabbed his hands deeply into the midline of the breastplate of his crystal suit and pulled the two parts heavily. The crystal suit should have been made of metals and crystals, but a structure that looked like the crystalline lens of living creatures was revealed on the chest. Then, after a moment with weird rhythms, two clusters of the crystalline lens the size of goose eggs also protruded out of the hands of the mystic skeleton Bloodwing. Electric arcs and ripples of spiritual energy appeared from the void around the four clusters of the crystalline lens. Leaving unpredictable traces behind, they were condensed into sophisticated and calligraphic runes that were all absorbed by the crystalline lens. The four clusters of the crystalline lens were more and more bright, dazzling, and scorching, as if four small suns were growing out of Liao's body. At first, many prisoners were still bulging their eyes while watching the incredible scene. But very soon, the light spots triggered by Liao's body were already as intense as the solar flare of the sun. It was impossible for the prisoners to look at them directly at all. In the end, even though they shut their eyes tightly, they could still feel the ubiquitous light stabbing into their eyes and blinding them like golden swords. It was the strength incomparable and even unavoidable for them. They could do nothing except to roar and bellow at the loudest of their voices, venting their fear and ecstasy in such a way. Even if they had to die, they still wanted to die together with the beehive prison, Xianxia, the city in the sky, and the immortal cultivators. It's been a long time, 100 billion times. The cell obliteration cannon burst now, when every mitochondrion in every cell had been burnt to the maximum and had the deepest reverberation with his soul. Liao shouted and pushed his palms out brutally. It was like 100 billion suns exploding inside the narrow vertical channel at the same time, congregating into a storm of light that could pierce through the entire universe. They marched forward at the depths of the channel unstoppably. At the bottom of the vertical channel, a lot of immortal cultivators were still fleeing in panic, too intimidated by Liao's unparalleled might to confront Liao at all. They were about to escape to the inner parts of Xianxia, the city in the sky, to ask for help. However, the sharp alarms from their crystal processors and the sense of burning of their nerve endings completely ossified their body. Driven by their natural instincts, they all turned around in devastation. They saw an ocean of light, heat, blast, ultra-radiations, and high-energy particles smashing at their faces overwhelmingly, enshrouding them in the blink of an eye. Their crystal suits were melted, their skin withered, their blood boiled, their bones were burned into ashes, and their souls ripped apart, turning into a tiny bubble in the ocean of light. The unpardonable immortal cultivators were obliterated into nothingness before they had the opportunity to scream. All the prisoners in the cells nearby found it impossible to open their eyes under the incomparably brilliant light. Some of the flames and blasts even surged into the cells through the cracks on the transparent glass walls, rushing past their heads and savaging crazily. It was like an infuriated river of magma, running unstoppably above their heads with surging tides. They could only stick their heads to the floor and scratched it hard with their fingers while keeping their mouths wide open, letting out hysterical roars, melting their wrath, hatred, and entire soul into the overwhelming tides made of flames of light and blasts. The roars of light that felt like an outburst of a solar storm continued on for more than half a minute. The prisoners could see absolutely nothing except for pure whiteness. There was nothing but the sound of frictions caused by the air burned by the high-speed spiritual energy in their ears, like what people might hear when they broke into the atmosphere at a super high speed on a landing capsule. Suddenly, everybody sensed that a dull explosion took place in the depths of Xianxia, the city in the sky, below their feet, followed by such a great earthquake that something seemed to have been completely destroyed. The storm of light finally died down bit by bit. The whiteness before their eyes gradually faded away, replaced by the hints of the color of blood. They were the capillary vessels on their eyelids, which were now clearly seen by them. Before the prisoners took a breath in relief, a series of world-shaking explosions burst out deep down their feet. As if they were a response to the storm of light just now, infinite mystic rays, blasts, and high-energy particles spurted upward along the vertical channel in the form of a volcano eruption, splashing all the way to the outside of the beehive prison through the gate. The prisoners moaned in pain again and buried their heads deep in their arms. Their heads, which were now a mess, were occupied by two questions. Firstly, was the unbelievably strong freak outside capable of resisting such violent blasts of spiritual energy? Secondly, why were they able to move their arms now? They could cover their head. Did it mean that the array of Dragnet was losing effect? The outburst of spiritual energy from bottom to top lasted slightly more than 1 minute intermittently, before it ran out of momentum too. The energy system of the beehive prison seemed to have a lot of faults. Even the illumination rune arrays and the defense shields had stopped functioning, not to mention Dragnet, the supermagnetic shackles that tied all the prisoners up tightly. The prisoners staggered to their feet, wiping the blood that flowed out of their eyes, their nostrils, their noses, and their mouths. They shook their dizzy heads hard and looked at the shackles on their wrists and ankles suspiciously, still not having the vaguest clue what had just happened. They only knew that, first of all, now that the magnetic shackles had lost effect, they were now able to perform the swiftest and most agile body movement skills. Secondly, after so many rounds of repetitive savaging, the transparent glass walls before them were riddled with holes. Even if they had not completely collapsed yet, it would be very easy to blow a reasonably large hole on the glass walls. Thirdly, all the jailers in the beehive prisoner had been killed in the most miserable way. Now the prison was theirs. Fourthly, all the prisoners looked at Liao, who was still floating in the vertical channel at the center of thousands of prison cells, in shock, astonishment, confusion, and admiration. At first, he burned tremendous cells and mitochondria into the purest energy to bombard the energy relay station of the beehive prison. Then, he resisted the counterforce of the explosion of the energy relay station the hard way, and even absorbed some of the escaping spiritual energy for his own use. Under the protection of Liao's spiritual energy in the divinity transformation stage, the mystic skeleton Bloodwing showed absolutely no sign of being damaged. Instead, another layer of bouncing flames was added to the pair of broad wings, making them look even more eye-catching, majestic, and dominating. Such an unparalleled appearance almost made all the prisoners grow the urge to worship him in their excitement. Who is he exactly? Why is he so strong? 10,000 question marks were popping up in the hearts of the prisoners. They were perhaps not immortal cultivators, but having grown up in such a dog-eat-dog world as the Imperium of true human beings, they had natural reverence for the experts. Liao's mysteriousness and magnificence were like burning nails that were deeply pinned into their hearts. Hiu, 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 hiu. Behind Liao, the wings that were almost 40 meters long were withdrawn, rolled, and loosened again, blowing out thousands of feathers to all directions like a storm. Every feather was like a tiny flying sword when they darted at the transparent glass walls of the thousands of prison cells. In the next moment, Liao's hands performed almost 10,000 signs, extending thousands of spiritual threads from his fingers to pull the feathers. The feathers turned from red to gold, and from gold to dazzling white. In furiously burning flames, they burned a hole almost 2 meters in diameter on the transparent glass walls of all the cells. As a result, even the prisoners who could not escape from the cells on their own were now able to breathe the freshest air. Hooray! Hoo! Many prisoners jumped out of the holes in a hurry before waiting for the orange materials at the edge of the hole to cool down. They stared at Liao carefully at first, before they glanced downward in curiosity, wondering what kind of damage Liao's blow had caused just now. After a look, everybody was completely dumbfounded. At a very far place down in the beehive prison, the channel and the metal structures had been completely melted up into boiling magma. When they looked at it from a distance, they could see nothing but red and orange colors. It could be vaguely seen that the shell of the energy relay station had been completely blown up, and a series of smaller explosions were still going on inside. It seemed that the beehive prison was not the only victim whose energy supply had been affected. Even the main power source of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, might be caught in trouble too. If the main power source of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was affected or even completely sabotaged, it would mean that the space fortress lost the ability to power the spiritual shields and the anti-gravity rune arrays. That would certainly be a lot of fun. Was it really done by a single person? It is even more unbelievable than the damage that a whole army could have made. Who is he exactly? What does he want? After witnessing the damage that Liao had caused on his own, all the prisoners began to tremble hard. All of their nerve endings were shaking unpredictably under Liao's pressure. More and more prisoners broke out of the cages, but they did not know what to do in the next step. They were all in the middle of the dark, boundless space, with nowhere to run to at all. The thousands of prisoners, the ghastly monsters, and the poor creatures who had gone through all kinds of suffering, although they were all common miners, farmers, or even unlucky bottom-level immortal cultivators in the past, all stared at Liao at a loss. The hell march that had been bombarding the beehive prison all the time, however, did not stop, although the energy supply of the entire prison had been cut off and the broadcast rune arrays had been blown up. The music that was full of incitement and explosiveness was getting even more passionate and soul-stirring. This time, it directly burst out from Liao's body. "You can stop looking at me like that. I am not here to save you." Liao's very first declaration dumbfounded all the prisoners. What did he mean? Having killed so many jailers, destroyed the array of the dragnet, and set all of them free, he claimed that he was not here to save them? "I am a cultivator and a resistor who is unwilling to be enslaved, tortured, and living in a dark, miserable, hopeless life forever." Glancing around coldly, Liao roared in a sound that felt like rumbling thunders and spread it out in the waves of spiritual energy. The Cultivators' army is now attacking Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and determined to demolish it even at the cost of their death. Simple as that. The Cultivators. The prisoners were all shocked. In the Imperium of true human beings propaganda, cultivators were never a formidable enemy and often showed up as the lackeys of the Covenant Alliance or the extraterrestrial devils. However, the powerful damages that Liao demonstrated just now were enough to overthrow all the stereotypes that the prisoners had for cultivators. Liao's explanation for the cultivators triggered a strong mutual feeling in the hearts of the prisoners too. To be enslaved, tortured, and living a dark, miserable, hopeless life forever. Wasn't it exactly the depiction of their life? The prisoners swallowed back their blood-stained saliva. Many of them breathed fast as they watched Liao's awesome look, and they clenched their hands that carried sharp talons into fists. "Nobody can save you right now except for yourselves," Liao continued bellowing. Right now, the fleet of the cultivators is engaged in a fierce battle with the fleet of the immortal cultivators in space. We are all determined to blow up Manjasaka, the city in the sky, even if all of us will be sacrificed here. In order to completely annihilate the cultivators, the immortal cultivators have launched most of the forces in Manjasaka, the city in the sky deep into space. This place can't be more weakly defended right now. Only 1/10 of the soldiers at best, and we are left here. The word "we" touched all the prisoners. Were people like them also qualified to be equal to the mysterious and strong cultivator before their eyes and referred to as "we" by him? Outside of this place is the boundless sea of stars, where countless warships of the immortal cultivators are fighting. Leaving them aside, more reinforcements of the immortal cultivators will certainly arrive in 10 to 15 days. If you stay here, there is absolutely no way that you can get out of your doom. Liao continued bellowing. No matter how you bend your knees and beg before the immortal cultivators' feet for their mercy, your fate will still be as cursed as before. You will still receive inhumane sufferings in the sunless prisons and laboratories until you die at the end without a sound. There is only one way that you can survive. While Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is more weakly guarded than ever, attack the core of the space fortress with me. Kill all the immortal cultivators, and occupy the place completely. There is an abundant reserve of resources here, including astronomical crystals, fuel, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A lot of civil carriers are docked at the spaceports at the periphery too. As long as they carry enough fuel and food, it is impossible that they can ship some people away. It will be a success as long as you persist until the moment of the space jump. But the prerequisite of everything is to conquer Manjasaka, the city in the sky first, and grasp the defense system of the space fortress entirely. Otherwise, even if we can hijack a few civil carriers, it is still absolutely impossible to sail out of the spaceports. Even if we can sail out of the spaceports, we will be shot down by the defense system of the space fortress in half a minute. Yes, this is a very dangerous, life-blighting mission. Most of you will die here. Nobody can guarantee that you can certainly survive. But I can guarantee that the sacrifice of each of you will mean the deaths of 10 or even 100 immortal cultivators who will go to the other world with you. This is all I have to say. If you still have the slightest courage in your veins, if you do not wish to die anonymously like an ant and a cockroach, if you have had enough of the mockery and derision of the immortal cultivators, if you want to avenge your deceased family members, and if you want to fight for a slim chance of survival for yourselves, just come with me. I will fight side by side with you. The resistors and the avengers will blow up Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and take back the freedom that belongs to us. After speaking resolutely to this moment, Liao did not waste any time but simply stretched the black wings at the back of his crystal suit to the maximum. Redness emanated from the endings of the feathers again, raising an overwhelming fire of fury as he dashed to the main area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The prisoners in the remains of the prison looked at each other in bewilderment, pondering at a loss. There was no telling who roared first, but very soon, the declarations of anger and regret echoed all over the beehive prison. Freedom! The furiously burning torrent of iron had been gathered. Under Liao's direction, it congregated into an invincible tsunami that could destroy everything as it ran to the most vulnerable abdomen of the immortal cultivators. At the central control room in the core part of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, Wu Yinglan, owner of the space fortress, still did not have the faintest clue about the superstorm that had already taken shape right next to him. His face, with a casual smile, was covered by the colorful, flashing numbers and graphs on the thousands of light beams. He couldn't have looked more confident of his victory. The coalition fleet of Starlight in space had been tackled by the fleet of the Imperium led by Li Lingfeng in person. The crystal suit groups that looked like swarms of bees had blocked every gap that the cultivators could possibly escape through. Although it would take some additional efforts, the destruction of the coalition fleet of Starlight was only a matter of time. The underground branch of Starlight on the Land of Sins, which they had intentionally kept as bait, was on the brink of collapse too. It seemed that they might lay down their weapons and surrender without him doing anything. Everything had been conducted according to the scripts that Li Lingfeng and he had carefully drafted. Everybody was their chess piece and their marionette. The ecstasy of having everything under control made Wu Yinglan narrow his eyes and shiver softly. His nerve endings felt so comfortable that they seemed to be stimulated by feeble electric currents. On the other hand, and on the more important level, the large epic quest Dying Light, a special show presented by the Slaughterstream platform of the Heavenly Eye Group, now had an audience rate far higher than the shows of the other corporations of similar types. It was even higher than the combined audience rates from the 2nd place to the 10th place on the rank. To some extent, it had completely monopolized the eyes of all the people in the entire Imperium. According to the breath, heartbeats, brainwaves, and secretion of adrenaline on the few samples, the viewers had been deeply fascinated by their show and were completely dwelling in the world and ideas that they had constructed. Both Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng would announce their grand entrance in the show in the next step. Their influence in the entire Imperium would be expanded further than ever. For a moment, a ridiculous idea occurred to Wu Yinglan's brain that was almost simmering in excitement. If the Heavenly Eye Group continued developing like that, was it possible that Li Lingfeng would really become the leader of the Li family and one of 4 Kurfürsten of the Imperium, and he, as an abnormal member of a branch of the royal family, would get a chance to claim the ultimate throne someday? But the idea was completely deleted by him after it only flashed for a moment in his head. Wu Yinglan laughed in amusement at his own arrogance and idiocy. His reliance was Li Lingfeng and the Li family, but the emperor right now had already been pushed forward and backed by the Li family. The Li family even arranged for Li Linghai to be the queen. Then, according to the unspoken agreements of the four Kurfürst families hundreds of years ago, the Li family would certainly back off slightly regarding the candidate of the next emperor now that it had earned enough benefits from the current one. It was impossible for two emperors who were inclined to the Li family to be elected in a row. Besides, the Imperium was now no longer at the age of Blackstar the Great 1,000 years ago. The so-called emperor was just a puppet of the four Kurfürst families. Even if he did become an emperor someday, would it be anything interesting? He would be nothing more than a gigantic puppet. The Heavenly Eye Group was his Imperium. As long as he could completely grasp the Heavenly Eye Group and extend the tentacles of the Slaughter Stream platform to every corner of the Imperium so that everybody could hear his voice, see his perfect image, and dance according to his will, everything would be enough. In such a case, he would be the uncrowned king of the entire universe. Hee. Looking at the audience rate that continued on the rise and the looks of the chess pieces, who were panicked, devastated, or bursting into fury, Wu Yinglan chuckled in great satisfaction. Right then, feeble explosions and quakes echoed from a place far away above his head. Wu Yinglan's chuckle was immediately frozen. As if hit right at the tip of his nose by a punch, the dominator of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, looked more awful than ever. Narrowing his eyes, he stared at the water cup on the control panel coldly. Bo. The control center should have been absolutely still, but ripples were spreading in the cup non-stop, as if a dinosaur-like behemoth were crashing his fortress heavily. Damn it! What has possibly gone wrong? No starships of starlight can approach us at all. All the attacks have been blocked by our defense shield. With a gloomy face, Wu Yinglan stared at the ceiling without blinking. His grave eyes seemed to be piercing through the cabin walls in search of the origin of the explosions and the quakes. My lord, the Beehive prison is under assault. The deputy commander of the Heavenly Eye Legion, a private armed force of the Heavenly Eye Group, who was responsible for the security of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, as the captain of the guards, stammered to him, his teeth clattering beyond his control. Wu Yinglan had such a pale face that the blood all over his body might have been frozen. Grabbing the captain of the guards by the collar, he gnashed his teeth. What do you mean by under assault? Who has assaulted us in what way? We do not have any idea yet, the captain of guards replied, almost crying. We only know that the energy relay station of the Beehive prison has been completely destroyed and the great array of dragnet is wasted too. The stability of our main energy core has been affected too. We have completely lost in touch with the prison. By estimation, things must have completely gone out of control. How is it possible? Wu Yinglan burst into fury. The energy relay station of the Beehive prison has a protective shell made of 7 layers of superalloys. It has the defensive ability that equals the anti-explosive armors at the front of the main force warships. Unless the garbage of Starlight sail their starships to the deepest part of the Beehive prison and barrage it right next to the shell, it can never be blown up. Tell me, how many starships and troops have the enemy deployed to cause such damages? And where are the starships and troops? The captain of the guards was as confused as his superior, not having the vaguest idea of how the unexpected attack was activated. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yinglan said, one word after another, his fury turning into gloom and indifference. Why is the damage of such a large scale not detected earlier? Our spiritual nexus was hacked by the enemy. The captain of the guards replied. The enemy sent false data streams into our alarm system. They were implanted in a very sophisticated way, which misled our system into thinking that the Beehive prison had been peaceful and quiet. What? The veins on Wu Yinglan's forehead were jumping crazily. The garbage of Starlight can't boast such hacking abilities. What is the situation now? Now, we are still repairing the system and tracing the enemy in an emergency. All the surveillance cameras from the Beehive prison to the center of the city in the sky have been controlled by us again. The captain of the guards operated quickly on his portable crystal processor for a moment, triggering more than 10 delicate 3D light beams. The surging torrents on the light beam completely collapsed Wuying Lan's calm face. The nearest facility to the Beehive prison was the laboratories and the living quarters of the researchers. Tens of thousands of specialists of the Imperium of True Human Beings in biochemistry and magical equipment production were gathered in the area. Many of them had been working and living in the large laboratory that was Land of Sins since hundreds of years ago. They were the real precious treasure for Wuying Lan's Heavenly Eye Group, Li Lingfeng's Li family, and even the entire Imperium of True Human Beings. For the convenience of retrieving experiment materials, and to save their time, the laboratories had been established right next to the Beehive prison. But at this moment, the specialists took the hit at first and suffered a cataclysm. They were still dedicated to all kinds of experiments a moment ago, or busy tracking and observing the conditions of a certain experiment subject on the Land of Sins through the light beams. All the laboratories were peaceful and quiet. Everybody was at ease. But the serial explosions that Liao triggered at his best by blowing up the energy relay station of the Beehive prison with cell obliteration cannon affected the area too. After a while of deafening explosions and world-shaking quakes, countless specialists who were running experiments were knocked to the ground. The illumination arrays on the ceiling flashed rapidly. The pathways and the laboratories were all consumed by darkness. The automatic fire extinguishing system spurted out tremendous heat absorption foams. Caught unprepared. The specialists did not even know what was going on. A lot of them were moaning in pain after they were buried by the cabinets and the operating tables that had fallen over. Boom! 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 The noises that resembled the bombardment of giant cannons echoed from far away. Very soon, they were replaced by a cracking sound. The indestructible gate was opened. Thud! 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 Hasty footsteps came over from the pathways and the corridors. Twisted shadows tall and short popped up from the smoke, and spots of red light were flickering in the darkness. At first, the specialists thought that they were the glimmers of the crystal suits of the reinforcement of the immortal cultivators. However, the intense stench of blood and the heavy breath that sounded like animals made their pores constrict violently, and their adrenaline secreted to the maximum. Out of natural instincts, they immediately realized that the red light was actually eyes that filled with the flames of fury, hatred, agony, desperation, and revenge. The masters of biochemistry and magical equipment used to refine them in person and stimulate them to grow sharp claws and tusks, sparing no efforts to transform them from strengthless civilians into violent, brutal monsters and slaughter machines. Now, they were finally returning the generosity to the masters of biochemistry and magical equipment. Thousands of prisoners charged into the laboratories like a flood that had grown tusks and sharp teeth. Stop! Stop there! A lot of the specialists and the masters of the magical equipment opened fire. To be frank, as experienced immortal cultivators, even if they were not pure battle type, they were still significantly stronger than the common prisoners. However, faced with the astonishing sturdiness of the prisoners and their absolute advantage in number, the best the researchers could do was to hit the few prisoners in the vanguard, before they were completely drowned by the furious tides. Bam! 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 Rows of prisoners collapsed, but even more prisoners jumped close from all directions at a speed that far exceeded the limits of normal human beings before they tackled the researchers as quickly as lightning. They bit with their teeth, they scratched with their claws, and they grabbed the researchers' throats, windpipes, and even internal organs without letting go even if they had died, until they had dug out all their enemies' organs. The laboratories immediately turned into a living hell. No, the place was a living hell in the first place. Almost all the prisoners had tasted the feeling that was more miserable than death here. They had watched the mutations on themselves with their eyes or even been through the farewells with their families. The feeling of excruciating pain spread throughout every inch of the place. Right now, they were venting all the pain back to the immortal cultivators without leaving any drop of it. Ah! 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 Oh! Die now! Die now! Die now! As long as they fell into the hands or the mouths of the prisoners, all the specialists and experimenters would end up as bleeding, broken bodies in half a minute. Somebody struggled to get away, but prisoners who had gone berserk were everywhere. They were all caught back helplessly, leaving deep scratch marks on the floor. There were naturally experts who were supervising the enormous laboratories. Those experts were Liao's targets. Lurking among the frantic prisoners, Liao hid in the shadows of the tall prisoners and through the stealth techniques of the mystic skeleton Blood Wing, until he jumped out from the enemies back out of their expectation and executed the experts one after another. Right next to the experiment area was a small arsenal, in which the state-of-the-art magical equipment that was being researched on the Land of Sins was stored. Compared to the magical equipment that the immortal cultivators projected to the Land of Sins, the state-of-the-art devices here had gone through 1 or 2 rounds of real-life tests. Naturally, they were more steady and powerful. Liao had long figured out the location of the small arsenal through Neltharion and the Mental Devil. Naturally, the arsenal was sealed by barriers. But few, if any, barriers in the entire universe could ever stop somebody in the divinity transformation stage. The Beehive prison has completely gone out of control. The prisoners have somehow broken away from the suppression of the dragnet and run into the experiment areas and the living quarters of the specialists. They are now in the middle of a cruel massacre. The captain of the guards said drily. Also, they seem to have opened the state-of-the-art arsenal affiliated to the laboratories and seized abundant magical equipment that we are now researching. Wu Yinglan felt that the world was swirling. The muscles and the veins on his face were twitching at the same time, and there was no telling whether he was going to cry or to laugh. He almost couldn't stand steadily and collapsed to the ground. He had just climbed to the peak of his life. The most brilliant path was being unfolded before him slowly. His ambitions, his cause, and his dream were turning from unpredictable illusions into reality bit by bit. But right now, the filthy, humble prisoners had smacked him right in the face heavily. The specialists and the masters of magical equipment were all his most precious treasures. Many of them had been invited over by him from other sectors. They were the foundations for the existence of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the Land of Sins. But now they were killed by a bunch of goddamn prisoners so easily. Who did it? Who did it? Wu Yinglan felt like grabbing the collar of the captain of guards and roaring desperately. But he simply took a deep breath after his eyes were glued to the light beams and shivered for a long time. Gnashing his teeth, he declared, one word after another, "Find a way to stop them. We're on it." The captain of guards stammered. But right now, most of our available forces are projected to the space battlefield to deal with the coalition fleet of Starlight. Look, the fleets of the 2 parties have been completely engaged. There's no way to separate them. A lot of our exos have taken off from the motherships and even invaded the enemy's starships. It is very difficult to ask them to retreat immediately, while the coalition fleet of Starlight was essentially a pile of garbage, just like trapped beasts. At the last moment when they knew that they were dead for sure, their combat ability could be rather astonishing if they were determined to perish together with their enemy. Now that the 2 parties were deeply engaged, it would be informing the enemy of their own weakness if they were to summon a large batch of forces back. One moment of carelessness, and the army might be crushed. Besides, even if they could summon a large batch of troops back, so what? The enemy was not attacking from the outside of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, but savaging right inside the space fortress? Were they going to fight a great street battle within Manjasaka, the city in the sky? The picture was so beautiful that Wu Yinglan felt the urge of vomiting when he only thought of it. Is there no way to stop them? His eyes bloodshot. Wu Yinglan said in a hoarse voice, "Cut off the channel from the experiment area to this place and pump away all the air in the experiment area. Or simply open all the airtight gates in the experiment area to space by remote control, so that they will all be absorbed into space. In that case, all our specialists would be screwed too." The captain of the guards reminded him carefully. Generally speaking, considering the scale of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, once all the specialists were killed abruptly, they would not be replaced by the specialists of the same quantity and quality in the next decades. The laboratory that Wu Yinglan had constructed through arduous efforts would be completely destroyed. Wu Yinglan glared at him. Besides, it is hard to achieve even through remote work. The captain of the guard said, "The enemy is still disrupting our network and implanting all kinds of weird viruses into our crystal processors. The viruses are somewhat similar to the models that were once popular in the Imperium 100 years ago, but they have gone through very special upgrades and mutations. All in all, they are quite tricky." Deep inside the mainframe crystal processor above the heads of the immortal cultivators, the mental devil was maneuvering Neltharion to pierce the crystal wires that were dozens of times thinner than hair into the complicated chips while whispering a weird tune. Basically, the viruses that were implanted into the control system of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, were exactly those which extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian implanted into the supercrystal processor of the Federation. They were the super-mutated viruses that had been fully upgraded and strengthened by the extraterrestrial devils. However, extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian was trying to fully control the supercrystal processor of the Federation with such a virus. Therefore, it consumed a lot of his spiritual energy and computational ability. The mental devil, on the other hand, did not need to bother with the problems of control and manipulation. All it needed to do was to sabotage blatantly and comprehensively to disrupt the enemy for 10 to 20 minutes, so that Liao would have enough time to charge into the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Sabotage! 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 Ha 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 ha! This is what I should always be doing. The mental devil grinned hideously in delight. It feels really good to rage unstoppably and to destroy everything without any concern. Wu Yinglan looked at the tides of prisoners on the surveillance light beam, who looked like ferocious beasts in silence. They were more like zombies and devils that were filled up with hatred, anger, and craziness than living human beings. Fearless of death, they pushed forward relentlessly, sometimes even not in search for a chance of survival but for the place where the immortal cultivators were densest so that they could die together with the immortal cultivators in the cruelest and most violent ways. After looting a lot of latest magical equipment that was still being experimented from the warehouse affiliated to the laboratory, the lunatics had an even greater damage than before. Very soon, they broke through the channel between the laboratory and the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. In the meantime, the guards of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, organized a few counterattacks. The well-trained Exos blew back the zealous lunatics more than easily. As a result, Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was riddled with holes. The serial explosions led to a chain reaction, causing hundreds of holes on the outmost wall of the space fortress. Tremendous immortal cultivators and prisoners were sucked out, drifting into the dark, cold universe. Inside Manjasaka, the city in the sky, a lot of vacuumed, unpopulated areas had appeared, watching countless invaluable experiment facilities and dead bodies of the specialists floating in the vacuum or even sucked out of the space fortress altogether. Wu Yinglan felt that his own internal organs were being sucked out of his body too. His heart was truly aching more than ever. "You?" Glowering at the captain of guards, Wu Yinglan asked, "Do you have any way to stop those lunatics?" "It's very difficult." Faced with Wu Yinglan's eyes that were brimming with killing intent, the captain of guards had no choice except to explain in fear. "My lord, as you have seen, the prisoners have occupied the entire experiment area and released abundant mutated beasts which have been through strengthening procedures. They are proliferating in the experiment area like a pandemic and infiltrating into the central living quarters. But it is impossible for us to shut off all the gates from the experiment area to the central area. Even if we do find a way to shut them off, it won't be a difficult task to blow up the gates by force. After all, we never considered the possibility of a street fight within Manjasaka, the city in the sky, when the space fortress was designed at the beginning. Besides, we are now seriously short of hands, and we have to attack very cautiously. It is impossible for us to defend every pathway leading to the central area. Given 5 times, no, only 3 times more soldiers, I'll be confident to annihilate all the prisoners. But the losses caused to Manjasaka, the city in the sky, will be beyond our concerns. Wu Yinglan's lips trembled for a long time before the desperation in his eyes turned into infinite wrath. Somebody must be behind all this. Wu Yinglan gnashed his teeth. The prisoners couldn't have run loose for no good reason. Our network couldn't have been hacked so easily either. Then, thinking for a moment, the captain of the guards said, "Should we cut off the stream?" The coldness beaming out of Wu Yinglan's eyes made the captain of guards tremble harder than ever before in his entire life. He berated, "Have you lost your mind? Do you have any idea what dying light means for the Heavenly Eye Group as an epic quest? Everything. It means everything. Nothing can possibly stop the stream from going on. Now, I want you to block the goddamn prisoners with your guards in person. Stop their passionate momentum, and find out whoever is behind them by the way. Then I will take action in person. Whoever they are, I will dig out their hearts and livers and devour them right in front of their faces." "Yes, sir." The captain of the guards stood at attention and ran off in a hurry under Wu Yinglan's pressure. Wu Yinglan continued staring at the picture on the light beam that was half ocean and half fire, with the muscles and the veins on his face cramping at the same time. Eventually, he signed and reached out to Tornado, Li Lingfeng's flagship. Li Lingfeng was making progress very smoothly. From the enormous light beam of the mainframe crystal processor of Tornado behind him, it could be clearly seen that a large starship of the coalition fleet of Starlight was exploding slowly and consumed by countless fireballs that looked like tumors. Li Lingfeng's face was full of confidence under the illumination of the colorful flames. He appeared as certain of his victory as Wu Yinglan was 10 minutes ago. But only 3 minutes later, his face was completely frozen first like Wu Yinglan right now, before thousands of cracks showed up, and it completely collapsed. Li Lingfeng craned his face to the crystal camera, filling the entire light beam so that Wu Yinglan could see with his enormous face. "What did you mean? Mysterious intruders have set free all the prisoners of the Beehive prison, who are now posing a threat to the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky? What kind of mysterious intruders could have possibly achieved something so incredible?" "I'm on it." Slightly frowning, Wu Yinglan replied briefly, "But I need time and reinforcements. It is impossible for us to hold for long with the available forces of Manjasaka, the city in the sky right now." Li Lingfeng glared at Wu Yinglan in fury. Wu Yinglan glared back at Li Lingfeng too, without saying anything. Li Lingfeng and he were partners and not in a pure chain of command. Although the man had always been the greatest patron at his back, he had also provided incessant support for Li Lingfeng in the past decades and learned a lot of his secrets. They had been on the same boat for a long time. Now that the boat was on fire, it was not a good time to decide who was more guilty of the accident. As he expected, Li Lingfeng took a deep breath and calmed himself down. "How is the sabotage going right now?" Like a furiously burning devil from hell, Li Yao roamed at the pathways of the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. After opening a dozen gates leading to the central area through the most violent approaches, he asked the prisoners to freely attack and left the main troop for now. There was only one reason for that. His attacks were too brutal, too violent, and too wide. It was unsuitable for him to fight together with the common prisoners. Boom! 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 The cabins behind Li Yao were exploding all the time, bursting out overwhelming blasts and flames of spiritual energy. Countless immortal cultivators were screaming in the flames as they were burned into ashes. But Li Yao did not even bother to look back for even once. In his eyes, Manjasaka, the city in the sky, seemed to have become an undefended, transparent city. He could clearly sense the flow inside every tube that transmitted spiritual energy and the mobilization of the panicked and helpless guards, which made it easier for him to select his targets and march at them without meaningless slaughters. His targets were the many warehouses of crystals and assets in the enormous space fortress. After every warehouse of crystals he found, he would absorb abundant crystals into his cosmos rings as fast as possible. Under the support of the entire Federation, Li Yao had carried almost 30 cosmos rings of huge storages with him. It was a dazzling extravagance even for the standard of the Imperium of true human beings. Li Yao was not a tight-fisted man. Therefore, after absorbing enough crystals into his cosmos rings, he would assemble the crystals and the components into crystal bombs while he pushed forward. Such crystal bombs that were jumbled with bare hands but not through furnaces certainly wouldn't be too powerful. But thankfully, the narrow and sealed space of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, was the best place for the crystal bombs to demonstrate their power. Boom, 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 boom. Liao blew his way forward. In many cases, he was too lazy to go through the pathways that were as zigzagging as mazes, so he simply stuck the crystal bombs to the wall of the pathway before he activated the cell obliteration cannon, blowing up both the wall and the immortal cultivators hiding behind it. He simply pushed forward in a straight line just like that. Finally, sensing the super-enormous space ahead of him that was releasing light and heat like a shining sun, Liao put on a mysterious smile. The place was exactly his destination. It was the energy core of Manjusaka, the city in the sky. It's very serious. Wu Yinglan struggled to say, "The enemy is about to invade our energy core." What? Li Lingfeng was so greatly surprised that he was unable to say anything for a long time. He almost had the urge to turn his eyes into iron hands and throttle Wu Yinglan. You know what today means for us? Such a thing is never to happen. Nobody could have foreseen such an accident. His eyes bloodshot, Wu Yinglan shouted angrily, "I'm now even beginning to suspect if our queen has vaguely learned some secrets and is insane enough to meddle in this directly." The word queen made Li Lingfeng's pupils constrict violently. After a moment, he said solemnly, "I'll return to reinforce you immediately. Until then, you must defend the energy core whatever it takes, and the stream must not be cut off in any case." "I understand," Wu Yinglan said coldly. "Manjusaka, the city in the sky, is my lifelong work. I will not allow anyone to sabotage it. However, we have to prepare for the worst. We have to make preparations for a forced landing. Can't be helped. Should the energy core really be damaged, the space fortress will be grabbed by gravity and fall down immediately." Before Li Lingfeng replied, he cut off the communication quickly. Expressionlessly, Li Lingfeng stared at the dark light beam for a long time, gritting his teeth at such a large noise that everybody on the bridge could hear it. He rose abruptly and left the bridge. A moment later, the most dazzling bluish brilliance burst out all of a sudden in the middle of the simmering battlefield. From the blue fire arose an iron giant almost 40 meters tall. It seemed to have been condensed by raging wind, and the streamlined body was filled with the feelings of speed and dexterity. What was most eye-catching of all was the 8 pairs of stabilizer fins that were distributed helically on its back like 18 enormous wings. Boom! The exhaust flames spurting out from the center of the 8 pairs of stabilizer fins extended to dozens of kilometers away and were even more astonishing than the exhaust flames of the warships that were running at the highest speed. It immediately caught all the attention in the battlefield and became the unquestionable hero of the show. It was the Tempest God, Li Lingfeng's Colossus. Wu Yinglan rushed into the central area of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, like an enraged crystal train. Many people had learned that the beehive prison had gone out of control and a large batch of prisoners and mutated beasts had escaped. The central area was now in turmoil. The immortal cultivators had lost their condescending demeanor when they had everything under their control. They were now more like the ants on a hot pan. Couldn't be helped. Those people were the honorable guests that Wu Yinglan had invited over. They were the leadership of the major families and even the military of the Imperium. It was impossible for him to block the news from them. Besides, with their keen senses, they could more or less hear the explosions and the screams from far away. Some of the prisoners and mutated beasts had even just fled to the area and were engaged in fierce battles with the immortal cultivators. Both the guards of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, and the honorable guests from afar were obliged to join the battle and defeat the prisoners. Wu Yinglan closed his eyes in pain while forcing himself to not think about his dim future as he marched to the energy core at the highest of his speed. If Manjusaka, the city in the sky, was a bloody flower blossoming on the other shore, the energy core was exactly located on the pistol. The defense system of the space fortress, the spiritual shield, the heavy turrets all over the body, and the anti-gravity system were all founded on the basis of the energy core. If the energy core was damaged, the entire space fortress would be turned into a cold city of death. It could even barely withhold its own weight, and it would only fall to the surface of the planet after dismembering into giant remnants. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Wu Yinglan encountered an overwhelming tide of prisoners on his way. When thousands of prisoners lunged at him through the narrow pathway, roaring and shouting, they did seem rather unstoppable, and it was like the end of the world. As it happened, they boasted not only the tusks, the sharp claws, and the tough fists, but also the most advanced magical equipment that they looted from the arsenals and the dead immortal cultivators. Having marched all the way here, the prisoners now had almost as good weapons as the Heavenly Eye Legion did. Wu Yinglan went through quite some trouble to get himself away from the furiously burning tide of people. But his personal guards who were acting with them were almost entirely trapped and swallowed by the prisoners. The prisoners almost filled up every pathway in every direction. Now that their lust for killing had gotten the better of them, they couldn't care less whether they were faced with a noble, an important official, an expert in the core formation stage, or even one in the nascent soul stage. Even if they must die, they would still spray their blood on the faces of the immortal cultivators. If they could bite a part of the immortal cultivators, they would never let it go until they were completely burned into ashes. Wu Yinglan had never seen such a dreadful army before. It also never occurred to him that such an army of exasperation would be built by him in person. After ripping apart almost 100 prisoners in a row, his breath turned more and more hastily. After he finally reached the energy core in a path of blood, the entire cabin of the energy core was already enshrouded in furious flames and dark smoke that was as thick as thin. The ever-rising explosions suggested that the heart of the entire Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was suffering the most violent attacks. Under his feet, corpses of the immortal cultivators were lying in a mess everywhere. The bodies were so deformed that they could barely be recognized. The faces that had been extremely twisted were written with fear, although they could not be identified anymore. The eyes whose pupils had relaxed and had only whites left deeply intimidated Wu Yinglan. He had always been aware of the importance of the cabin of the energy core. Stationed here were all the elites of the Heavenly Eye Legion. However, it was not hard to tell from the miserable deaths of the elites how fragile and defenseless they had been under the enemy's attack. Who is it exactly? Wu Yinglan's pupils constricted violently. An intense explosion took place behind him, completely blowing up the channel through which he entered the energy core cabin. His retreat was blocked, and it would take a significantly longer time for the reinforcements to enter. In the black fog up ahead, dozens of crimson countdowns vaguely showed up. Some of the countdowns had only several seconds left, and some still had a couple of minutes. Boom! After every countdown reached 0, a certain critical unit near the energy core would have an ear-splitting explosion. Colorful flames of light spurted out and turned into gorgeous springs in the black fog. Time bombs? Wu Yinglan found it hard to imagine what kind of insane enemy would be playing such a dangerous game with him at such a place. The blasts raised by the explosions slightly blew apart the smoke, allowing Wu Yinglan to notice a gargantuan crystal bomb more than 3 meters in diameter, or so he believed, that was closely attached to the shell of the enormous crystal reactor at the center of the energy core cabin right before his eyes. There was also a terrifying countdown on the device, implying that only 5 minutes was left. Asshole! Wu Yinglan could not imagine what would happen if the seemingly complicated and precise device was truly a crystal bomb that would explode 5 minutes later. The shell of the super-enormous crystal reactor was certainly indestructible. But so was the shell of the energy relay station in the Beehive prison, which the mysterious enemy had somehow successfully destroyed. With cold sweat leaking out of his forehead, Wu Yinglan searched the black fog around him gloomily. Desperate! A hollow, unpredictable voice suddenly came over from the black smoke. Such desperation is what all the people on the land of sins have been tasting every day. Now you should savor it well while you still can. Who are you exactly? The cold sweat on Wu Yinglan's forehead was frozen into ice. In a hoarse voice, he asked, "Who sent you here? Do you have any idea who you are going against?" A light chuckle came over from the black fog. "Of course I do. I am going against the entire imperium of true human beings. But so what? The voice in the black fog said casually, I am just a random cultivator. Isn't it only natural that I go against the imperium of true human beings? A cultivator? Never had Wu Yinglan expected such an answer. Wu Yinglan wouldn't have been as surprised if the enemy was sent by the queen, by the other three Kurfürst families, by the competitors who did not wish the Heavenly Eye group to skyrocket and swallow their interests, or even the Covenant Alliance. A cultivator! Wu Yinglan bellowed in fury. Nonsense. How is it possible? The cultivators are already obsolete things that are not worth mentioning at all. How could they have raised such an expert as you? Exactly. The voice in the black fog said, It is a long, long story. If you are interested, why don't we sit down and have a nice talk? But I need to remind you that you do not have much time left. Boom! The countdown of another crystal bomb reached 0, and it exploded brutally right before Wu Yinglan's eyes. His heart was chilled immediately. Do you know the ramifications if you destroy the energy core? Wu Yinglan bellowed. The entire Manjasaka, the city in the sky, will lose the energy support. It will crash to the land of sins all the way from beyond the atmosphere like a broken shooting star. Everybody will be killed by then. It is exactly my purpose. The voice in the black fog was utterly unaffected. I never planned to escape alive under the heavy siege of the fleets of the Imperium. I am exactly here to die together with Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Look at the countdown. You have already wasted 1 minute and 32 seconds, and you have 3 minutes and 28 seconds left. 27, 26. Gotcha! Wu Yinglan grinned hideously and charged into the black fog in a streak of brilliance like a hurricane. After every step he made, his body went through drastic changes. Sharp bone spurts protruded out of his face that was as handsome as a marble statue. His muscles were more like bouncing than expanding. His skin, which was as warm as jade, turned into a gray shell. Even his starry eyes turned into 2 clusters of green, demonic flames. His overwhelming auras were more violent than ever too, which almost focused into a second raging image around his body that was as gigantic as a mountain. Within a breath, the halo already enshrouded more than half of the energy core cabin, pushing out Liao who was hiding in the black fog. Bam! Wu Yinglan and Liao had a punch that was devoid of all tricks. Wu Yinglan was blown back by 3 steps, while Liao flew back into the black fog again. Unparalleled strength very close to the peak of the nascent soul stage. If you are really a cultivator, you should be the greatest expert of starlight in the past hundreds of years. Shouldn't you? What a horrible negligence the intelligence department has made to overlook you. Looking at his fists whose bones had been shattered, Wu Yinglan put on a smile of hatred. With such a strength, no wonder you were bold enough to sneak into Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to sabotage and to set free those wretched prisoners. However, if you think that you can mess with me when you are only so strong, you will be too naive a cultivator. Wu Yinglan bellowed. Thousands of streams of brilliance dashed out of the cosmos rings that had been deeply buried in his flesh. His magnificent body, which had expanded abnormally, was now covered in a crystal suit, which made it look even more hideous than before. It was a terrifying crystal suit that had mixed the features of multiple kinds of insects. As a product of the essence of the magical equipment development in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, over the past hundreds of years, it was more of an extra-sized Ares extension than a crystal suit. Wu Yinglan, whose body size had been multiplied after he went into the berserk state, turned into an iron giant that was even more enormous than Fist King Lei Zhonglia. After he put on the super crystal suit. Cultivator? Let me show you the real strength of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. After the metamorphosis, Wu Yinglan's personality went through certain changes too, as if some extremely brutal and violent things deep inside his heart had been woken up. You destroyed the beehive prison and wasted all my experiment materials. I will not let you die so easily. You are destined to be the very first guest of the brand new beehive prison, where you will understand what living is more miserable than dying means, and you will beg to be sent into the deepest level of hell. In the brutal and savaging roars, Wuying Lan's green flames of spiritual energy branched and darted into the black fog, limiting Li Yao's zone of activity. Li Yao bellowed. The translucent black crystal suit suddenly dispersed into 100 clones that attacked Wuying Lan from all directions at the same time. Laughing in amusement, Wuying Lan blinked into 100 blurred shadows too. For the experts of Li Yao and Wuying Lan's levels, the so-called clones and blurred shadows were not as simple as ungrounded illusions but amalgamations of the will, spirit, soul, and even strength of their own bodies. They boasted equally shocking damages too. Bam! 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 The 100 Li Yaos and the 100 Wuying Lans were engaged in close-distance combat in midair. The hundreds of blasts they raised further added to the chaos of the spot that had already simmered to the limits. At first look, it was almost like two armies in identical clothes were colliding. Suddenly, "Gotcha!" Wuying Lan roared. The structures that were similar to the shell protruded on his crystal suit and spurted out abundant air masses, further increasing his speed to a higher level, before he grabbed the arms of one of the Li Yaos and exerted his strength. Shwa! 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 The 100 Li Yaos and Wuying Lans immediately dispersed. All the clones and the blurred shadows returned to their original bodies. In the middle of the soaring flames, there was only one last Li Yao left who was suppressed tightly by Wuying Lan, who was 3 times larger than himself. The arms of the two parties were deeply entangled with one another. It was purely a competition of brute force. Hee. The air currents spurting out of the gaps of Wuying Lan's crystal suit formed smoke that was as thick as cement. Even his crystal suit could no longer hold back the expansion of his muscles and began to fall into pieces. The floor below his feet that were made of superalloys and as hard as diamonds were spread out in ripples with his feet as the center, as if it were a wet swamp. Crack, 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 crack. Li Yao's hands were moved away by him with brute force, and his joints were twisted in the opposite direction. Both the crystal suit and the bones were letting out blood-freezing noises of contortions. Hiu, 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 hiu. The bloody wings on Li Yao's back, like a second pair of hands, waved sharp feathers as they attacked Wuying Lan in 2 streaks of redness. At the back of Wuying Lan's crystal suit, sharp appendages that looked like the forelegs of a mantis also ejected out. Blurring into thousands of shadows, they had countless clashes with Li Yao's bloody wings in midair within half a second, raising noises that could break one's eardrums and sparks that were scattered but dazzling. Cell obliteration cannon. Unable to move his arms anymore, Li Yao opened the breastplate again and shot Wuying Lan right in the chest. However, the attack that was launched in a hurry did not cause much damage to the opponent. It only added to Wuying Lan's animality. The shell on the highly rising shoulder of the ugly crystal suit was wide open, revealing the honeycomb-type flying sword launchers that bombarded Li Yao with hundreds of mystic rays. Li Yao was blown back right into the fog. Li Yao seemed unable to hold it any longer and began to run away. "You know the feeling of fear now?" Wuying Lan sneered. "It's a pity that it is too late." His body was as cumbersome as a combination of a dinosaur and a gorilla, but he was more agile than the swiftest hummingbird. Turning into a streak of greenness, he simply blew Li Yao away from the black fog. Before Li Yao hit the ground, he had already dashed to the landing point in advance and attacked heavily again. After almost 10 blows, Li Yao had nowhere to run to at all, like a pebble in a transparent box. Boom! After the continuous strikes, cracks appeared on the translucent black crystal suit. Li Yao seemed to have been pushed into desperation. Roaring in both anger and embarrassment, he spurted out the most violent crimson flames of spiritual energy, which embroiled the broken pieces of crystal suit and the remnants of magical equipment units on the ground and darted them at Wuying Lan like a storm. Sensing Li Yao's agitation, Wuying Lan was even more secretly overjoyed. He also expanded his flames of spiritual energy to the maximum. In the techniques of remote manipulation, he picked up countless metal scraps from around and shot them at Li Yao too. The metal pieces controlled by the two parties carried their abundant spiritual energy. When they rubbed the air at a super high speed, they immediately raised the most colorful brilliance. It was almost like the collision of two most splendid meteor shows, where 10,000 complicated hues and shades were caused. The metal pieces of the two pieces continued changing the trajectories and the angles in the most unpredictable way while blocking the enemy's pieces. Dazzling was far from enough to describe 1/1,000,000th of the splendor of their competition. Such remote manipulation in the blink of an eye was a heavy burden for the soul and the computational ability. Very soon, Liao fell backward as if his soul and his computational ability could not sustain it longer. His meteor shower was obviously scattered and lackluster, and he was hit by the clusters of metal pieces the size of fists under Wu Yinglan's control. Vomiting blood crazily, he crashed to the floor. The meteor shower, controlled by Liao, suddenly dispersed and spattered in all directions. Wu Yinglan's meteor shower, on the other hand, was highly compressed. In the shape of an unstoppable saber, it was locked onto Liao tightly, and shrouded and boosted by green flames of spiritual energy. Wu Yinglan stood in midair and stared down at Liao coldly from the high stance. Closing his right hand, he raised it slowly as if it were a saber. Right then, the nerves in Wu Yinglan's eyes suddenly cramped crazily. He discovered that the mysterious person who claimed to be a cultivator happened to crash right below the device that was suspected to be a supercrystal bomb next to the main reactor. The short but fierce battle between the two of them actually only lasted 1 minute. There was still 2 minutes and 9 seconds to go on the countdown. However, Wu Yinglan heard the deep and mocking laughter from below the black crystal suit. Immediately, he realized what the enemy was trying to do. But there was no time to stop him. Liao drew a very simple rune in midair, which instantly broke apart and sent feeble ripples of spiritual energy to every crystal bomb in the place. All the crystal bombs were detonated at the same time, including the one installed on the shell of the main reactor. No! Wu Yinglan roared in desperation and watched as a cluster of pure white ball of light was generated and expanded before his eyes. The light ball easily ripped apart the 9 shells of the main reactor and crawled in like a flood that had broken the dam, which immediately caused a chain reaction. An overwhelming, destructive power was activated and spurted to Wu Yinglan right from the above. It was the life-blighting light and heat that was as intense as a supernova outbreak. Even if Wu Yinglan were wearing 7 crystal suits, it would have been impossible for him to avoid the fate of being completely melted. He did not expect the enemy to be so insane as to really die together with him. Out of his natural instincts, he narrowed his eyes and backed off slightly. But in only 0.01 seconds, Wu Yinglan realized that something was wrong. This was not a movie or a lousy game. The energy reactor in reality had dozens of safety measures. How could a great explosion have been triggered so easily? Even if catastrophic accidents such as a fracture of the shell or a meltdown took place, the pollution of radiations would spread out slowly and steadily in the following days or years. The power of the reactor would only drop down slowly. It was impossible to cause such a damage that looked like a supernova outbreak. As he expected, despite the vivid, lifelike illusions, his crystal suit and his body did not suffer any substantial damage. It took Wu Yinglan only 0.01 seconds to realize that it was a trap. In the second 0.01 seconds, he already understood the construction of the trap. All the crystal bombs nearby were real. They had truly burst out scorching fireballs and led to explosions that turned the place into a mess. But the crystal bomb that was installed to the shell of the main reactor was the only one that was absolutely false. It was not meant to detonate the main reactor but only to burst out astonishing sound and visual effects to mislead Wu Yinglan into thinking that the main reactor had an explosion and to mire him in brief bewilderment. It took Wu Yinglan only 0.02 seconds to figure out the truth. Given another 0.01 seconds, he was confident enough to escape from the fatal trap. It was a shame that his enemy was not at the peak of the nascent soul stage, but an expert in the divinity transformation stage who was stronger than him. The life and death battle between the top experts could be decided in one moment. Exactly at the moment when Wu Yinglan was confused by the illusions, 2 giant hands suddenly extended out of the dazzling light. Closing the fingers, they cut open his breastplate and pierced into his chest deeply like 2 sabers as if there were nothing in their way. Boom! 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 Wu Yinglan felt that 10,000 balls of lightning were rising among his internal organs, or 2 furious torrents of magma were flowing rampantly and gathering at his heart. Itching and aching feelings were coming over from his ears, his nose, his throat, and his eyes at the same time, as if lightning and flames were dashing out of his head. He wanted to struggle and counterattack, but the crimson flames of spiritual energy around the enemy's body were increased by 10 times at the moment. They suppressed his green spiritual energy and even swallowed it. The light was finally gone, and the black crystal suit that looked like the god of death appeared before Wu Yinglan clearly again. The hands that stabbed deep into his body grabbed his heart and his ribs and slowly pulled him down. No facial organs could be seen because of the black mask. There were not even crystal cameras that were embedded on it. Only red ripples in half-transparent blackness were changing erratically on it, as if they were delivering the messages from the deepest part of hell. Wu Yinglan was so scared that his soul was almost shattered. He finally realized what a ferocious animal it was that was standing before him and grabbing his heart. It was a terrifying existence that could have been on the same level as Li Lingfeng. "You have no idea what you are destroying," Wu Yinglan screamed in desperation and fear. "This is not just a simple platform for slaughter streams but a power that can control the entire universe. This is the way of life and government of the future. This is a strength that directly enters the head and the heart. Just listen to my explanation. I'm willing to give all the strength to you. Just listen to my explanation." Liao tilted his head and thought for 0.1 seconds. "I won't hear it," Liao said. The hands that he stabbed deep into Wu Yinglan's body began to burn as he launched the most splendid cell obliteration cannon right in the enemy's internal organs. Ayo! Oh! Wu Yinglan was in such excruciating pain that his internal organs felt like on fire. He couldn't have regretted more. In terms of pure level, he was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage and had not passed the threshold of the top-tier experts at the divinity transformation stage. Besides, he was not a pure battle-type immortal cultivator but one with rarely seen triple talents in battle, administration, and research. That was why he had come up with the creative notion of Slaughter Stream and established the Heavenly Eye Group, one of the greatest media platforms of the Imperium. He was also able to participate in the cutting-edge studies in the experiments on the Land of Sins in person. Although he might not know them very well, he at least knew the progress of the specialists and researchers in their work, and he could even occasionally shed groundbreaking insights on them. However, just because Wu Yinglan was gifted at administration and research, and he had to deal with the paperwork of the Heavenly Eye Group and the academic issues of the laboratories on the Land of Sins, it did not mean that Wu Yinglan's combat ability was low. After realizing that his battle talents could only reach the limits of the peak of the nascent soul stage at best, Wu Yinglan adopted a different approach and modified his body with abundant research products of the laboratories on the Land of Sins. He had injected all kinds of strengthening drugs and gene activation drugs into his veins and his cells. He had even replaced all his internal organs with the brand new organs grown by the mutated beasts. All the weak organs he had before were abandoned and substituted. In the laboratories on the Land of Sins, level absolutely did not equal combat ability. For hundreds of years, they had created thousands of secret techniques at the cost of millions of lives, which could exploit the limits of potentials in the deepest part of a human body. Therefore, although he was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, Wu Yinglan could carry out the combat ability equal to the low level of the divinity transformation stage after activating the most insane bloodline inside his body. When he was in high wariness, he was not entirely on the losing side even if his opponent was at the middle level of the divinity transformation stage. Even though he encountered an experienced expert in the divinity transformation stage like Li Linghai, he would still have an opportunity to escape. It was the greatest reliance for Wu Yinglan to break into the energy core cabin and slay the mysterious enemy on his own. He almost equaled to the entire best combat squad of the Heavenly Eye Group. Also, the enemy's strength at the peak of the nascent soul stage that he sensed at the beginning was rather fit for the identity of a super expert of Starlight. Wu Yinglan had never considered the possibility that Liao was hiding his strength. By his estimation, It was already the best for Starlight, other forces of the Imperium, or the Covenant Alliance to have sent a great expert whose combat ability was close to the divinity transformation stage in order to deal with an unimportant Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Never would Wu Yinglan have dreamed that he was faced with an expert in the divinity transformation stage, who was experienced, hiding his strength intentionally, and resorting to such a shameless trap that involved both authentic and false crystal bombs. The enemy could have crumbled him with pure strength, yet he chose plots and tricks. Wu Yinglan couldn't think it through at all. The multiple wrong judgments completely deprived him of the chances to escape. Right now, as Li Yao's most violent spiritual energy crashed among his internal organs and limbs, vaporizing every mitochondrion inside his every cell, Wu Yinglan's head was an utter mess. The memories of the past all surfaced on the mind. He did not want to give up. He regretted gravely in pain. He tried his best to survive, even if it meant that he had to kneel and beg the mysterious expert for mercy. However, he was no longer able to utter any voice of explanation or begging from his throat, which was burning furiously in fear. What could be heard were his screams, each higher than the last. Wu Yinglan had never been more desperate before. He had also never felt that he was an ant more than when he was faced with the mysterious cultivator. Wu Yinglan's body continued expanding. Li Yao's spiritual energy that was raging like a flood had already burned up parts of his brains, making his ability to control the mutated cells inside his body completely go out of control. His limbs expanded and wiggled beyond his control, now growing clusters of hair and putting on scales, before the skin was completely ripped apart and dissolved, revealing the flesh down below that was as packed as tumors. Ho! 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 Waving his abnormal arms, Wu Yinglan tried to struggle, but he could not get out of Li Yao's control however hard he tried. His body had already expanded to almost 5 meters tall, but the crimson flames of spiritual energy dancing around Li Yao had been condensed into an image almost 10 meters high, which was still suppressing him tightly. Crack, 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 crack. Wu Yinglan's expansion had finally reached the limits. The mitochondria in his cells had almost been entirely burned up. The bones all over his body were broken and collapsing like a glass castle. Rampant spiritual energy dashed out of his face and his ripped flesh. His enormous body was blackened and constricting rapidly. No! 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 Wu Yinglan's soul let out devastating screams before it ran from the shell that was riddled with holes and burning furiously. It turned into hundreds of telepathic thoughts and escaped to all directions, hoping to get rid of Li Yao's savagery. However, before the telepathic thoughts ran far away, hundreds of streams of spiritual energy that looked like tentacles had already extended out of his shell, entangling every telepathic thought and pulling them back to the burning shell that was getting smaller and smaller. G. 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 The telepathic thoughts already couldn't constitute systematic thinking, but they were still shrieking like rats that had fallen into boiling oil, struggling futilely, until they were all pulled back into the body in the end and burned up into nothingness in the furious flames. In less than half a minute, the abnormal body, which was as magnificent as a mountain before, turned into a burnt corpse no more than 1 meter long, which then fell apart into pieces. The last bit of the remaining soul dashed out of the burnt corpse and condensed into a fuzzy face in midair vaguely in Wu Yinglan's appearance. There were complicated expressions on the face, including pain, regrets, desperation, confusion, and many others. The crystalline lens in Li Yao's palms hadn't retreated into the body yet. He opened his fingers and aimed at the remaining soul. As the light balls flashed continuously, it had already been completely blown up into smithereens before it emitted the ripples of begging for mercy. Wu Yinglan, the owner of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, who was trying to create a media empire ambitiously, was obliterated in the cold space without any hope of reincarnation just like that. The only things that could prove his existence was the pieces of the burnt body on the ground that looked like charcoals and the fragments of his crystal suit, which had been melted into lumps. Shwa! The bloody wings on Li Yao's back that were raging like angry flames retreated, and the biochemical crystal lens in his palms that were used to activate the cell obliteration cannon disappeared too. He did not even bother to look at the remains of Wu Yinglan, who was nothing more than a lackey that did not deserve to waste his time. Liao hurried to jump at the main reactor of the energy core. Of course, he was not stupid enough to really destroy the main reactor. It must be noted that the energy core was not only responsible for providing incessant energy for the defense system and the anti-gravity rune arrays of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, but it also served as a protector of the overall structure of the space fortress. If the main reactor completely exploded or shut down, the immense tidal forces alone would have been enough to tear apart Manjasaka, the city in the sky, immediately and transform it into the most dreadful meteor shower that would hit the surface of the Martial Meritocrats planet brutally, making the life on the land of sins, which was already difficult enough as it was, even more difficult. In that case, the ordinary people living on the land of sins would have to shoulder a second catastrophic strike. However, Liao did not want Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to continue floating above the atmosphere either. His main concern was that the people of the land of sins required the food and resources projected from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, regularly in order to survive. Right now, Manjasaka, the city in the sky, had been embroiled in chaos. It could be foreseen that few assets would be projected into the atmosphere in the next year and a half. The Imperium couldn't have cared less about the life or death of the people of the land of sins. Perhaps it would even save them a lot of trouble if the people of the land of sins were all starved to death. Therefore, Liao had to figure out a way to land Manjasaka, the city in the sky. It did not matter if the space fortress was blown apart, but the speed of the crash must not be too high. It would be best if the space fortress could be dismembered and sent to every part of the planet, so that the people of the land of sins would have an opportunity to seize the abundant assets stored inside the space fortress and find new hope based on those things. Liao ran to the control panel of the main reactor. The control panel was well protected by him just now with defense rune arrays, unaffected from the fierce battle between him and Wuxia. As he expected, the main reactor was absolutely undamaged, except that its power output was slowly dropping because the affiliated units around it had been sabotaged by Liao. Liao took a breath in relief. The mental devil's voice came in his head. "You are already done? Simple as that." "I'm done," Liao said. "What do you mean by simple as that? Shouldn't there have been more? I thought that you were going to chatter with Wuxia for a long time," the mental devil said. "First of all, he would tell you all the pretentious but reasonable-sounding philosophies. Then he would narrate his miserable origins, the reasons why he had to do everything he did, and his lofty ideas. After that, he would unravel certain shocking secrets. Eventually, you would find that he talked about so many things just in order to buy himself more time so that he could perform a certain awesome and dominating transformation. Later, with the ultimate transformation, he beat you up like you were a pig, but you somehow perceived a certain mysterious super-ultimate skill the moment before you were killed like a pig, which allowed you to finally kill him at the most perilous and life-blighting moment. Liao! How could it have been so sophisticated? The mental devil. It is not sophisticated at all. You've been fighting like that before all the time. Liao. Says who? Vulture Liao is best known for his rapidity and decisiveness. I never talk if I can fight. Besides, I'm in the divinity transformation stage after all. Why did I need to listen to the bullshit of a junior in the nascent soul stage? It would have been a waste of my time. Enough of the crap. What's your situation? Is our show ready? Everything is set. It is exactly what you have expected. The mental devil shared the sounds and visuals with Liao. It was now lurking in the middle of an enormous array of crystal processors at the main control center of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and peeking at the specialists who were running about crazily like headless flies. The space fortress indeed has an emergency plan for fully automatic landing, which means that it can dismember on its own and slowly land on the ground when it suffers an expected strike, in order to ensure the completeness of the main structure and the safety of the members inside. It is only reasonable. Liao said, such orbit space stations generally have standard automatic landing plans. Even if those inside the space fortress want to spare themselves of the trouble, those living on the planet certainly do not want to get killed in a crash. In the Federation, all the orbit space stations must be installed with fully automatic buffers and landing units. I imagine that same goes for the Imperium. Now, the landing plan has been activated. The mental devil said, the anti-gravity rune array is now gradually being shut down and weakened. We are cutting into the atmosphere slowly and will probably land on the ground in 6 to 8 hours. As long as you stop sabotaging the energy core, I don't think that the immortal cultivators in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, will disrupt the landing program to crash them into pieces, will they? Very good. I did not destroy the main reactor of the energy core violently but only sabotaged part of the cooling units so that the power output dropped to about 70%. Calculating quickly, Liao continued, such a power output shouldn't be enough to sustain its defense shield or provide much support for the mainframe crystal processors. On the other hand, how is the stream right now? It is still ongoing. The mental devil said, the enemy obviously does not bear to abandon the epic quest of dying light. Just now, I vaguely heard that it was deeply associated with the lottery groups, the stock price, the financial market, the interests of the major families, and so many other things. It is not something that Wu Yinglan could cut off if he wanted to. The live stream is still going on. But what they are sending out right now are the data packages that have been highly rendered and modified. Some of the sounds and pictures are even purely fabricated. Technically speaking, this is no longer an actual stream. Now that Wu Yinglan has been killed by you, Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is in lack of leadership. The remainder of them will only be at an even greater loss about what to do. None of them will have the courage to shut down the stream. Got it. They will soon learn the feeling of falling into their own traps. Liao sneered. Have you located the nodes through which they are broadcasting the data packages and hacked them? Of course. Can you ask some meaningful questions next time? The mental devil grimaced. Don't forget that I swallowed abundant tenebrum energy from the internet extraterrestrial devil and absorbed all of Professor Mo Xian's heritages on the spiritual nexus and the crystal processors. It is not exaggerating to say that I am a strengthened, new generation internet devil. The internet devil before had devoured the star child from the Imperium at the beginning and had a deep knowledge about the features of the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus of the Imperium. Also, you reduced more than 30% of the power output of the energy core, which significantly decreased the performance of the mainframe crystal processors here. Furthermore, I played the trick of distraction and misled the enemy into thinking that I was going to attack the mainframe crystal processors of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, in full strength to seize control over the space fortress. As it turned out, the enemy dedicated whatever left of their computational ability to the defense of the mainframe crystal processors. None of them realized that our real targets are the nodes of the spiritual nexus in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the data transmission bases. Hehe. This is now essentially an undefended city where I can gallop free at will without meeting any hindrance. However, I need to remind you that I can only catch the enemy unprepared at best. They have an enormous array of advanced crystal processors after all, which are too overwhelming for me to resist. Once they realize what is going on, it is absolutely possible for them to block all the loopholes in 1 minute. Also, we can only solve the problem on the data sender's side, but we cannot influence the countermeasures of the data receptors. If the data from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, are packed and sent to a certain sector on the other side of the Sea of Stars, and the receiver finds that they are malicious, it is possible for the receiver to modify or even close the data exchange channel. Once the receiver closes the window and the door, there is nothing we can do about it. Frowning, Liao asked, ignore the details. Tell me, how much time can you earn at best? Here, about 1 minute. The mental devil replied. After the data are sent to other sectors, depending on how smart the information scrutinizers of those worlds are, I may be able to persist for half a minute, or maybe 10 seconds. 10 seconds to half a minute? Liao grinned in satisfaction. That's enough. Remember to hack a few more crystal cameras and aim them at me. Try to make me look handsome, awesome, and extraordinary, while communicating with the mental devil on strategies. Liao did not slow down at all. After scanning and figuring out the situation in the main reactor, Liao simply reached for the collapsed pathway and waved his hands, blowing away all the metal remnants that had blocked the pathway. On the other side of the pathway, a team of immortal cultivators was soaked in sweat as they tried to break through the pathway. Seeing that the pathway automatically expanded, they were all slightly dazed. Liao did not leave much time for bewilderment and desperation for them. The mystic skeleton blood wing turned into a streak of crimsonness and darted into the immortal cultivators, raising an overwhelming torrent of flames in exclamations of devastation. 3 minutes later, the furiously burning mystic skeleton blood wing strode forward unstoppably in the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The central area that was peaceful, quiet, comfortable, and filled with the extravagance and nonchalance of the upper class half a day ago, had now turned into a hell drowned in the ocean of blood. Roars of the prisoners and cries of the staff were resounding everywhere, mixed by the curses of some battle-type immortal cultivators. But their curses were often swallowed by the sounds of attacks and ferocious beasts, having food after only a few seconds. It was their own karma. Liao had only limited sympathy, and most of it had been given to the ordinary people on the land of sins. He found no disturbance at all when he saw the gory bodies of the immortal cultivators. "Help me! Help me! Help me!" A middle-aged man wearing a white gown who looked like a researcher of the laboratories ran to Liao in panic. Perhaps Liao's crystal suit and his indifferent vibe gave him the illusion that Liao was also one of the immortal cultivators. As if he had met a lifesaver, he jumped to Liao's leg, half running and half crawling. Liao rolled his leg and kicked the man right back into the hundreds of hideous, insane prisoners behind. The sounds of flesh being torn apart and bones being broken immediately echoed in the crowd. In desperate screams, the researcher was ripped into sliced meat the size of fingernails by the experiment subjects he had created in person. Hoochie! 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 Bulging their bloodshot eyes, the prisoners stared at Liao. Ha! Liao slightly frowned, releasing the most aggressive aura that lashed at the prisoners who had been caught in craziness like burning whips. They all grunted and finally cooled down more or less. "If you have had enough killing, go steal some more fuel and assets. Then, try to find a carrier in the spaceports." Liao said, "Some of you must have experience in piloting the mining starships, don't you? It depends on your luck if you can pilot a carrier. This space fortress will soon crash on the surface of the planet. If you really can't find a carrier or are unable to pilot one, you'd better be prepared to live and lurk on or below the planet. In any case, this is as far as I can help all of you." All the prisoners were slightly dazed. After looking at each other in bewilderment for a while, they rolled their eyes in bewilderment and dispersed. Liao continued pushing forward through the burning, exploding pathways, on the bleeding, twisted bodies of the immortal cultivators and prisoners, all the way to the most critical part of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, which was the area where the main control room and the information processing center were at. It was the last position that the immortal cultivators were still holding. Guarded by the elites of the Heavenly Eye Legion, the place was yet to be conquered by the tides of prisoners. The dead bodies of the prisoners had been piled up on one side of the pathway. The prisoners who had gone berserk tried to break in time and time again, only to be blown back by the stormy firepower of the immortal cultivators. They were so exasperated that they were shrieking in fury and scratching themselves hard until they were bleeding. Liao's arrival raised the howls of the prisoners. Their passion and hot blood were almost blowing up the entire pathway. Liao was unmoved. He simply patted one side of the helmet on his crystal suit lightly and sent a ripple to Neltharion that had long dived into the place. "Are you ready? Everything is ready. All the crystal cameras have been aimed at you." The mental devil blew a whistle. "Bring it on. You must make sure that I look handsome, invincible, graceful, and absolutely charming." Liao couldn't remind the mental devil enough. This is the first time in the past 1,000 years that a cultivator has held an unprecedentedly super live stream toward all the people in the entire Imperium. "Got it. Come on," the mental devil said. "I guarantee that you will be as awesome, attractive, and charming as you can imagine, and that even if the picture may only be a few seconds long, the girls in the entire Imperium, young and old, will feel their hearts flipped and fall in love with you without regrets and complaints, as if intoxicated." "That's good." In a smile, Liao hinted to the hideous, rampant prisoners to clear the way, while he fell on one of his knees, making preparations for a short-distance dash. Then, the two bloody rings were raised again like two red flags flapping in the end. It could even be vaguely seen that two enormous dragons were dancing crazily on the flags. You are so fond of live streams, aren't you? Let's play it then. Dear audience, the live stream that belongs to the Cultivators begins now. For a moment, the passionate battle hymn that solely belonged to Liao swept across the entire pathway, the entire Imperium, and the entire universe in the most overwhelming way like an unstoppable tsunami. Boom! The bloody wings on Liao's back immediately interwoven into a helix. From the center of the helix, a dazzling light almost as brilliant as a starship's exhaust flames when it was moving at full speed spurted out. The savaging light was so intense that it even rushed to 1,000 meters away and melted through 7 layers of cabin walls that were made of superalloys. The mystic skeleton blood wing let out roars like a primeval beast. The quakes of the armors turned into blasts, blowing away the brawny mutated prisoners as if they were dry leaves and branches. Liao's speed was immediately accelerated to the highest, as he charged at the defense line of the immortal cultivators against the bullets and mystic rays that were like a thunderstorm. Dozens of immortal cultivators were blown to midair by him at the first contact. Before they had the opportunity to struggle, the crystal suits all over their bodies had fallen apart. The storm bolters, the machine guns, the crystal cannons, and all the other firearms were attracted to Liao. Liao did not even bother to look at the immortal cultivators. Now that their battle formation had completely collapsed, they could be taken care of by the mutated prisoners who were now swarming forward. The two wings behind Liao were folded in the front. The feathers made of mystic rays and spiritual energy revolved rapidly into an invincible drill, which dug into the indestructible gate, the last defense. The metals were melted, and white smoke was popping up. An orange, highly heated channel was drilled through. Stomping on the melted metal, Liao marched in unstoppably like a bloody tornado and barged into the control center at the most central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, facing hundreds of research-type and admin-type immortal cultivators, who were biochemists, specialists of crystal processors, and the managers of the platform of Slaughterstream. Shwa! 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 When all the immortal cultivators looked at him in shock, fear, and desperation, none of them noticed that the crystal cameras that were distributed everywhere in the control center were aimed at the awe-inspiring and dominating mystic skeleton blood wing at the same time, or that their crystal processors, which were still functioning at a high efficiency, had been implanted with abundant lethal viruses. Come on! Grinning hideously, Liao extended his arms to the maximum. Almost 100 storm bolters, machine guns, crystal cannons, chaotic fire crossbows, and TIE lightning railguns were slowly unfolded behind him in the shape of a sector, and crystal bombs spurted out of his dozens of cosmos rings like raindrops. They were distributed around him evenly like well-formed chess pieces, spreading out slowly. If you are so eager to watch, I'll show you what a real cultivator is today. In the Temple of Cultivators, the control center of the global sword network below the ground of the Land of Sins, under Wei Longtao's highly agitative persuasion and the threat of countless spiritual puppets, most of the resistance warriors of Starlight had already collapsed. Somebody collapsed to the ground, their faces pale, their eyes glazed, and their minds empty. Some even sobbed against the wall, not for the upcoming fallout but because they had never really existed. Everything they knew was a lie. Their resistance, their endurance, and their pride were all jokes. No, it's impossible. None of this is true. Zhu Jingyun, the bald, tattooed female warrior, and few others were the only ones left who were still resisting stubbornly. But their stubbornness was more because of the hatred when their blood family members were killed and the infinite fury of Wei Longtao's betrayal than for the belief of cultivators. How is this happening? Is there really not a cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years? Of the two little fellows from the desolate worlds, Lu Li was holding the pot of gold barley seeds tightly, while Han Te was holding Lu Li. Both of them felt each other's messy breath and hopeless voices. For the first time in their lives, They felt the deepest confusion and the infinite malignance of the world of the adults. Not far away from them, Xiahou Wuxin and Xianxia, the pair of master and disciple who were in a rather unique relation, simply chuckled in their desperation, with the obvious determination of death in their eyes. They had already made up their minds to fight until their last breath today. Perhaps the Fist King was the only guy who was still calm at this moment, because he was not literally a guy at all. For him, he did not have emotions such as anger, desperation, fear, or frustration. As long as his metal body could continue to move, and his crystal processor could still select the tactic from the policy database that was most pertaining to the current situation, he would simply continue fighting as vigorously as before. Just wake up already. Stop dwelling on your fantasies. Looking at the army of spiritual puppets that were drawing close, Wei Longtao said earnestly, with sweat the size of beans leaking out of his forehead. The cultivators have been doomed to extinction since 1,000 years ago. Those ghosts, those old-fashioned antiques, and those childish morons are unqualified, incapable, and impossible to survive in this world. Only the Imperium and the immortal cultivators are the sole dominators of the entire sea of stars. So Jingyun, you are the warrior that I have the highest hope for in our organization. We can work for Manjasaka, the city in the sky, as members of the Heavenly Eye Group together. The most brilliant future is awaiting us, which will be 100, 1,000, 1,000,000 times better than the sunless life we have right now like a rat in a gutter. Come on, believe me, I have never made a wrong choice, and it is not going to be an exception this time. I will lead everybody to hope. He extended his hand to Zhuo Jingyun in the most sincere way. Her face rigid, Zhuo Jingyun stared at Wei Longtao's big hands with her almost transparent eyes for a long time. Taking a deep breath, she spat out 2 words. Damn you! The bald female warrior raised her saber and aimed at her leader, the tip of her saber shivering. We are cultivators. Looking at each other, Han Te and Lu Li gritted their teeth and lifted their weapons like Zhuo Jingyun, before they looked at each other again in uncertainty. Aren't we? The Fist King extended his fist. Xiahou Wuxin and Xianxia supported each other to raise their sabers. Countless resistance warriors also gnashed their teeth while weeping hard, raising high their blades that had been dented. There will always be cultivators. Looking at Wei Longtao, Zhuo Jingyun declared, one word after another. Even if you can kill all of us, you cannot kill all the cultivators in the Sea of Stars. One day our successors will show up. They will. Do you remember why our organization is named Starlight? Every glittering star in the dark universe represents a cultivator. As long as there is starlight in the universe, there will forever be a cultivator burning themselves out there somewhere. Wei Longtao felt that his rough face was itching, as if somebody were stinging it with needles. For some reason, he did not have the courage to look Zhuo Jingyun in the eyes. All right, you are asking for your own death. That's not my fault. Then, just go to hell with all the dummies in the space. Pointing at the starships of starlight that were on fire on the enormous light beam above the temple, Wei Longtao laughed aloud to cover his frustration. The 1,000 spiritual puppets around that were remotely controlled had all been unfolded into the battle form. Lethal brilliance was condensed in the dark barrels at the same time while all of them were aimed at the center of the temple. The last cultivators of the martial meritocrat sector stood next to each other, shoulder by shoulder. Clutching to their chains words and their vibration sabers, they let out the deafening roars. Right then, a few weird stripes flashed on the enormous light beam that was floating above their heads to sap their morale. In the next, the picture blinked and switched from the space battlefield to the inside of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The 3D light beam that was as vivid as a statue manifested an unbelievably glamorous, violent, and dominating black crystal suit in front of all the cultivators, the immortal cultivators, and the defectors. Boom! 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 The mystic rays and the barrage around the black crystal suit, like the wings of colorful butterflies, covered everyone's eyes in the most eye-catching yet dangerous way, as if the whole world were under his savaging and suppression. Everything was blown up into smithereens, and explosions were taking place everywhere. This is utterly shocked. Wei Longtao could not recognize what was going on at all, and his beard was shaking non-stop. Zhu Jingyun also opened her mouth wide. Her intuitions told her that it was unlikely to be a scene where the immortal cultivators butchered the cultivators. Instead, it was more like Han Te and Lu Li were lost for words for a long time. Looking at each other, they found nothing but confusion on their faces. All the cultivators were dumbfounded, so shocked as if a series of crystal bombs had been detonated right on the tips of their noses. From the broadcast rune arrays on the two sides of the light beam, the most violent music exploded out. The stormy drumming almost bashed everyone's eardrum and heart at the same time. However, even the most violent music could not suppress the roar of the master of the black crystal suit that was triggered by his soul. Open your goddamn eyes and observe. This is what cultivators do. What's this? Cultivators? There was nothing but dead silence in the temple of cultivators. Everybody, be they a cultivator or an immortal cultivator, was frozen into an ice statue, including the spiritual puppets that had entered the battle. The remote signals from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, seemed to have been seriously jammed. The slaughter machines were all shivering slightly with their heads tilted. Some of them were even roaming about, opening and closing the weapon compartments but unable to lock onto a target. This is the interior of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the most central pivot of control, no less. Xiahou Wuxin, who knew a thing or two about the bloody flower of the other shore, was the first to realize what was going on. He roared in ecstasy. The cultivators in the space have broken into the most central part of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. They are on a killing spree. Rivers of blood are running in the control center. This wretched man has been lying to us. Holding Lu Li's hand hard, Han Te mumbled, with hot tears flowing out of his eyes. Look, what a strong cultivator. The legend is true. The cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years does exist. The strongest cultivator in the sea of stars has arrived. The young man roared out with the strength that almost ripped apart his chest. Wei Longtao trembled with a face as pale as a dead person's. It's impossible. Looking at Liao on the light beam, who was slaughtering the enemy unstoppably, he stuttered. There is no such thing as a cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years. Everything is clearly under the immortal cultivator's control. Everything. Before he realized what was going on, a metal storm had already rushed to his face. Cut the crap. Let the battle begin, the Fist King said casually. Inside the Temple of Cultivators, roars and cries echoed, and flames of spiritual energy soared to the sky. A lot of resistance warriors of starlight were repeating what Liao had just said. Open your goddamn eyes and observe. This is what cultivators do. The Land of Sins, or the Martial Meritocrat sector, was the first world to have received the astonishing pictures and roars from Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Almost at the same time, the data transmission bases that had been hacked, corrupted, and hijacked by the mental devil sent out countless data packages along the high-speed information transmission routes that had been long planned to the hundreds of sectors and thousands of planets of the entire imperium of true human beings, including the groundbreaking pictures and the roars from the cultivators. In the unsettled space zone, on the mining starship of the model mining base of the Imperium Gao Shaojian, as a representative of the distinguished miners who had received mechanical modifications all over the body, was appreciating the special show with his workmates in the loyalty room together. The cultivators' hilariousness made them burst into laughter. The explosions of the starships made their blood boil too. When the lightning trident, the national flag of the Imperium of true human beings, was flapping on the light beam, every miner was cheering for it from the bottom of their heart, feeling proud for the immortal cultivators and the Imperium. Suddenly, the picture changed. The dominating fleet of the Imperium, the invincible immortal cultivators, and the cultivators who were fighting like caged beasts were all gone, replaced by the picture where Liao was running amok on a killing spree inside Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The dark and mysterious crystal suit, the blood wings that were spluttering like flags, and the light cannons that were bursting consecutively made him look like a reincarnation of the god of death, leaving an ineffaceable mark on the heart of Gao Xiaojian and his workmates. It was impossible even for them to imagine the picture to be one where the immortal cultivators were massacring the cultivators because Liao was reciting Cultivator after every blow, every kick, and every slash. This is what cultivators do. This is what cultivators fucking do. After 1,000 years, the cultivators are back again. Liao was almost painting a caption of Cultivator right on his forehead. Of the guys who were crying and escaping in panic, with their broken limbs flying everywhere, some were obviously wearing the military uniforms and the standard crystal suits of the Imperium of true human beings. There was the lighting trident emblem, the symbol of the Imperium, on the chest and the arms of the armor. It was impossible to erase them at all. Bam! On the picture, one of the immortal cultivators was tossed to the ground heavily. While struggling to crawl, he shrieked in the most ear-splitting way. He happened to reveal the emblem of the Trident Lightning and the logo of the Heavenly Eye Group on one side of his helmet to the camera. His shrieks that were filled with fear and desperation were blood-freezing enough for Gao Xiaojian and his workmates despite the long distance they had traveled in space. Boom! Gao Xiaojian and his workmates were completely shocked into bewilderment, as if 10,000 crystal bombs had exploded in their heads at the same time. They found it impossible to accept such an appalling picture, nor could they change their mindset so drastically in a hurry. Why on earth were the immortal cultivators butchering the cultivators as if they were chicken, easily and confident of the victory, a few seconds ago, only to be butchered by the cultivators as pitiful prey only a few seconds later? It was too bloodthirsty, too violent, and too thrilling. The loyalty room was caught in the chaos. On the entire mining starship, all the cabins that were watching the special show of the slaughter stream were in chaos. Gao Xiaojian felt that all the lubricants over his body were boiling. His head was bombarded by crystal bombs first, and a volcano was erupting fiercely at this moment. He stood to his feet, lightheaded, waving his mechanical arms, but not knowing what to do exactly. He could only continue watching the 3D light beam in trauma. On the 3D light beam, Liao's slaughter and sabotage were still going on. After emptying all the ammunition of the storm bolters and the crystal cannons, he began to sweep across the place with the cell obliteration cannon blatantly. Most of the immortal cultivators in the control center were admin type or research type. None of them could sustain for a few seconds in front of the battle type cultivator in the divinity transformation stage. They all turned into smoke and burnt bodies in screams and moans. The immortal cultivators who were lucky to survive to this moment were almost shitting their pants in fear. Gao Xiaojian had never seen the immortal cultivators as devastated before. In his impression, the immortal cultivators were always high and mighty, taciturn, fearless, and full of righteousness. Wasn't such a devastated and hilarious demeanor more fit to be a standard pose for the cultivators? Or rather, even the desperate cultivators just now did not look as panicked as them. Deep down in Gao Xiaojian's heart, something very feeble collapsed. The world before his eyes became fuzzy and unreal. Ear-splitting buzzes echoed inside the loyalty room. Countless immortal cultivators charged into the room with their electromagnetic whips. Before, Gao Xiaojian had the deepest fear for the electromagnetic whips of the immortal cultivators, which could cause the most excruciating pain to both a body of flesh and blood and a body of metals and gears. However, the immortal cultivators were in obvious confusion too. They waved their electromagnetic whips for a long time, but they failed to find a target to land them on. The massacre on the light beam was still going on, unstoppable and full of the gratification of resistance and revenge. After a long days, a few immortal cultivators jumped to the crystal processors, ripping apart the crystal processors as well as the light beams. The loyalty room was immediately caught in darkness, with nothing but the heavy and disordered panting of the immortal cultivators left. Some sordid and cunning enemy disrupted our signals and displayed tremendous false videos that were made up. The immortal cultivators shouted drilly, "The loyalty education is now suspended. Everyone shall return to your respective chamber immediately. No talking, no moving." Gao Xiaojian and his workmates were silent under the waving, spluttering electromagnetic whips, as if they had become the most docile machines as they had always been. They lined up orderly. However, when Gao Xiaojian peeped at his workmates next to him, he discovered that his workmates were also looking at him with weird faces. Their man-made eyes were flashing non-stop, and they could both tell each other's astonishment and confusion. Are the Lord Immortal Cultivators scared? They were eager to ask each other the question, but eventually, they simply swallowed their confusion deeply and buried it together with other questions. However, many of their organs had been replaced by the crystals and cold machines. The numb miners had their own brains and their souls. Deep inside their brains, countless questions were bubbling up like the leakage of the high-pressure gas deep inside the minds beyond their control. Were the pictures real? Was the expert who looked like a god of war really a cultivator? Who is he exactly? What is this all about? The thousands of questions congregated into Li Yao's roar again. This is what cultivators do. The same picture was displayed in the many planets in the many worlds of the many space zones in the entire Imperium at the same time. Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng went through all the trouble to establish the Slaughterstream platform and to build up the information channels leading to the billions of terminals in different worlds for the purpose of etching their image deeply into the eyes, the brains, and the hearts of the billions of people of the Imperium. However, it was now the shiniest state for cultivators and for Li Yao. While the immortal cultivators were in a flurry to cut off the spiritual nexus, to block the picture, to disrupt the signals, to smash the crystal processors, and to let out the roars of embarrassment and fury, hundreds of thousands of workers, farmers, and even bottom-level immortal cultivators had already seen the picture of Li Yao's invincibility. They saw how Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was riddled with holes under his attack, and how countless immortal cultivators were shuddering in fear under his feet, only to be blown into nothingness in screams. What is this about? Countless people took off their virtualization helmet and screamed desperately. What kind of monster is this? Such a tough cultivator. Buildings that were similar to the loyalty room were mired in chaos, with exclamations of disbelief echoing non-stop. False! False! Everything is false. Some of the immortal cultivators were so shocked that their hearts were almost exploding. They kicked their crystal processors to the ground and blew it apart brutally. But a moment later, they immediately regretted their action and searched everywhere for new terminals that had access to the slaughter stream. Accident. A super stream accident. The governors of countless planets gnashed their teeth in utmost fury. Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng had always wanted to impress them with the power of the spiritual nexus and the media. Now, they couldn't have learned it better. In such a ridiculous, weird, and unimaginable way. In about 10 seconds to half a minute, all the information transmission channels of the Slaughterstream platform were shut down. Some resource planets even resorted to extreme measures including global blackout to completely eliminate the import of the poisonous information. But it was too late. The shocking performance no longer than half a minute was enough to implant something into the hearts of countless people of the Imperium and to awaken something else, making them realize that the immortal cultivators were not invincible and that they totally had a different choice other than doing obediently what they were asked to do. The power of the spiritual nexus couldn't have been better shown at such a moment. The pictures of a few seconds long disseminated quickly among the various nodes of the spiritual nexus of the Imperium virally. The nobles, the sector's masters, and the sect leaders could stop slaves and part of the hominoids from bullshitting in cyberspace. However, a lot of middle-level and low-level immortal cultivators also saw the pictures and were deeply interested in the mysterious cultivator. A mysterious and formidable enemy was always particularly eye-catching. It was impossible for the Imperium to deprive all the immortal cultivators of their right to surf on the spiritual nexus, right? In less than 5 minutes, Li Yao had become the star on the spiritual nexus that had the highest attention and became the topic of discussion for everyone. Nobody could have been more popular than him. His declaration had shocked the entire universe. In no more than 1 minute and 3 seconds, all the sectors had cut off the information transmission to the Slaughterstream platform of the Heavenly Eye Group. But by then, the mental devil had already completely grasped the spiritual nexus bases in Manjasaka, the city in the sky, The pictures of Li Yao's invincible killing spree had been compressed into data packages and fabricated in multiple layers before they were sent to the various nodes of the spiritual nexus in the Imperium, as well as all the addresses that could be found in the database of the crystal processors in the space fortress. The nodes and the addresses on the spiritual nexus could be a certain professional academic forum in the Imperium, or the public mailbox of a certain export, or even the official website of a certain deep sky fleet. As an enormous country that included hundreds of sectors, thousands of planets, and billions of people and spanned the entire universe, the Imperium of true human beings could not neglect the merits of the spiritual nexus, however secluded and autocratic it was. A hyperlight-speed communication network in space was the basis for the existence of a universal country and the tool for its governance. It was absolutely impossible to shut down the entire network. If the Imperium of true human beings truly lost the spiritual nexus that connected all the sectors, it would definitely fall apart in 24 hours. Therefore, after the mental devil sent the videos of Li Yao's battle or massacre to the nodes on the spiritual nexus of the Imperium, nothing could possibly stop it from spreading out exponentially. What a terrifying speed! What unstoppable moves! What a marvelously made crystal suit! Since when do the cultivators have such an expert? It's too amazing and unbelievable. Is he one of the cultivators who used to dominate the entire universe before the appearance of the immortal cultivators? At this moment, including the young officers of the army of the Imperium, countless immortal cultivators recalled again the days when the entire universe was governed by the cultivators, and that the founders of Star Ocean Republic, the one and only superpower in the universe in the old days, called themselves Cultivators too. Who is he? Who can he possibly be? The immortal cultivators searched for Li Yao's information on the high-level private forums and intelligence websites. Any expert couldn't have just popped out of thin air. For a man as strong as Li Yao, there must be traces about him in the past. But as it happened, after countless immortal cultivators shared their intelligence with each other, they couldn't find out Li Yao's origins at all. The only thing that kept spreading out nonstop was the slice of the battle pictures of the mysterious expert. What a mysterious cultivator. Even some of the leadership of the Imperium, including many sector leaders, elders, sector masters, and lords, had noticed Li Yao in great surprise. The real upper class, the controllers, and the manipulators behind the curtain in the Imperium had been focusing on Li Lingfeng at the beginning. In their eyes, the cultivators who fought like caged beasts and who could never be annihilated like cockroaches and rats were really not too much of a headache. Compared with the heated, fierce war in the front line, the minor military operation in the rear mattered little to the foundation of the Imperium. Their interest was more on Li Lingfeng than on Starlight, the resistance group of the cultivators. Li Lingfeng was among the best immortal cultivators in the prime generation of the Imperium. It was said that many elders in the Li family had high hopes for him. He had a good chance to take a leap upward in the future or even become the leader of the Li family and one of the four Kurfürsten. Maybe, in the near future 100 or 200 years later, Li Lingfeng would be qualified to squeeze into the circle of the big shots, chatting and negotiating with them to maintain the balance of interests with each other. The operation of Dying Light could almost be considered as a minor test given by the experts of the older generation of the Imperium for Li Lingfeng, in order to check if he was truly qualified to be a prominent Kurfürst, and to enter the supreme hall where the stars and the cosmos were at his disposal. Therefore, the Li family did not launch all the available resources or give Li Lingfeng full support. It was meant to see if he could resolve the problem of the cultivators neatly with only his own abilities. In the eyes of the many big shots of the Imperium, including the leader of the Li family, the cultivators were nothing more than turtles in a tank, or loaches that had bitten the hooks. Even though Li Lingfeng was not capable enough to command an operation of the scale of Dying Light, the battle would have only been protracted, which would significantly reduce its promotional value, or maybe a few small fries might have escaped. Nothing worse could possibly happen. Little did they anticipate that a vulture Li Yao would jump out of nowhere and shoot right through the heart of Manjusaka, the city in the sky. As a result, Li Lingfeng's game had completely collapsed, and he couldn't have been more devastated. Bam! In the picture, the chest of one of the immortal cultivators burst out abruptly again. Through the bleeding, twisted hole in the middle of his internal organs, Countless immortal cultivators could clearly be seen dancing crazily on fire, as well as the black crystal suit that looked like a fiend. At this moment, the elites of countless immortal cultivator families had been gathered in Manjasaka, the city in the sky. A lot of them were among the most distinguished ones in the younger generation. As the hope of their family, they were instructed by the big shots of their family out of good intentions to grow more experience on the land of sins. But at this moment, they were all killed miserably by Liao or the mutated beasts in the ugliest way. Boom! 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 Now that all the moving targets had been executed, Liao began to barrage the wall of the cabin crazily, blowing up all the units that could have been blown up. The picture even jumped out of the interior of the space fortress and was switched to the exterior of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, allowing all the immortal cultivators to see clearly the miserable outcome of the bloody flower of the other shore, where it crashed to the martial meritocrats' planet slowly while dismembering, spurting out tremendous metal scraps, and drowned by fireballs. Demonstration. It was an out-and-out demonstration. Who is he? Who is he exactly? I want you to figure it out in the shortest amount of time through whatever means possible. Including the four Kurfürsten, the real big shots of the Imperium were all infuriated by Liao. The entire Imperium had been deeply shocked by the storm raised by the flap of wings of a minor butterfly, that was Liao. It was needless to say that the space battlefield right next to Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was where a fierce fight was going on. The fleet of the Imperium commanded by Li Lingfeng and the coalition fleet of Starlight both received the data packages that the mental devil had sent out crazily. The most splendid and bloody pictures were displayed on the public channels. This is the cultivators and the immortal cultivators who were engaged in a fierce battle found it hard to believe their eyes. The scorching battlefield was frozen for 3 seconds because of Liao's astonishing action. They were suspicious for a moment if it were some kind of bad joke. However, the collapse and fall of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was an obvious fact that was happening right now. All the starships had detected the disorder of spiritual energy and the plummet of the orbit of the flower of the other shore. As the space fortress and the atmosphere rubbed at a high speed, the bloody flower of the other shore was immediately enshrouded in colorful flames. The crazy and futile dance could be clearly sensed even if all of them were hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. One captain of Starlight launched a destructive mystic ray to Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to test it. The spiritual shield and the defense he expected, however, did not show up. The mystic rays marched forward unstoppably and hit the target in less than 20 seconds. A giant light ball was raised on the surface of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and when the light ball perished, a torrent of metals erupted out. The target's spiritual shield has lost effect entirely. The force field twisting array is now gone too. The crystal railguns and the mystic rays guns can now easily hit the target. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is dropping fast. It seems barely able to stabilize in its geosynchronous orbit. The amazing discovery overjoyed all the cultivators. They were here for a great battle and to die together with Manjasaka, the city in the sky, at the cost of their own lives in the first place. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, they had to grasp it no matter how grave the price was. They were determined to shoot down the man-eating nest of fiends. The starships of Starlight seemed to have received the same instruction. All of them marched at the bloody flower of the other shore relentlessly. They completely ignored the bombardments that the immortal cultivators rained upon them crazily, but simply vented their fury and hatred to Manjasaka, the city in the sky. It was the simplest arithmetic question. The two parties were both dumping the fiercest firepower upon the enemy, but no matter how ragged the starships of Starlight were, they were under the protection of the spiritual shields and the force field twisting arrays. Before their spiritual energy ran out, they could resist at least 70% of the attacks. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, on the other hand, was both too large a target and had lost most of the energy supply, which resulted in complete paralysis of the defense system. It had to shoulder 100% of the cultivators' attacks. Which parties would suffer great damages in such mutual attacks? For a moment, the cultivators' morale was higher than ever, while the immortal cultivators seemed rather disorganized. It must be noted that they never considered the quest of dying light as a real battle but only a game. A game. Only God knew why this was happening. Who is he? Who is the mysterious person exactly? Countless cultivators were crying desperately on their starships. Who is he? Is he the cultivator who has been lurking on the land of sins the whole time, the senior who went into hibernation in the heydays of the martial meritocrat civilization 1,000 years ago, and the legendary cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years? Were the legends that we were told when we grew up all true? He does exist, including Gao Kongda. All the cultivators felt that their blood was boiling. They could not think of a second possibility however hard they tried to. A legendary hero arrived out of nowhere at the most critical moment and fought side by side with them, completely changing the outcome of the battle. It was really, as long as one of the billions of stars is still shining, there will forever be a cultivator who keeps on fighting and burning themselves in furious flames that will illuminate the entire universe. The starlight never dies, and neither will the cultivators. There will always be cultivators. Let's go now and show the goddamn immortal cultivators what cultivators really are. Gao Kongda burst into laughter and tears. Activating the spiritual shield of Great Mountain, the armed mining starship, to the maximum, he charged at Manjasaka, the city in the sky, unstoppably like a shooting star that was tearing apart the sky. The legendary cultivator. Let us give you a hand. At the center of the turbulence in space and everyone's attention, deep inside the pistils of the bloody flower of the other shore, Liao pushed away the last immortal cultivator in his view. With his left hand behind his back, he raised his right hand and opened his fingers, launching the cell obliteration cannon that blew the unlucky fellow to more than 20 cabin walls away. Well? The mental devil's voice suddenly echoed inside his brain. Who on earth can possibly stop me? Liao blew at his right palm. But of course, because of the blockage of the helmet on the crystal suit, it was nothing more than a cool and awesome pose. No, I'm trying to say. The mental devil hesitated. You want to know who I am? I am your doom. Liao made yet another embarrassing pose to the many crystal cameras floating in midair. I think it's time you call it a day. This place is about to be melted into a steel factory, the mental devil said helplessly. Just wash your neck and wait patiently, for I will come to you one by one soon. Very soon. Liao poked his middle finger at the crystal cameras, declaring both thoughtfully and coldly. Then, after a sneer, he triggered mystic rays from the tips of his fingers and blew up all the crystal cameras brutally. How about it? How about it? After blowing up the crystal cameras, Liao seemed to have turned into somebody else. He asked the mental devil in a hurry, "Did you capture my last movement? Wasn't it very shocking and characteristic? The sector masters, the lords, the emperor, and such in the imperium of true human beings must be stumbling in fear, aren't they? That's what I wanted to tell you earlier." The mental devil said, "Our channels to the outside world on the spiritual nexus have been completely cut off. Both those on the Slaughterstream platform and other miscellaneous nodes on the spiritual nexus. It is impossible for us to continue sending out the data packages." Liao. So, I said the last few lines and made those poses for nothing? The mental devil. Exactly. Since the line of who on earth can stop me, nobody could see or hear you anymore. However, speaking of which, how are you capable of speaking such shameful lines so solemnly? Do you not feel sick and pretentious? Liao. Why didn't you say it earlier? The mental devil. I meant to say it just now, but you were too busy feeling good about yourself to notice me. Can't be helped. I wanted to send out some more data packages too, but you specified that the control system of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was not to be sabotaged, in case the space fortress really went out of control and crashed on the surface of the planet brutally. As a result, some sort of internal barrier in the crystal processors seems to have been activated and automatically cuts off all the data transmission both internally and externally. There's nothing I can do right now. Forget it. Such things are all details. I think this is enough for the day. Let's just offer a better performance to the people of all the sectors of the Imperium next time we have an opportunity. Liao licked his dry lips. It was not until this moment that he felt the fatigue deep inside his brain and his veins. However, the fire of the soul was still burning furiously, and he couldn't have been more excited. How about it? You must have sent out quite a few minutes of video just now, didn't you? Yes, the mental devil replied. Through the high-speed special channel of the SlaughterStream platform alone, we already transmitted about 55 seconds of video, shot from different perspectives and places. Later, after the SlaughterStream platform was stuffed, I duplicated the video into thousands of copies and tossed them randomly into the depths of the spiritual nexus of the Imperium that was as vast as an ocean. A surging tide must have been raised in the entire sea of stars right now. I have to say that the game has truly gone big this time. Of course, the Cultivators are announcing their grand return after 1,000 years. The bigger the scene is, the better. In a smile, Liao said confidently. In such a way, it is certainly possible to plant a different seed in the hearts of countless people and immortal cultivators of the Imperium, isn't it? Liao still hadn't forgotten the black hole plan that he proposed 100 years ago. The so-called black hole plan was not about magical equipment such as black hole bombs, but about how to activate the strength of the people and to transform millions of ordinary people into black holes that intimidated the immortal cultivators. The Star Glory Federation was too small after all, and it was highly incapable of competing with a united Imperium of true human beings on the frontal battlefield. The best it could do was to show up as an unexpected army at a critical moment where the balance of strength was about to be lost. But if he could raise the wrath of all the human compatriots in the entire sea of stars, it might be reshaped into overwhelming tides that would change the universe. Liao had not quite figured out what he should do specifically. It might turn out to be a protracted war that would last 1,000 years, and he was nothing more than a minor vanguard in the war for the ordinary people to pick up their dignity and freedom again. But at the very least, he had planted a seed in everyone's heart. Liao had no doubt that, in an appropriate time and place, the billions of seeds that had been sprayed to the hearts of the people would have a chance to root, sprout, and yield amazing fruits. All right, the immortal cultivators have been mostly killed. We have announced our grand entrance in front of the billions of people of the entire Imperium too. The fall of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is unstoppable now. So, the only issue at hand right now is how to get away. Thinking quickly, Liao rubbed his hands while his lips curled into a cunning smile. However, first of all, I don't think the 30 or so cosmos rings that we brought here are filled yet, are they? Liao looted trophies in the central area of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. His targets were naturally the most bleeding-edge magical equipment and the most precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures, including the marrow crystals of high purities and the advanced fuel that powered crystal suits. Of course, he also wouldn't miss out on the abundant experiment files and research data in Manjasaka, the city in the sky. All the precious files and data were stored in the mainframe crystal processors, locked tightly by all sorts of barriers and seals. Liao and the mental devil were unable to crack the barriers for the time being, so they simply resorted to the simplest and most straightforward approach. They directly dismantled the storage chips of the seemingly most advanced crystal processors and stored the trophies into their cosmos rings. The abundant data accumulated in the labs for almost 100 years and all the files about countless top-secret projects all fell into Liao's hands. While Liao was emptying the central control center, a deafening explosion echoed on the shell of the space fortress not far away. Liao blew a whistle softly, outlining an azure storm that had gone mad in his head. Li Lingfeng is back with a colossus. What a tough tsunami of spiritual energy. It is even fiercer than a fully armed arsenal warship. Liao chuckled and set the mystic skeleton blood wing into stealth mode. He then controlled his breath and heartbeat and even locked all the pores over his body, not leaking the slightest spiritual energy. As long as he was not spotted by the naked eye, he would look no different from any of the cold bodies around him on any scanning magical equipment. It was true that Li Lingfeng was far stronger than him in terms of both level and experience. Whatever sordid and shameless tricks he were to resort to, there was not even a 1% possibility that he could take down Li Lingfeng like how he took down Wu Yinglan. But so what? Both of them were in the divinity transformation stage and had the help of a colossus. He was only one minor level lower than Li Lingfeng and short of some battle experience with other experts in the divinity transformation stage at best. While he could not defeat Li Lingfeng, it was fairly difficult for Li Lingfeng to kill him too. Besides, even if Li Lingfeng wanted to kill him, he must find him first. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was a rather large place. The main structure was like an amalgamation of multiple metropolises, which made it as complicated as a maze. Right now, explosions, fire, and fallouts were happening everywhere. Every place was mired in chaos. Liao certainly would not be silly enough to go out and challenge Li Lingfeng. He would simply pretend to be a body that could be seen everywhere and just watch how Li Lingfeng could possibly find him. Boom! 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 Li Lingfeng, who was far away, seemed to be sabotaging the place with his colossus, Tempest God, venting the fury in his heart. Be my guest. This is your own space fortress after all. You can tear it apart however you want to. It is your own spiritual energy that gets consumed in the end. Liao sneered and could further see the weakness underneath Li Lingfeng's dazzling identity and power. It seemed that the unparalleled expert who could grow into the next Kurfürst was yet another spoiled descendant of the noble family who had never been through any major trouble in his life and who was not half as strong-willed as he appeared to be. Liao had seen too many of such guys who thought they could control everything. Whenever things went out of their control, they would be completely at a loss about what to do, and their true selves would be revealed immediately. Liao made up his mind to play dead until the end and see what Li Lingfeng could possibly do. Right then, an accident happened again. As if 100 heavy cannons were stuck to one side of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and barraged it brutally. The space fortress suddenly slanted and fell at a higher speed. The flames burning on the shell were much brighter than before too. No, it was not the barrage of heavy cannons, but the collision from countless ragged, breaking starships, which had come relentlessly against the bombardment of the immortal cultivators and hit the main structure of Manjasaka, the city in the sky heavily, before they activated their power rune arrays to the maximum and pushed the space fortress to the planet together while spurting out the most dazzling exhaust flames. They were the starships of starlight. Liao could clearly sense the surging spiritual energy inside every starship, and the undying determination of fighting that belonged to the cultivators inside the starships. Dumbfounded, Liao immediately realized what the fellow cultivators who fought hard at the center of the cosmos were trying to do. Naturally, it was impossible for them to learn everything Liao had done inside Manjasaka, the city in the sky. They did not know that the space fortress was destined to fall. They only saw the weakness of the immortal cultivators and wanted to give Liao a hand. With their starships and their lives as their weapons, they were going to knock the lofty and looming Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to the surface of the planet together. One starship, another starship, and then yet another. At least dozens of starships of starlight crashed, or were even deeply embedded into Manjasaka, the city in the sky. The exhaust flames that they were spurting out were like the slanted pillars of a splendid palace after the collapse, or the many pillars of light that pierced deeply into the space fortress and accelerated the dismemberment and fall of the fiend's nest. More starships were providing protection for their comrades and taking the blow of the immortal cultivators until they fell apart and perished into the darkness of the universe in light balls. The cultivators' strategy, where they regarded death as their homecoming, greatly stunned Liao. He recalled visiting the War Museum at the East Ocean of the Federation in his younger days, where he saw Distant Expanse, known as the eternal flagship of the Federal Army. In the final battle against the Far East Demon Kingdom, which decided the fate of the Star Glory Federation, Distant Expanse, which had run out of all the supplies and ammunitions, did exactly the same thing. It charged at the enemy's battle formation with its iron body and burning determination, knocking down the formidable enemy's flagship. Maybe, on the two ends of the Sea of Stars, the cultivators of the Federation and the cultivators of the Imperium had a lot of differences. Maybe, under the suppression and annihilation of the Imperium of true human beings, the cultivators here had lost too many things. However, in any case, some things could never be changed. They were all cultivators. Liao's nostrils were on fire, from which hot streams that felt like smoke spurted out. At this moment, he sensed that Li Lingfeng's fury that could destroy everything was shifted at the starships that were crashing at Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Most of the starships were modified based on carriers and mining starships. They were much less sturdy in structure than the military starships. Having taken too much bombardment in the fierce battle just now, they were already riddled with holes and on the brink of collapse. It was impossible for them to bear Li Lingfeng's hateful attacks at all at this moment. They were all dismembering, exploding, collapsing, turning into scattered moths. Not good. Li Lingfeng is now on a rampage in fury and embarrassment. Devastating pictures immediately flashed inside Li Yao's head. If I continue pretending to be a dead person and leave it alone, he will certainly blow up the starships of all the cultivators. Li Yao's fingers began to move uncontrollably again. The smoke that was rolling inside his nostrils and throat was condensed into scorching magma. His brain was simmering even harder, and his soul was bouncing up and down like a gorilla in estrus. Hey, what are you doing? Maneuvering Neltharion, the mental devil turned into a streak of redness and appeared before Li Yao again, triggering sharp ripples. Don't do anything stupid. Li Lingfeng is not Wu Yinglan. He is not someone you can deal with right now. That is an expert in the divinity transformation stage who has been famous for a long time. Li Yao rubbed his nose. But I am an uprising star of the divinity transformation stage experts. Like the sun at 8 o'clock in the morning, the mental devil said in a hurry. Sun my ass. Don't be rash and don't do anything stupid. You can't win a head-on clash against Li Lingfeng. Even if the two of you are both in the divinity transformation stage and have a colossus, the combatability of the colossi depends on the sets of intact logistical, maintenance, and industrial systems. Without enough backup supplies and a maintenance workshop, our colossus is nothing but a one-time weapon. If it is broken and runs out of supplies after the battle, what are you going to do in the next battle? Where are you going to maintain your colossus? And where are you going to refill the fuel and ammunition? Li Yao hesitated. Seems so. You do have a point. On the shell of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, the massacre was still going on. The starships of Starlight were absolutely no match for Tempest God, Li Lingfeng's colossus. They were ripped apart and completely blown into cosmic dust one after another. The mental devil. Of course I have a point. There's also yourself. If you and Li Lingfeng are equally heavily wounded by each other in the battle, he can recover himself by going to the most advanced medical facilities at any moment. But what can you do? Don't forget that we are in the Imperium. Where can you find a hospital that can treat the patients in the divinity transformation stage? Li Yao, huh. Well said. The mental devil. If you know that I'm right, don't be rash and don't do anything silly. Calm down. You must calm down. Li Yao. Understood. Calm down. I must calm down. The mental devil. What are your hands doing? Why are you taking out of the cosmos rings? Why are you summoning Little Black? Why is your hair standing up as if in electric shock? It is now even entangled in cracking electric arcs and shining in red and gold. Hey, don't think that you can defeat your enemy by a headful of cool hair. Let me tell you, the most sensible decision right now is to preserve our strength and escape at the first opportunity available. Are you listening to me at all, asshole? I am. Your words are so correct and make so much sense. Opening his fingers, Li Yao combed his hair that had erected and risen to the sky like a bunch of arrows. Narrowing his eyes, he remarked, However, as you know, I have always been like this since the first day I embarked on the path of cultivation. This is what cultivators do. This is Vulture Li Yao. At the edge of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, on the bridge of Great Mountain, the armed mining starship, Gao Kongda, the captain, watched the starships of his comrades being blown up by Li Lingfeng's colossus one after another, yet he put on a smile of satisfaction with tears flowing on his face. With everything coming to this point, the result of the battle had far exceeded everyone's expectations. They had truly shot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Nothing could possibly stop the fiend's nest from falling, and all the evil immortal cultivators inside had been killed miserably. It was almost an accomplishment too good to be true. Gao Kongda could totally imagine the furious and overwhelmed looks of the immortal cultivators. The enemy had even deployed a colossus to deal with the mobsters like them. That was a colossus, the ultimate weapon of the imperium of true human beings and even the entire civilization of mankind, and the king of destruction that they had never dreamt of even in their nightmares. Having shot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and been killed by the wrath of a legendary colossus, Gao Kongda felt that his life was worth it. Forward, forward, forward. While laughing hard, he operated on the control panel quickly, trying to exploit the last bit of impetus out of Great Mountain, so that it could dig deeper into the shell of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and make it fall even faster. When Li Lingfeng's Colossus Tempest God ripped apart a light warship and appeared right in front of Gao Kongda's Great Mountain, the old miner and cultivator who had already fulfilled his wishes did not have any fear. He simply appreciated the destructive, invincible, and unstoppable beauty of the Colossus through the light beam. How majestic! Despite the blockage of dozens of layers of superalloy armor, Gao Kongda could still sense the aggressive vibe of the war machine. It was like the sun was falling and crashing at him straightforwardly. It was impossible for his crew and him to grow any will of resistance. They could only watch the storms raised by Li Lingfeng to swallow them. Every unit on Great Mountain that could shriek was shrieking. Feeble, floating electric arcs filled up the air. Everybody's hair had exploded into a fluff, and even their fingernails had split apart in cracking noises. The air of destruction permeated in every pathway and every cabin on the entire armed mining starship. Even the metals that constituted the wall and the floor were moaning in pain. It was exactly the smell of death. The Colossus, the ultimate weapon in the Sea of Stars, was exactly as dominating as that. Most of the crew members closed their eyes and gritted their teeth, waiting for the arrival of their destruction. Gao Kongda, however, was the only exception. He bulged his eyes, unwilling to let go of the opportunity of a close-distance contact with the Colossus. The unparalleled magnificence and the astonishing beauty deeply shocked and fascinated him. Then, he saw the most incredible scene that he could not forget for the rest of his life. The Tempest God, Li Lingfeng's Colossus, had already raised a saber more than 20 meters long, and the light triggered from the enormous saber had extended to hundreds of meters away. It was more than easy to cut a medium-sized starship into halves. However, when the smooth movements of the Tempest God were stretched out to the maximum, it was frozen briefly. After a moment, red flames that looked like blossoming lotus flowers erupted out of the twisted gaps of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, behind it. In the middle of the red flames, black spiritual energy spread out in ripples. At the center of the ripples, a black colossus dashed out abruptly. It was almost like the gate to the deepest level of hell was wide open, setting free billions of undying soldiers who carried the wrath of the unrest souls. A black saber mixed with crimson fire was slashed at Li Lingfeng's Tempest God in a storm of overwhelming brilliance. Boom! 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 Caught unprepared, Li Lingfeng was hit right in the chest by the enemy. The two colossi plowed a devastating ravine on the shell of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and deafening noises echoed like the explosion of crystal bombs when the ripples of their collision spread to Gao Kongda's starship. Two colossi. Gao Kongda and his crew, the warriors of all the surviving starships of the cultivators, and the soldiers in the immortal cultivators' warships further away, were all astounded to see what was happening before them. The two colossi were like two deities that had arrived from the sky. One of them had crimson flames of spiritual energy dancing on the black shell, and the two overwhelming wings on the back extended to 1,000 meters away. The other one's blue body was forever enshrouded in the most violent tornadoes and had 4 interconnected wings made of storms on the back. There was also a saber that could slash a planet in his hands. They passed by each other and collided brutally into hundreds of red and blue streaks, leaving dazzling blurred shadows and trajectories behind them. Having thousands of clashes in the moment, they were on par with each other. The mysterious black colossus had in fact blocked the fury of Li Lingfeng's Tempest God, and saved Gao Kongda and most of the cultivators. Is this Gao Kongda's eyes were hot and wet again as he watched. He mumbled in disbelief. Our Colossus. Gao Kongda had never thought that a Colossus would stand before him one day and resist infinite blades and flames for him. He had seen the magnificent performance of the Colossi in some of the promotional videos of the Imperium of True Human Beings. They were truly the ultimate weapons that had been blessed and cursed by all the deities and devils in every universe, and something they did not even dare to think about how they could deal with. In the original plan of Starlight, once the Imperium's Colossi showed up, the only solution was to ask all the warriors to lunge at them relentlessly and buy a tiny bit of time for those behind them with their lives so that they could cause greater damages to Manjusaka, the city in the sky. However, the ridiculous idea collapsed abruptly the moment the Tempest God showed up. Couldn't have been more pale and absurd. Faced with an exasperated Colossus, even if they were all shattered into smithereens, it was impossible for them to deploy it for long. But right then, their own Colossus showed up. The Colossus that belonged to the Cultivators and the immortal Cultivators Colossus had an open, splendid, and brilliant confrontation of dreams. At the moment, Gao Kongda seemed to have truly seen dazzling golden light focusing on their Colossus from billions of stars, further highlighting the mysteriousness and the unstoppable momentum of the Black Colossus. Come on, our Colossus! Together with all the warriors of Starlight, Gao Kongda clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, trying to trigger the hot waves from the deep part of his soul and send them into the power units of the Black Colossus to give it a hand. Boom! 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 The more they fought, the crazier the two colossi became. Their original bodies were both only about 40 meters tall, which was nothing but a grain of sand in the boundless universe. But the flames of spiritual energy that they unleashed raged to thousands of meters away, like two shining, unstoppable shooting stars. The universe seemed to be falling apart after their every collision. Manjusaka, the city in the sky, as the battlefield, was savaged again. It continued collapsing and disintegrating, while metal torrents rose non-stop like volcano eruptions. The shell of Gao Kongda's starship was also bursting under the blow and might be ripped apart at any moment. Suddenly, the thousands of blurred shadows that the two colossi created were all gone. The two of them grabbed each other by the arm and started to wrestle. From their bodies, an overwhelming image that was even larger than a starship was spurted out. Invisible waves of spiritual energy spread out to all directions like surging tides. The starships of Gao Kongda and the rest of them were shaking like a lonely boat at the highest part of a tsunami. Both the cultivators and the immortal cultivators were so deeply shocked by the scene that they were almost choked. Together with the overwhelming tides of spiritual energy, an intense telepathic thought was also sent to the starships of the cultivators, which turned into a shriek. Hey, don't come to get yourselves killed. Your mission has been accomplished. The doom of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, is inevitable. Fall back now. Gao Kongda and the crew bulged their eyes as they listened to the unexpected voice. It was not until half a second later that they realized what was going on. Senior, are you the legendary cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years? It was obvious that the voices of Gao Kongda and the rest of them could not penetrate through the multiple layers of plate armor and the vacuum to be heard by Liao. So, they could only continue to hear Liao gritting his teeth and bellowing, "Do you hear me? Manjusaka, the city in the sky, has been blown up by us. The victory of this battle is ours. What matters most in the next is to retreat. Run. The more people who can escape, the better. There is no need to die for nothing here. You are seeds. You are hope. Your very existence is more important than anything else. Run. Run to the depths of the universe and tell the truths of what happened here to everybody. Disseminate the ideas of the cultivators to everyone. The immortal cultivators will definitely try their best to disguise or even erase the battle. They will even deny the existence of you and me. But it doesn't matter. You must have captured abundant videos. Together with yourselves, they will be the best proof. Tell the truth to everyone. This is your new mission and your new destiny. So, while I help you block this guy, you do your best to run off." Ah! In a roar, every energy transmission tube around the body of the Tartarian skeleton in the form of crimson thorns was doubled in size, and the wings in the back even split apart into 8 pairs. Under the output of spiritual energy that far exceeded the limits, Li Lingfeng's Tempest God was pushed away by the force and hit a 9-barreled turret at the edge of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, smashing the turret into pieces. The starships of starlight all received the message sent by Liao's soul. They all felt that their noses were itching when they heard "Victory is ours." However, it was not exactly the moment for tears of joy yet. The senior cultivator, who has been lost for 1,000 years, was quite right. They had learned the sordid methods of the immortal cultivators in person many times. The Imperium, which had controlled all the media and public channels, could easily modify or even overturn the result of any battle and fabricate any fact that they needed free at will. For example, the miners who rose up in desperation could be embroidered as rebellions, and Starlight, as a resistance group of the cultivators, could be described as an organization of terrorists. Today, they had secured a rarely seen victory in the countless resistances in the past hundreds of years. Somebody must send the refreshing news out and tell the entire Imperium the truth, so that the ever-burning flames could be passed on. We have won. Let's retreat. Many starships of the cultivators who were not deeply trapped in the space fortress all began to reverse, preparing to break away from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and evacuate. The starships of the cultivators further away who hadn't crashed into the space fortress yet also changed their directions and moved outwardly. In the vast, boundless space where there was no restriction of any territory, it was barely possible to completely block a fleet that was dashing randomly. Furthermore, the starships of the immortal cultivators were themselves deeply shocked by Liao's unexpected arrival. They were also panicked and anxious because of the fall of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, their base. They were not sure whether they should block the starships of the cultivators that were dispersing in a hurry, or help Li Lingfeng to deal with the mysterious and strong cultivator, or figure out a way to hold Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and stop it from falling. The 3 missions were all terribly difficult. Having not received an order from Li Lingfeng yet, the commanders of the immortal cultivator starships were all lost for a moment. Some of the cultivator starships were too severely damaged to perform a space jump. Knowing that there was no way that they could survive, they simply turned around and crashed at the starships of the immortal cultivators to improve the odds of success for their comrades. The cultivators burst into laughter in the furious flames. Let's show you who we are. This is what cultivators do. The universe could testify that they had never been more gratified and magnificent in the past hundreds of years. Sensing that the starships of the cultivators nearby were all taking action, Liao laughed aloud crazily while vomiting blood in the spiritual residence of the Tartarian skeleton. Li Lingfeng was indeed the strongest opponent that he had seen in his entire life. The collision of the experts in the divinity transformation stage was absolutely different from that in the peak of the nascent soul stage. Perhaps, in terms of personal combat ability, the divinity transformation stage was not much stronger than the nascent soul stage, but it had much better control over the world nearby. Liao felt that he had transcended the boundary of his physical body under the enhancement of the Tartarian skeleton. He was evenly distributed to the 1,000 square meters around, which turned into a small world that was absolutely under his control. Li Lingfeng on his opposite side, in the meantime, had also expanded into a small world where gloomy winds were howling with overwhelming flames of spiritual energy under the boost of the Tempest God. The materials, spiritual energy, will, and even laws of the 2 small worlds were having the most mysterious and unpredictable collisions on every level while they tried to swallow each other. After every collision, after the physical damage and the consumption of his soul, Liao even sensed that his beliefs were more or less shaking. He couldn't help but grow a deeper understanding of the dangers and the mysteries of the battles in the divinity transformation stage. After only 1 minute, Liao already felt as exhausted as if he had been fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. Li Lingfeng was indeed too strong for him to deal with right now. However, he was not going to give up so easily either. Li Jialing said that Li Lingfeng's Colossus was named Tempest God, which can condense the vortexes of spiritual energy in the form of tornadoes. It is truly impressive. However, my techniques at the very beginning were exactly perceived in the thunderstorm. I am a man who is capable of executing a tornado, Hee. Come on. As long as I survive the battle, I will certainly be able to completely grasp the mysteries of the divinity transformation stage and become an experienced expert in the divinity transformation stage. Liao laughed crazily and burned his life and soul, waving out thousands of crimson flames from his bloody saber without caring about anything. Li Lingfeng, who was bemused, was much more agitated and infuriated than Liao, who had grasped abundant information. He did not anticipate that the cultivator would have such a tough colossus that it seemed to be even more advanced than his Tempest God, or that the user of the Black Colossus was another expert in the divinity transformation stage who boasted a domain. Although the enemy was no match for him, he still felt that his heart was colder and colder, so he fought on. Every expert in the divinity transformation stage was the tip of an iceberg. There must be an inestimably huge force behind them. Li Lingfeng immediately browsed through the files of all the experts in the Imperium of True Human Beings and even the Covenant Alliance as well as their colossi, only to find absolutely no information about Liao and the Tartarian skeleton. He was even more panicked. Who are you exactly? After Liao blocked his attack for yet another time, Li Lingfeng finally couldn't help it any longer and blew out intense waves at Liao's colossus. Why are you insane enough to go against the Imperium? Liao thought of something. Chuckling, he sent the black waves of telepathic thoughts back at the enemy. I am not half as insane as you are, because you were bold enough to steal the son of the Queen of the Imperium. After saying that, Liao felt that Li Lingfeng's entire domain trembled, like a furiously burning planet suddenly collapsing inwardly. It was obvious that he had been greatly shocked. Do you work for the Queen? Li Lingfeng's telepathic thoughts spread out in the most disordered way. This is it. Liao was overjoyed. He was only bluffing Li Lingfeng with the highly absurd conclusion, which he inferred based on the incomplete information he learned, especially Li Jialing's look and his foster father's last words. But considering Li Lingfeng's anxious reaction, his deduction was probably true. The mysterious young man Li Jialing was truly the son of his foster father and Queen Li Linghai. Yet he somehow fell into the hands of Li Lingfeng, the Queen's brother, who then built the young man into a secret weapon specifically to deal with the Queen. Yes, in that case, everything would make sense. Had it not been for Li Jialing's special identity, there would have been no reason for Li Lingfeng to invest so many resources on the young man or tell Li Jialing so many secrets. What could have served as a better weapon to strike a mother than her son, who was filled with hatred and misunderstanding? What do you think? In a moment, hundreds of malicious ideas popped up in Liao's head. He laughed. Of course I work for the Queen. Otherwise, do you really think that the abjectly poor and devastated cultivators are capable of raising an expert in the divinity transformation stage and retrieving a colossus of such a performance? Li Lingfeng, the Queen has learned everything you did. So, she sent me here in advance to sabotage your entire plan. Now, your scheme is bankrupted, and you have lost the game entirely. Just wash your neck and wait to embrace the infinite wrath from the Queen. Liao's telepathic thoughts pierced into the Tempest God's spiritual residence like the sharpest flying swords. Li Lingfeng's flames of spiritual energy retreated crazily. It was obvious that he was greatly deterred by Liao's roar. For a moment, he was indeed deeply suspicious of his own plan. However, in the next second, the quintessence of the prime generation of the Li family realized that he was tricked. No matter what, the secret was the greatest weakness of his dear sister and the almighty Queen of the Imperium. She would absolutely not tell it to anybody else. It was even less likely for her to tell the secret to an expert in the divinity transformation stage, because it would be terribly difficult to kill the informant to keep his mouth shut after the job was done, even with the power of the Queen. You are bluffing me? Li Lingfeng burst into fury. But there was no time. During the moment when Li Lingfeng was shocked and wavering, the thorny veins on the Tartarian colossus expanded at least 3 times like the most ferocious dragons waking up. A lot of the thorny veins were torn apart, spurting out intense mists of blood. The black wings on his back were also splitting and extending, like clusters of black lotus flowers that were flourishing. From the saber, which was made of the spine of a primeval beast, on his highly raised arms, furious flames and overwhelming tides were rolling out, and the crimson brilliance from the saber was almost piercing through the entire universe. Li Yao's most fatal skill had been prepared in the moment. His head was filled up by the scenes where he challenged the tornado in the super thunderstorm area deep inside the Grand Desolate Plateau when he wore his crystal suit for the first time. He recalled the unparalleled sense of comfort and gratification when he slashed the tornadoes that were enshrouded in electric arcs and as crazy as dragons into halves without considering his own life. At the moment, Li Yao's domain expanded to the limits and completely swallowed Li Lingfeng's domain. The entire world was brimming with the crazy resonation of Li Yao's heart, soul, and saber. It was almost like the stars in the entire universe had turned into his notes, and the whole sea of stars was simmering under the boost of his battle hymn. The domain in the 1,000 square meters around was entirely occupied by the auras of Li Yao's blade and the determination of marching forward unstoppably despite the blockage of tornadoes. Returning to my experience at the beginning, the luxurious and upgraded version of the thunderous tornado saber, the blade that executed the tornadoes, is going to kill you. Li Yao and the Tartarian skeleton were completely melted. Countless octagonal, ancient, and shiny runes deep inside the Tartarian skeleton fell apart, sending out a destructive force that swept across the Tempest God on the opposite side overwhelmingly. Boom! A red and blue enormous ball of light was raised in the collision of the two colossi. The thousands of ripples spreading out shoved away all the starships nearby. Regardless of whether they belonged to cultivators or immortal cultivators, all the starships' spiritual shields and force field twisting systems were shrieking aloud. The spiritual shields of many starships that had been too seriously damaged were even wasted, and their shells were uttering blood-freezing sounds of metal contortions when the overwhelming spiritual energy was dumped on them directly. For the starships whose spiritual shields still managed to sustain, all the light beams were flashing crazily in all sorts of colorful stripes, as if they had been caught in an extremely crazy nightmare. When the dazzling light ball finally dimmed, all the cultivators and the immortal cultivators saw the scene that they would never forget for the rest of their life. The battlefield below the two colossi, or rather, the shell of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, now had an enormous crater more than 5 kilometers in diameter after the blow. All the cabins and metal structures in the giant crater had been wasted and reduced into a gargantuan swirl. The metal scraps inside the swirl had been melted by the high temperature, only to be consolidated quickly into glittering pearls that were shot to all directions randomly. The Tartarian skeleton suffered heavy damage. In order to launch the unstoppable tornado-slaying attack, its shoulder joints, elbow joints, and ankle joints were all broken. The saber had been cut apart from the middle too, and only 1/3 of the weapon was still grasped in the hand. To pursue the highest damage, Li Yao did not bother to consider defense at all. In the dreadful counterattack of the Tempest God, the Tartarian skeleton was riddled with holes. The broken internal parts were exposed to a lot of critical parts. Fuel, lubricants, and stabilizers were spurting out crazily, as if the internal organs of the machine were erupting out together with the flesh and the plasma. However, Li Lingfeng's Tempest God was in no better condition. The previously dazzlingly glamorous shell was not filled with damage deep to the bones. All kinds of silver, glittering liquids were surging out, condensing into shiny little balls in the vacuum. Brilliant sparks were haunting all the joints. Several fingers were even cramping uncontrollably, which suggested a major fault in the neural connection system between the Colossus and its user. What was most devastating of all was that Li Yao's half-broken saber was deeply embedded in the face of the blue Colossus, so deeply that almost half of the head of the Tempest God had been chopped off. The previously graceful and inviolable demeanor of the Colossus was entirely gone. It couldn't have looked more ugly and distressed, without the dignity of the Tempest God at all. How? How is it possible? All the immortal cultivators were greatly shocked. It was not exaggerating to say that their whole world was about to collapse. The divinity transformation stage had surpassed the limits of normal humans and embarked on a journey to the real world of the legendary deities and devils. In the hearts of the common soldiers, they were the living embodiments of invincible. It was even more so for the battle-type experts in the divinity transformation stage. The admin type, the research type, or the culture-type experts in the divinity transformation stage might boast their own marvelous techniques, create an unprecedented enterprise, command thousands of starships, and establish a study that would influence the future generations for the next 10,000 years. But their causes and studies were mostly too esoteric and indirect. It was not easy for regular people to understand the immensity of their strength. The battle-type experts in the divinity transformation stage were different. The destructive force, as well as the most primitive sabotages and slaughters, could be displayed right before their eyes in reality and perceived by every nerve ending of every soldier. Most of the soldiers that Li Lingfeng brought for the mission of Dying Light belonged to his personal troop, which was founded and supplied on his own. They were loyal to him and only listened to his own command. Even other people of the Li family could not tell them what to do. It was not hard to imagine the unwavering loyalty and belief the soldiers had for him. Li Lingfeng was a god in their hearts, someone who could bring them from victories to triumphs, and from triumphs to eternality. But right now, at first, the game which was supposed to be an easy win turned into a chaotic war. Then his own base was conquered. Manjasaka, the city in the sky, was turned upside down, and the massacres were even streamed to the public. It was almost like smacking Li Lingfeng's left cheek and right cheek in turns. At this moment, in a head-on clash that was devoid of all tricks, the invincible god in their hearts was slashed right in the face by the enemy, and the broken blade was deeply embedded in the head. The saber was not just slashed on Li Lingfeng's colossus, but also on the faces, hearts, and souls of all the immortal cultivators. Ugh! Many of the immortal cultivators moaned in pain, finding it hard to believe that there was such an insane and tough cultivator as Li Yao in this world. Ah! Li Lingfeng pulled the broken saber out of his head, where a black, ugly wound was left behind, from which abundant metal scraps were bursting out. He looked even more wretched than before. He had gone insanely mad, and the flames of spiritual energy, each higher than the last, erupted again. But there was nothing he could do to eliminate Li Yao's awe-inspiring attack just now. The man is truly, outrageously strong. Inside the Tartarian skeleton's spiritual residence that was almost boiling, Li Yao vomited blood and grinned in self-mockery. Li Lingfeng truly deserved to be one of the best in the prime generation of the Imperium and an experienced expert in the divinity transformation stage. In terms of their colossized levels, Li Yao's Tartarian skeleton was an original good sealed deep inside the Nuwa warship for more than 100,000 years. It should be more advanced than Li Lingfeng's Tempest God. In terms of timing, Li Yao launched a full-strength strike after a long preparation, after throwing out a great secret to disturb Li Lingfeng's mind. Li Lingfeng, on the other hand, only managed a hasty counterattack when he was in the disturbance. Li Yao had taken advantage of every detail. It was already the best situation he could have created. However, even in the mutual attacks where he had all the advantages, the two parties were still evenly matched, and the Tartarian skeleton even suffered greater losses. Judging from how the Tempest God was jumping and down, roaring in fury, it was not hard to say that the attack did not affect the enemy critically. But it was impossible for Li Yao to perform a second attack anytime soon. The enemy turns out to be so strong. Can't be helped. It appears that I have to burn my life and soul crazily to perform my secret ultimate skill. Li Yao swallowed a mouthful of blood. With his eyes constricting into the side of needle tips, he shrieked, "Run!" It was indeed thrilling to run immediately after ambushing someone in the divinity transformation stage. When an expert in the divinity transformation stage, driving a colossus, the ultimate weapon in the sea of stars, unleashed overwhelming spiritual energy. As if he were determined to die together with his opponent, barely anything could possibly stop him. On the other hand, when the divinity transformation stage expert who seemed to have gone mad and determined to die with his enemy suddenly turned around and escaped like a weasel, even fewer things could stop him. It was exactly the case for Li Yao's Tartarian skeleton. A second earlier, it was still bursting out with all kinds of dazzling sound and visual effects, as if it were determined to perish together with Li Lingfeng. In the next second, it had already turned into a stealthy streak of brilliance, diving into one of the holes on the broken Manjusaka, the city in the sky, rushing away at the highest speed. The switch from dying with the enemy to running, from valiance to cowardliness, was smooth, natural, and immaculate. Even Li Lingfeng was dumbfounded by the actions of the mysterious guy in the divinity transformation stage. He had witnessed the demeanors of countless people in the divinity transformation stage in his life. Some of them were fearless of death. Some were as crazy as devils. Some were as magnificent as mountains, some as vast as oceans, and some as unstoppable as the scorching sun. But never had he seen such a weaselly one before. Now that the enemy intended to escape, Li Lingfeng naturally had to follow. But he immediately found himself in an extremely awkward situation. He couldn't have more concerns. It must be noted that, although the mutated prisoners and Liao had insanely sabotage and slaughter inside Manjusaka, the city in the sky just now, it was a space metropolis that was gargantuan and was as complicated as a maze after all. It couldn't be entirely destroyed in only half an hour. At this moment, the main structure of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, was still intact. Although it was falling slowly into the atmosphere, the buffer rune arrays that enshrouded the bloody flower of the other shore had already begun to function and flash, spurting out gentle exhaust flames. Together with the best trajectories of cut-in and landing set by the mainframe crystal processors, the possibility of a safe landing was very high. More than half of the buildings could be ensured to be unharmed. Now, many immortal cultivators in the space fortress who were far away from the central area were still alive. A lot of them were the descendants of the major families in the Imperium and the leadership of the military. Li Lingfeng certainly did not want to accidentally hurt them, so they became Liao's best shields. What could Li Lingfeng possibly do? Fighting a great battle inside Manjusaka, the city in the sky, turning the whole place upside down, blowing up the space fortress completely, and killing all the immortal cultivators who might or might not be alive altogether, by the way. If that happened, Li Lingfeng would not be able to shoulder the crushing wrath of the major families of the Imperium and the fleets of the military at all. Everybody knew that he was the greatest patron of the Heavenly Eye Group. Many immortal cultivators had come to the Land of Sins for trials, vacations, and business negotiations out of respect for him. This place was the center for his connections and the most important nest outside of the Li family. How could he possibly destroy the place in person? Besides, there were countless advanced facilities and experiment results in the space fortress, all of which were the precious yields of his decades of devotions. They were the greatest leverage for him to compete for the place of Kurfürst. How could he possibly destroy his decades of hard work? Li Lingfeng's heart was bleeding. No, it was having a massive hemorrhage. To this moment, he still hadn't figured out where exactly Liao could have come from. It was obvious that Liao did not work for the queen. But if he were really a cultivator, how could he have boasted the strength in the divinity transformation stage and maneuvered a colossus of such a remarkable performance? Having no place to vent his anger at all, Li Lingfeng felt that his lungs were exploding in his fury. The fleet of the immortal cultivators was now as awkward as Li Lingfeng. At this moment, many of the starships of the immortal cultivators had already broken free from the chaos and approached Manjusaka, the city in the sky. Having not taken too much severe damage, they still maintained a tough firepower. But even if they could wield all their firepower, so what? An expert in the divinity transformation stage who was hiding inside a colossus was not so easy to be locked onto. It was possible that they would have blown up Manjusaka, the city in the sky, as well as all the hostages of immortal cultivators inside before they hit Liao. Therefore, they could only watch Manjusaka, the city in the sky, falling deeper and deeper into the atmosphere and crashing to the surface of the planet inevitably. Liao, on the other hand, seemed to have seen through their awkwardness. He was sabotaging everything on his way while holding his head as he fled inside Manjusaka, the city in the sky. The Tartarian skeleton was now too seriously damaged to have another head-on clash with the Tempest God, but it was certainly more than easy to go on a rampage inside the space fortress, stomp on a few bug-like immortal cultivators, or blow up a few pieces of precise but vulnerable magical equipment. Following Liao's tail, Li Lingfeng watched his lifelong work burning and exploding non-stop. Countless blackened and twisted bodies of the immortal cultivators also brushed past his colossus and crashed apart into ashes. He almost felt like crying and dragging Liao to hell with him. "Stop there!" Li Lingfeng's telepathic thoughts seemed to be howling like ghosts. "Who are you exactly?" "Hiu." Liao controlled the Tartarian skeleton and shrunk it, dodging the 3 waves of light balls that Li Lingfeng shot out and moving horizontally with the help of the blast of the explosions. He then plucked the roof of a secret chamber where 100 immortal cultivators were hiding, giving all of them a taste of the blasts that were blown out by Li Lingfeng. The immortal cultivators were not very high in level, and most of them were even not battle type. It was not hard to imagine their outcome in the competition of 2 colossi. Without even looking back, Liao chuckled nonstop. "We are both in the divinity transformation stage. Would you please say something more philosophical instead of the meaningless crap like, 'Stop there?' Or, 'Who are you? How can I possibly stop or tell you who I am?' You?" Looking at the 100 immortal cultivators being burned into roasted ducks by the exhaust flames of the 2 colossi, Li Lingfeng was so exasperated that he almost vomited blood. He shouted, "I will not let go of you. I will certainly make you die the most miserable death and never have a next life. Do you hear what you are saying? Same crap again. Do you have any constructive topics that we can talk about at all?" Liao smiled. "In fact, the 2 of us do not have any conflicts in our fundamental interests. Besides, violence is never a solution to any problem. Why can't we turn havoc into harmony and sit down to talk nicely? Violence is never a solution to any problem. Turn havoc into harmony. Sit down to talk nicely." Looking at the messy, gory environment he was at, Li Lingfeng suddenly felt that he should not communicate with the sordid and stealthy guy in the divinity transformation stage anymore, because he would certainly be pissed to death if they continued. Just activate your computational ability of the divinity transformation stage and think hard. Liao, however, continued sending noises to Li Lingfeng's soul. "My purpose was to blow up Manjusaka, the city in the sky, which I have accomplished already. Even if you dissect me into pieces and obliterate both my body and my soul, you cannot recover the space fortress to what it used to be in the past. Therefore, I am not necessarily your biggest problem at this moment. Right now, your greatest headache should be Li Linghai, your dear sister and the queen of the Imperium." Li Lingfeng's soul trembled hard as he demanded loudly, "What do you know exactly?" "I know that you stole your sister's child." In a chuckle, Liao said, "That Li Jialing must be Li Linghai's biological son and your biological nephew, but he can't be His Majesty's son. I do not need to bluff you. It is an undeniable fact. It's impossible." Instead of giving an answer, Li Lingfeng simply bellowed, "It's impossible that you work for the queen or learned everything from her." "That's true. I certainly did not learn everything from the queen, because even the queen is not necessarily aware of the whole truth, is she?" Liao said in a hurry. "However, it doesn't matter where I learned everything exactly, and what matters is whether or not I will release the secret to the public and make you bathe in the infinite wrath from the queen. This is the greatest scandal for the queen. Once it is set to public, the queen will be the first to take the hit and be doomed forever." Li Lingfeng sneered and said, "As the queen of the Imperium of true human beings, she should be an example of all the mothers in the world, and yet, she had a bastard in secret. Once the issue is exposed, the Li family will be the first to punish her. On what basis do you think she can possibly deal with me? You are too naive if you think you can blackmail me with that. I will be really naive if I believe your bullshit." Liao chuckled. "Anybody with the slightest wisdom can figure out the truth easily. It's been more than a decade since you stole Li Jialing and refined him in secret. If you truly wanted your biological sister dead, or to protect the honor of the Li family, you should have submitted the boy to the leader and the elders of the Li family and asked for their discretion. For the interests of the Li family, they would have killed Li Jialing without any mercy. After all, as your biological sister, the queen is from the Li family too. Her scandal would have been the Li family's scandal. Once the issue is exposed, it would have been an unprecedentedly heavy blow for the Li family. How on earth would Li Jialing have been tolerated in the Li family? But as it turned out, Li Jialing is still vigorously alive even today. He has also received all kinds of procedures from you and is raised into a highly dangerous super warrior. I assume that you must have been doing everything behind the leader and the elders of the Li family, didn't you? Yes, that must be the case. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sent him to such a distant place as Manjusaka, the city in the sky for strengthening, when there were bound to be tremendous secret techniques within the Li family that Li Jialing could have been refined with, would you? Therefore, you had your own plans in the matter too. You were hoping to blackmail your sister with Li Jialing to achieve a certain purpose. A purpose that is not necessarily in the best interest of the entire Li family. If we get to the bottom of it, Li Lingfeng, Lord Li, your loyalty to the Li family is rather suspicious for me. The telepathic thoughts of the two parties collided hundreds of times like the edges of blades. The two colossi were still rushing and changing their locations non-stop, one running and the other chasing. However, no matter how crazily he bombarded, Li Lingfeng achieved absolutely no result except for causing greater damage to Manjusaka, the city in the sky, and accidentally hurting more immortal cultivators. Li Yao's insightful and penetrating criticism made his face pale, his heart frozen, and his soul tremble violently. Sensing the panic in Li Lingfeng's heart keenly, Li Yao knew that his deductions were correct. The divinity transformation stage was indeed marvelous. Not only had the damage been improved to an unprecedented level, but his computational ability was now also as quick as a lightning, allowing him to sort out the general picture of the picture from the broken, incomplete clues. While holding his head and running like a rat, Li Yao dodged Li Lingfeng's attacks in seemingly dangerous but actually riskless ways and laughed aloud. Let me continue my guess. What do you want to blackmail the queen for? The biggest possibility is the place of the leader of the Li family and the Kurfürst, isn't it? As you said yourself, the tallest tree in a forest tends to be destroyed by the wind first. Although you are one of the best of the prime generation of the Li family, there must be innumerous competitors who covet your position within your family. The immortal cultivators are all ambitious and ravenous. Not one of them is not greedy about the place of the leader of the family and the Kurfürst, right? It may be hard for you to defeat all the open and clandestine competitors on your own, but if the queen has a certain weakness in your hands that forces her to listen to your command, your chances of being the future Kurfürst will be very close to 100% with your influence and the queen's influence combined. Therefore, in order to be the future leader of the Li family and the future Kurfürst, you ignored the best interests of the Li family and kept Li Jialing, a highly dangerous, unstable factor, in secret. Instead of informing the elders and leader of the Li family, you have carefully built him into a slaughter machine with great potential as the greatest leverage in your game with the queen in the future. Lord Li, am I right? Who are you? Who are you exactly? Li Lingfeng truly felt more or less crept out this time, wondering how the mysterious divinity transformation stage expert even knew such covert issues. He hadn't put all the cards on the table yet. Even his sister, the queen of the Imperium of true human beings, shouldn't have known much about it yet. For a moment, Li Lingfeng was even suspicious that the mysterious guy in the divinity transformation stage had been following him for a long time, and that he was some sort of weird existence like a ghost. It doesn't matter who I am. Waving the half-saber, Li Yao blocked Li Lingfeng's another hasty and unorganized attack. He cackled. I have no interest in the filthy issues in the power struggles within the Li family, and the ethical drama between you and your sister has nothing to do with me either. What appears to be a great secret in your eyes is not worth mentioning at all in mine. However, if you continue pushing forward aggressively and have to kill me, don't blame me for dragging you into the mess with me. Lord Li, think about it. With the fuss that I have caused in Manjusaka, the city in the sky, your epic quest of dying light is now completely disrupted. The entire Imperium has seen clearly the pictures of my blatant sabotages and insane massacres. I believe that new fleets of the Imperium will soon be mobilized from the front line to clean up the mess. Also, since the accident was caused by you, the newly arriving fleets of the Imperium will mostly be the Li families, or at least be mixed with abundant private troops of the Li family, in order to wipe your ass for you, right? Hee hee. If the two of us are to fight on, naturally, I will be caught in the end by tremendous immortal cultivators of the Federation. But take a guess. Will I tell them everything I know under their interrogation? The epic quest of dying light that you were certain about turned out to be a mess, which is indicative of your inability. Hiding such a dangerous factor like Li Jialing behind the back of the big shots of the Li family suggests that you are not loyal enough to the family. If you are only not capable enough, there will still be chances for you to learn from your lessons and continue your training. But if your loyalty to the family is questionable, how do you want the big shots of the family to continue supporting you? Even if some of them are willing to support you, other people will lambast you with the issue. TSK, TSK, TSK. Incapable and disloyal, how are you going to be the leader of the Li family and the future Kurfürst? Therefore, I have nothing to lose except for my worthless life, and I have enjoyed it enough. It doesn't matter even if I die. I'm only sorry for you, Li Lingfeng, Lord Li, whose promising future will die with me. Ha 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 ha. For somebody as ambitious as you, the deprival of your power and strength will be more miserable than killing you, right? Lost for words, Li Lingfeng could only cover the panic and uneasiness in his heart with the furious flames each higher than the last. That was because Li Yao was right. He had indeed done everything regarding Li Jialing behind the back of the big shots of the family. Once the issue was exposed, it would be even more grave than the failure to annihilate the cultivators. The failure of the annihilation of the cultivators was only a matter of abilities at best. But hiding the existence of Li Jialing was certainly a matter of attitudes and suggested ill intentions. Li Lingfeng somehow regretted why he kept Li Jialing for refinement years ago. But with everything coming to this point, there was already no retreat for him at all. Lord Li, I have an offer to make. Seeing that he was speechless, Li Yao continued saying solemnly, Nobody wants things to turn as ugly as this, but what is done is done. There's nothing you can do about it however furious you are. Why don't we give each other a smile and forget our history? You will allow me to escape without alarming anyone, and I promise that I will not tell the issue to anybody else. In that case, you will have more time to clean up the mess and figure out how to respond to the chastisement of the competitors within your family and the wrath of the big shots of various aspects. Right? Li Lingfeng. Li Yao. Why, you don't trust me? Rest assured. If we ever have the opportunity to get to know each other, you will realize that I am best known for my honor and integrity. When I say that I'll keep something to myself, I will never say a word that is relevant to the matter. How about it? If you are okay with it, I'll be off. Li Lingfeng. You want to go? I'll be damned today if I allow you to leave in one piece. The intensity of the tornadoes raised by his saber was 10 times higher than before. Li Lingfeng had already been too infuriated by Li Yao to care about Manjusaka, the city in the sky, and simply blew out his ultimate skill again. No kidding. If the enemy could escape through such fancy talks, he would be too disgraced as an immortal cultivator in the divinity transformation stage to hang around in the Imperium anymore. At this moment, they had already crashed into the atmosphere together with Manjusaka, the city in the sky. The space fortress had activated the forced landing program at the beginning. Whatever left of the anti-gravity rune arrays were going at full strength, and the buffer rune arrays around also unleashed twisting force fields, reducing the speed of the fall to a bearable level. However, the boost when the starships of countless cultivators crashed into the space fortress heavily, as well as the great damage caused by Li Yao and Li Lingfeng's huge fight within the space fortress, greatly disturbed the normal functionality of the forced landing program. Manjusaka, the city in the sky, was falling faster and faster while dismembering on the way. It was like a meteor shower that had covered half of the sky. Han Te, Lu Li, the Fist Kings, Wu Jingyun, Xiahou Wuxin, and Xian Xiaoqi, who had just escaped from the underground trap, as well as all the sinners living on the land of sins, saw the dreamlike scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. The lofty, inviolable Manjusaka, the city in the sky, that had controlled every aspect of their lives for hundreds of years was truly falling. It was almost like half of the burning sky was collapsing together with it too. On the collapsing sky, two shadows as enormous as gods could be vaguely seen, one red and the other blue. they continued crashing and passing by each other, disrupting the stability of the world and raising super-enormous ripples. That is, holding their breath, Han Te and Lu Li observed the sky in disbelief, feeling the urge of bursting into tears. Very strong. The Fist King analyzed the combatability of the two phantoms of gods. His crystal cameras were glittering in the most dazzling brilliance. The city in the sky has collapsed. Manjusaka has been shot down. Was it done by the two things? Countless sinners grabbed their hair, overwhelmed and in confusion. Even the most inert sinners had vaguely sensed that the fall of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, marked the end of an old era, and an unpredictable new era with infinite possibilities was arriving at full speed. Hurry up! Let's loot it! Looting all the assets that had fallen from the sky was a natural instinct that was deeply buried in the veins of every sinner on the land of sins. Only those with the most intense instincts could have survived the cruel eliminations in the past hundreds of years. Very soon, somebody already realized that infinite resources must be stored in the remnants of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, which would be 100, 1,000, 10,000 times more than what was offered in every bliss ceremony in the past. All the sinners danced in ecstasy and swarmed to where the meteor shower was crashing, fully armed. In order to minimize the force of the crash, the landing point of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, had been automatically set to the seashore. However, the speed of the fall was now 3 times higher than the safe landing speed. Before the main structure at the core hit the land, countless pieces and remnants that were dismembered from the main body already bombarded the surface of the ocean in advance. The high-temperature torrents of flames immediately boiled the ocean and raised a great amount of mist, as if it were the most bizarre dream. The water pillars raised by the collisions of the remnants, however, swallowed the mist in the next moment. They soared to an altitude of almost 100 meters, forming a weird forest of seawater. The sinners living in the seashore area all witnessed the apocalyptic scene to their astonishment. The ever-rising tides far exceeded the most enormous tsunamis that they had seen in their entire life. Roaring like spears and ferocious beasts, they overlapped with each other and charged at the shoreline relentlessly. Countless remnants also hit the shore directly, raising a splendid ocean of fire. Mushroom clouds were rising to the sky and raging in the dim sky, as if it were another Judgment Day. Before they realized what was going on, the largest remnant, which was the main body of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, that Liao and Li Lingfeng was at, had already landed heavily. The blast had already pressed the ocean into a dent thousands of meters in diameter before it touched the ocean. The tides rising at the edge of the dent reached an altitude of hundreds of meters. Even the sky and the sun were almost blocked. Boom! The collision of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, and the ocean raised such an explosion that the eardrums of countless sinners living ashore were directly ripped apart. Blood zigzagged out of their ears, making them unable to hear the rumbling sound when the surging tides swallowed the shoreline. They could only see an azure-high wall devouring the sky and the earth and coming at them unstoppably. It was a great collision that could have been observed by the naked eye outside of the atmosphere. The tides that spread out in circles did not die down until almost half an hour later. The waves in many places even scourged to more than 100 kilometers into the land, resulting in a rampant flood. Both the immortal cultivators and prisoners within Manjusaka, the city in the sky, and the sinners living near the shoreline were consumed by the waves. Some were even brought 100 kilometers away in the moment. Everybody was mired in chaos. Liao was certainly among them. He had been waiting for the moment of the crash of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, the immense collision at the moment, the hazy mist when the seawater was vaporized by the scorching spiritual energy, and the ubiquitous explosions and blasts were his best cover. The moment the space fortress hit the ocean, Liao, who had been preparing it for a long time, retreated his colossus at the highest speed. He did not even put on a crystal suit as he reduced his breath, heartbeat, pulse, secretion of adrenaline, and the waves of his soul to the minimum, pretending to be a dead body that was everywhere to be seen while the surging tides consumed him and tossed him to the depths of the land. Despite Li Lingfeng's cultivation in the divinity transformation stage, he was also faced with the shock and chaos when Manjusaka, the city in the sky, crashed into the ocean heavily. When his tempest god leaped out of the tides hundreds of meters tall and scanned the whole field with his telepathic thoughts, how on earth could he possibly locate Liao? Even someone in the divinity transformation stage could not find a drop of water from an ocean. Besides, Liao's heartfelt advice was still ringing in his ears. When he thought of the troubles that he was about to be faced with, Li Lingfeng felt such a great headache that he almost jumped to his feet in fury and vomited blood hard. "I won't let go of you. I absolutely won't let go of you." From deep inside the rampant ocean, Li Lingfeng's desperate and crazy roars were coming over. 10 minutes later, in the flooded area near the seashore, among the ragged reefs, Liao, who was heavily wounded all over his body, lay in the mud with all his limbs stretched out, as swollen as tea leaves that had been overly soaked in the pot. He stared at the pieces of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, that passed the sky while leaving black flames behind now and then, and laughed while vomiting blood. He did not expect that he could really poke down the man-eating nest of fiends, despite the minor error from his anticipation, which resulted in the heavy blow to Manjusaka, the city in the sky, and the surface of Land of Sins because of the crash speed that was almost 4 times higher than it was supposed to be. The forced landing program did not lose effect entirely and preserved the city to the highest extent. Otherwise, it would not be as simple as the scourge of the tsunami within the 100 kilometers from the seashore. Manjusaka, the city in the sky, would have been completely vaporized during the moment of collision, and a supercrater almost 100 kilometers deep might have been caused. The blast would certainly sweep across the surface of the entire planet and annihilate all the creatures on it. Liao could vaguely feel the vigorous, messy, and obstreperous waves of spiritual energy from everywhere around. They were humans, the survivors. Both the prisoners and the sinners from the Land of Sins were sturdy guys who had practiced all kinds of techniques. Most of them had struggled to survive the double blights of blasts and tsunamis before they were gathered together, driven by their natural instincts for survival. Some of them were excavating the remnants of Manjusaka, the city in the sky. Some were pulling the starships that had crashed together with the space fortress, trying to inject fuel into it and perform maintenance. Some of the less patient guys, seeing that the shackles in the sky had been completely shattered, even rose to the sky with their bare bodies or the minor magical equipment such as flying swords and crystal suits, flying to the beyond of the atmosphere. Yes, people here had been sealed for too long. They had not seen what it was like beyond the sky for almost 1,000 years. Now that the seals had been completely lifted, almost none of them hesitated to escape from the Land of Sins and take a look at the space. Freedom, the natural-born instinct of any life. Liao closed his eyes, spat out a little fish, and chuckled. It was not exactly a perfect and flawless combat operation. However, he had truly done everything he could as a lone wolf lurking at the enemy's rear. After the trouble he caused, some of the starships of the coalition fleet of Starlight would be able to flee, avoiding the outcome that they were all destroyed here. Now that Manjusaka, the city in the sky, had crashed at the offshore area on the Land of Sins, a lot of assets had been pushed to the ground by the waves. They should be enough to sustain the sinners for a while. Most importantly of all, the seals that blocked the sky tightly were now gone. Liao believed that, with the strength of the sinners and their desire for freedom, they would certainly be able to find a lot of useful things from the remnants of Manjusaka, the city in the sky, and repair some of the smaller starships to get out of the wretched, cursed place. As long as the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance continued in the front line, it was impossible for the Imperium to deploy too many troops on the unimportant sinners from the Land of Sins. Even if a new city in the sky was to be established, the project wouldn't be completed overnight. It would take at least a few decades. In only 3 to 5 years, Liao was confident to raise greater trouble at the heartland of the Imperium to help the sinners in a different way to get rid of their fate as experiment subjects forever. Run now. In any case, you are all free humans, not the experiment subjects or the puppets at anybody else's mercy. Looking at the pillars of light that were rising to the sky, Liao grinned in delight. Li Lingfeng's roars were vaguely echoing from the surface of the ocean far away. However, Liao had reduced his body temperature to almost the same as the reefs nearby, and the land of sins was now simmering itself. How could Li Lingfeng possibly detect him so fast? Liao extended his middle finger at Li Lingfeng's direction and waved it. A streak of redness flashed and floated over his head. It was exactly Neltharion under the control of the mental devil. Li Lingfeng is right there. He is now befuddled and has gone completely mad. The mental devil said solemnly. There are holes all over his body right now. This is the best opportunity to continue the attack and destroy him. How does it sound? Let's go. Pondering for a moment, Liao vomited yet another mouthful of blood. Forget it. Mercy is a great virtue. I am not a cruel and bloodthirsty person. So, I'm just going to let go of him today. Is that so? The mental devil sniffed. Are you sure you are not going to have another fight with him? To perish together with the enemy? I don't think so. Liao shook his head while vomiting blood. Let's bear the big picture in mind. I think I'm smarter than that. You are smarter than nothing, the mental devil shrieked. If you were anything close to smart, you wouldn't have charged out in hot blood and fought a life-and-death battle with the man. How brave, how magnificent, and how thrilling and mind-boggling. Everything is perfect now. Our colossus is broken and ragged. You can't stop vomiting blood after the fight. Dozens of your bones have been fractured, and your soul is seriously blown. It is no better than the wound a few days back. But now you are picking up your rationality again and realize that you are still smarter than that? Why don't you go and continue challenging him, seeking chances of survival from unavoidable death with your smartness? I won't stand in your way at all. Go now. Liao. Don't burst into fury just yet. Listen to my explanation. The mental devil? Hee. In a bitter smile, Liao said, Do you think that I fought a life-and-death battle with Li Lingfeng just now because of the spur of the moment, and it was a rash decision made by an unclear head? The mental devil? Was it not? Liao chuckled and said, Of course not. Haven't we ascertained a lot of intelligence from Li Lingfeng's reactions? The mental devil sniffed. The intelligence could have been proved through other methods gradually. Besides, you exposed part of your own intelligence too, which made Li Lingfeng focus his attention on us. He won't let go of us easily. This is not necessarily a fair deal. Liao said, You're right. Proving the intelligence was only the secondary purpose. Or rather, it was a cover for my real purpose. I only fought hard against Li Lingfeng to make preparations for our escape. Is that so? The mental devil was rather surprised. What do you mean? Do you know what's my greatest advantage in terms of pure fighting when compared with Li Lingfeng? His eyes glittering, Liao explained elaborately. It's true that he is an experienced expert in the divinity transformation stage. In regards to level, battle experience, and fire support available, he was much better than me. I was absolutely no match for him in a head-on clash. It was terribly difficult even if I wanted to escape and get away from his hunting completely. However, I still have the greatest advantage which Li Lingfeng, or rather most of the divinity transformation stage experts of the Imperium probably do not have. That is my studies and knowledge about the colossi. The colossi? The mental devil circled around Liao and remarked, Stop boasting about yourself. The overall development level of the magical equipment industry in the Imperium of true human beings is obviously higher than that in the Federation. Are there no specialists who are better than you? The magical equipment industry in the Imperium is doubtlessly far more advanced than the Federation's. However, when it comes to the most cutting-edge parts of a colossus, and when it comes to a specific refiner, I'm not bragging about myself, but I am confident to compete with anyone. Liao snapped his fingers that were as swollen as carrots and grinned. Don't forget that I spent dozens of colossi for more than half a year on the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector. There were both the super colossi that were still intact, like the Tartarian skeleton, and the remnants of them which had been dissected into components and were being maintained. Besides, there were even dozens of complete maintenance manuals for the colossi on the Nuwa warship. Dozens of colossi and their corresponding maintenance manuals, are they something that you can see every day? Even for a country as powerful and prosperous as the Imperium of true human beings, I'm afraid that the appearance of any colossus would raise a storm of bloody competitions. Wouldn't it? Everybody would be fighting over it. Who could have been as extravagant as me, who scrutinized dozens of colossi from head to toe and from inside to outside? Liao was absolutely confident in terms of the maintenance and strengthening of the colossi. The arts of refining could be erratic and mysterious, but it was a skill where practice made perfect after all. If one could observe more, practice more, get hands on the real objects more, and conduct unrestrained and destructive training more, their expertise would definitely soar. Without enough colossi for practice, however much knowledge they had learned from books, they would barely be able to put it into real use. Having occupied the center of the cosmos, the Imperium of true human beings certainly had a great number of colossi. There could be hundreds, if not thousands of them, if counting all the jumbled second-hand goods. However, even if there were thousands of colossi, after they were distributed to the major families, fleets, and sectors, how many of them could every force get on average? Liao estimated that, despite Li Lingfeng's prominence, the colossi that he had gotten in touch with couldn't have been more than a handful. Also, the touch couldn't have been destructive dissection and dismemberment. The best he could have done was to observe and examine them. The colossus that the guy was really good at was probably the Tempest God, and the Tempest God alone. Couldn't be helped. Liao's experience in that regard was probably unique in the entire universe. Not counting the few experts in the leadership of the Covenant Alliance who might have inherited abundant primeval relics, it was barely possible to find a second super refiner who had dismantled, repaired, and maintained dozens of colossi in person like Liao did, at least not in the Imperium. The gap between Li Lingfeng's combat ability and Liao was almost as broad as the gap between their knowledge about the colossi. Do you know the greatest feature of Li Lingfeng's Tempest God? Liao elaborated on, in short, fastness. You can figure it out by its name. Since it is named Tempest God, speed is certainly its specialty. You have also seen the helical wings on the enemy's back. I can tell at the first look that it is a very advanced and precise spurt structure of spiritual energy, which can improve the speed to an unimaginable level. At the very least, it will be much faster than the Tartarian skeleton. The mental devil was slightly dazed. I don't think Li Lingfeng's Colossus is as good as the Tartarian skeleton in terms of level. Is it? It is not a matter of levels. Liao explained. The Tartarian skeleton is a main force colossus that is quite balanced in every aspect without obvious shortcomings. It has a very high comprehensive battle performance. However, the Tempest God is somewhat like the Yin Yang Long Yangjuan's colossus. Both of them belong to the high-speed and agile type. Also, because Li Lingfeng's level is slightly higher than mine, he can naturally carry out the advantage of the speed to the best. Had it not been for the obstacles in Manjusaka, the city in the sky, it would have been a probable event that he caught up to me in half an hour. I was not scared of the immortal Cultivators' starships, however many of them might come. After all, those faster than me were not as agile as me, and those more agile than me did not have an acceleration as high as mine. If I were left with no choice, I could almost march into the starships and turn everything inside upside down. In the boundless space, it was barely possible for the starships to prevent me from fleeing far away all by themselves. However, it could be quite a headache if Li Lingfeng's Tempest God kept following my trail behind me. I couldn't defeat him and I couldn't get rid of him. The moment would eventually come when my own spiritual energy and the fuel of the Colossus ran out. By then, if the starships of the enemy attacked me together, what choice would I have except for raising my arms and surrendering? The mental devil was enlightened. So, if we wanted to escape, we had to take care of Li Lingfeng's Colossus first? Exactly. However, completely wrecking Li Lingfeng's Colossus was a bit too difficult. Damaging his power units in a certain way would be enough. Liao chuckled. Why do you think I dueled with him as if I were fearless of death a moment ago? I paid the price of all the damage on the Tartarian skeleton, which is now on the verge of collapse, just in order to destroy the power system of Li Lingfeng's Colossus. The mental devil recalled the battle just now and did realize that Li Yao's slashes and postures in the collisions were somewhat weird. He had intentionally exposed many flaws in a few rounds, as if he were feeding himself to Li Lingfeng for beating. Everything was finally clear now. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao laughed like a blossoming sunflower. It is true that my Tartarian skeleton was riddled with holes and almost shattered in the extreme competition just now. It may seem deplorable right now, but every power rune array is still intact and can still carry out 100% of the speed because I paid special attention to the protection of the power system. Li Lingfeng's Tempest God is different. It does not seem to have suffered any fatal damage, and it only looks less graceful than before on the surface, but my flames of spiritual energy have invaded its body without alarming anyone and sabotaged the core chips and rune arrays in the power units. If my calculation is correct, the maximal speed of the Tempest God has dropped by at least 11.2%, and the working duration is reduced by 7.7%. Something will go terribly wrong if it is to be overloaded for a long time. The mental devil asked, only 11.2%? It is good enough. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Li Yao said, even if Li Lingfeng is someone who has more ambitions than talents, he is an authentic expert in the divinity transformation stage and has some brains with him after all. If I had destroyed the power units of his colossus too badly, he certainly would have been suspicious and come up with remedies after he inferred my real purpose. Through the understanding of the Tempest God that I gained in the battle just now, I am confident to wager on the possibility that Li Lingfeng is unable to catch me after the maximal speed is decreased by 11.2%. That is exactly my plan. You said we needed to preserve the strength and to keep the Tartarian skeleton intact in order to face the many challenges later. That is very correct. However, if we cannot escape from the martial meritocrat sector at all, there will be no later, will there? So, even at the gory price that the Tartarian skeleton is completely blown up, it is worthwhile as long as we can flee from the martial meritocrat sector. After a brief silence, the mental devil sniffed. Why didn't you say it earlier? Li Yao grimaced. That was because the situation was too emergent for any explanation. Besides, I figured that you could have sorted through such a simple logic with your immense computational ability easily, right? The mental devil. Yes. What do we do now? I sensed that Li Lingfeng seemed to have left the area. He must have realized that things were not going to work out if he continued to act like a crazy person. He probably went back to beyond the atmosphere to gather his fleet and prepare to clean up the mess. Should we run now? Not so fast. Li Yao vomited yet another mouthful of sticky plasma and laughed miserably. While I planned everything well, that guy Li Lingfeng's capability still far exceeded my expectation. Even my bladder has almost been blown up by him. No. I have to take a rest and fill me with some medical drugs and heavenly materials and earthly treasures before I have enough strength to control the Colossus. Besides, there's someone that I have to meet and a promise that I need to fulfill. Li Yao closed his eyes and released feeble telepathic thoughts first to detect Li Lingfeng's whereabouts. After ensuring that Li Lingfeng had truly left the area, he was finally relieved to increase the power of the telepathic thoughts, searching for a special signal that had been agreed on earlier. Very soon, he locked onto the target. Spectacular. It is not far away from here, several thousand kilometers at best. The Fist King and the rest of them are still alive. Li Yao said both in surprise and in delight. In a rugged mountainous area 3,500 kilometers away from the shoreline, the earth was roaring, and tremendous dust and mist spurted out of the fissures. A weird and hideous earthly dragon crawled out and rushed on the ground. At first look, the earthly dragon couldn't have looked more miserable. It had pulled a dozen armed cars at the beginning, which constituted a body as narrow and graceful as a dragon's, but it now only had the locomotive left at the frontmost with the drill of mystic rays. Even the locomotive had been ragged, patched, and riddled with holes. It had also been installed with an assortment of turrets and reactive armors, leaving everyone the impression that it would fall apart after it was activated. Boom! 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 The moment the earthly dragon dug out of the surface of the planet, deafening serial explosions took place in the crevice in the valley behind it, sealing most of the chasers into the rock stratum. The locomotive that was brimming with smoke was now fully loaded. Zhu Jingyun, Han Te, Lu Li, Xiahou Wuxin, Xianxia, and a dozen resistance warriors of Starlight crammed the narrow space like packed sardines. Zhu Jingyun was piloting it in person and carrying out her best driving skills that she had learned in the past decades. The Fist King, on the other hand, had connected his crystal processor to the mainframe crystal processor of the earthly dragon to improve its performance. That was how the unbelievable extreme speed was achieved. The tracks rubbed the ground hard, raising sparks and electric arcs, as if the vehicle was about to fly. Right then, the Fist King's man-made eyes blinked. Staring at the fiery ocean where Manjasaka, the city in the sky, crashed, he said, one word after another, "He is back. Is it Grandpa Yao?" Han Te and Lu Li were blushing in excitement. There was no telling if their faces were dyed red by the sky that was burning furiously. Looking at each other, they finally summoned their courage and asked the question that they had been holding back for a long time. "Master Fist King, what do you think of the crash of Manjasaka, the city in the sky? Is the legendary cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years real? And is it Grandpa Yao?" After hearing the question, everybody focused their eyes on the Fist King. Isn't the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years a lie the immortal cultivators fabricated? Zhu Jingyun mumbled before she clenched her fists and asked with glowing eyes, "Does he really exist? I do not have enough evidence to draw a conclusion regarding whether or not the cultivator that has been lost for 1,000 years exists." The Fist King pointed at a crystal processor on his left shoulder that was protruding abnormally because of a careless connection with his cold finger. Then he said casually, "However, the Temple of the Cultivators, or the control center of the global sword network, was a real thing, except that it collapsed a very long time ago and eventually fell to the hands of the immortal cultivators. It is an undeniable fact that they modified and made use of the relic, which can be proved by the mainframe crystal processor of the global sword network here. So, in my opinion, of the ungrounded, obscure legends that have been passed on for hundreds of years on the land of sins, some are the lies made up by the immortal cultivators, but some others may be real. Some magnificent beings who far exceed the expectations of us and the immortal cultivators are still active on this dark land and beyond the stars where it is even darker. It's Grandpa Yao. It must be Grandpa Yao." Covering her eyes, Lu Li was so excited that she almost burst into tears. Grandpa Yao is the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years. He has shot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky, on his own and saved us by the way. Yes. In that case, everything starts to make sense now, Han Te said confidently. Grandpa Yao's mysterious origins, his unparalleled strength, and his creative, unconventional methods. He is the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years. He snuck into the land of sins to gather intelligence in secret and to make tactical plans before the immortal cultivators implemented their great scheme. Finally, in a cutthroat attack, he completely sabotaged the immortal cultivator's plan and rescued all of us. Wait a moment. Zhu Jingyun and the resistance warriors of Starlight looked at each other in bewilderment, still confused even to this moment. Who is this Grandpa Yao that you were talking about? It is an expert who is far stronger than me, the Fist King said casually, which made Zhu Jingyun and everybody else gasp hard when they heard it. Grandpa Yao is an expert who was active hundreds of years ago. He might have been through the Judgment War in person. Even the comprehensive scourge of the immortal cultivators failed to kill him, Han Te said proudly. Grandpa Yao is very awesome. I believe that he is the one who has blown up Manjasaka, the city in the sky, and the expert who went on a killing spree and slaughtered the immortal cultivators until they were begging for mercy on the light beam a moment ago. Lu Li held back her excitement and declared. Zhu Jingyun and the many resistance warriors of Starlight swallowed hard. To this moment, and probably for the remaining days of their lives, they would never forget the bloody, cruel, and flagrant scenes that they saw on the enormous light beam in the underground temple. The mysterious crystal suit that looked like a dark god of death while triggering halos that were as intense as blood had reaped the lives of the seemingly magnificent immortal cultivators blatantly. The high and mighty angels, as if they were chickens and dogs, Was it the mysterious Grandpa Yao? He was truly strong and deserved the title of the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years. He is moving toward us at a high speed, pressing his crystal processor softly. The Fist King received the signals that Liao sent over incessantly. 1,500 kilometers. 1,000 kilometers. 500 kilometers. He's here. Everybody felt that their heart was grabbed. Although Liao hadn't arrived yet, many resistance warriors of Starlight, including Zhu Jingyun, already felt the urge to worship him. A distance of several hundred kilometers was nothing but a yawn for someone in the divinity transformation stage. Had Liao not been flying close to the ground and devoting most of his spiritual energy covering his traces, fearing that Li Lingfeng might discover him, and if he were to bring out the most intense flames of spiritual energy, Liao would have covered a distance of 1,000 kilometers in 3 seconds. He's here. Even the Fist King's voice was mixed with subtle emotions, which was quite rare. Should we stop? Zhu Jingyun asked, somewhat nervously. The other resistance warriors were even more anxious, wondering what a magnificent man, probably with 3 heads and 6 arms, would be showing up before them. They had thought that the entrance of Grandpa Yao must be astonishing and impressive, leaving a blazing trail of sparks and lightning. At the very least, there should be some sonic booms that were resulted from supersonic flight. But out of their expectation, nobody noticed any anomalies, and even the gate of the earthly dragon was not opened. But a stranger somehow found his way into the narrow space that had already been as crammed as a can of sardines. It almost seemed that he ripped the ripples of the space and emerged out of the void. What an uncanny technique and what a terrifying level. Excuse me, everyone. Please forgive my intrusion. The stranger said very gently. Would you please slightly retreat your elbow? It is sticking in my groin. Everybody turned their neck in difficulties and stared at the mysterious man in bewilderment. The weird guy who had shown up inexplicably. He had ragged clothes and a body that was full of bruises. His face was black and blue, and it was so swollen that his eyes were barely recognizable. He had truly been deformed. It was almost a misery to look at him. The Fist King, Zhu Jingyun, Xiahou Wuxin and Xan Xiaoqi. Hante and Luli were dazed for a long time, before they stuttered to ask at the same time, Grandpa Yao, is that you? Yes. Liao grinned, only to stretch his swollen bruises and made him look even more awful. But delight beamed out of his eyes that had been narrowed into 2 gaps as he said, I promised you that I'll be back. No, Sister Zhua, let's not stop here. Many immortal cultivators may be patrolling and peeking from the sky. It is safer to hide inside the vehicle until they disperse. It's really Grandpa Yao, Hante cried in joy. He then observed Liao carefully for a long time and thought hard, before he said carefully, I understand now. This is a very sophisticated technique of body reincarnation, right? Grandpa Yao found a body of flesh and blood that was relatively fresh and finally returned to the human world without the boundary of metals and machines. However, if you had reincarnated yourself in a body to be reborn, why didn't you choose a body in better conditions, Grandpa Yao? This body looks like a pig. Does it matter? Luli frowned and argued. With the magnificence of Grandpa Yao's soul, he would certainly choose a strong body if he were to reincarnate himself. As long as the body sturdiness was good enough, it would suffice. Even if the body was as ugly as a pig, so what? Grandpa Yao certainly wouldn't have cared less about that. Li Yao. Excuse me, but this is not body reincarnation, but exactly the body I was born with. This is what I really look like. Hante and Lu Li were both astonished. You! Interrupting the 2 little chatterboxes, Zhu Jingyun couldn't help but ask on behalf of all the resistance warriors who were exploding with curiosity. Senior, are you the legendary cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years? Were you the one who shot down Manjasaka, the city in the sky, performed the slaughter in the live stream, and had a battle with a colossus in the sky just now? Thinking for a moment, Liao admitted frankly, the crash of Manjasaka, the city in the sky indeed had a lot to do with me. The one who showed up in the stream was me too. Later, I competed against Li Lingfeng in a colossus. However, the cultivator who has been lost for 1,000 years has nothing to do with me whatsoever. A legend is perhaps only a legend after all. What? The answer was truly out of everyone's expectations. Zhu Jingyun couldn't help but ask, "Then, if you will forgive my bluntness, senior, who are you exactly? Are you a cultivator too?" "That's right." Liao put on a warm smile and said firmly, one word after another, "I am a cultivator, and I always will be." Zhu Jingyun, Han Te, Lu Li, and all the other resistance warriors sensed the strength contained in Liao's words, which set their blood on fire. "Thank you for saving our lives, senior. We really don't know what we should say." After a long days, Zhu Jingyun finally said, "So, to speak, you are a hero from the space branch of Starlight who has been persisting in the resistance against the Imperium of true human beings in the Sea of Stars, senior?" Liao pondered a moment, and deciding that it was not the best moment to reveal the great secret about the existence of Star Glory Federation, he simply shook his head and said, "I have nothing to do with Starlight. I can only say that the universe is far vaster than your imagination. Where there is darkness, there is light. In the depths of the boundless universe lie countless resistance forces similar to Starlight, some of which are even 100 times stronger than Starlight in terms of comprehensive capabilities and capable of competing with the Imperium of true human beings. I am exactly from one of such resistance forces." "What?" Zhu Jingyun and the many resistance warriors were truly shocked this time. In the boundless sea of stars, there were countless other resistance forces similar to Starlight. They were not alone. They were not fighting on their own. Countless people who were struggling to survive in darkness, only to be mired in desperation, were rising up to resist when they could not hold it any longer. "Is it true?" Zhu Jingyun's voice was trembling hoarsely. "Of course it is true. The universe is such a large place. Anything is possible. So, do not give up at all whatever desperate adversities you are in." Liao grinned. "However, this is not the time to explain everything yet. The most important thing right now is to get you out of this wretched planet. Escape from the land of sins." It was what all the resistance warriors had been dreaming about. "Tell me about it. What is your situation right now?" Liao beamed with interest, but he was somewhat stunned when he saw the Fist King's abnormal look where the guy seemed to be growing two heads. "Fist King, what's with your style? Where did you find such an advanced crystal processor core?" "We did find the Temple of the Cultivators, or the control center of the global sword network," the Fist King said. "However, as you must have guessed, it was a trap set up by the immortal cultivators. Wei Longtao betrayed us and led abundant spiritual puppets of the immortal cultivators to surround us. Then they played the battle picture outside of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, to make us vacillate. Many resistance warriors were caught in desperation. However, at the last moment, the streams all turned into the footage of your great sabotages. The immortal cultivators' spiritual puppets were all paralyzed too." Liao nodded his head. The immortal cultivators' spiritual puppets were under the direct control of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. When he blew up the control center entirely, it was only natural that the spiritual puppets lost effect. The Fist King continued. "The spiritual puppets were all paralyzed, and the immortal cultivators were all overwhelmed by the pictures of your invincible slaughters too. We immediately started to break out of the siege and had a huge battle inside the temple. Then, when the place was reduced to smithereens in the battle, I accidentally noticed the deeper structure of the so-called temple. The so-called global sword network probably did exist before and even played a certain role in the Judgment War, where it dealt a heavy blow on the immortal cultivators. Later, after suffering destructive damages, it was buried below the ground. I couldn't repair the global sword network, but I found the crystal processor core. It was a piece of rather advanced computational magical equipment and a great help to boost my computational ability. With the enhanced combat ability after my computation ability was improved, Zhu Jingyun, Xiahou Wuxin, and I led a batch of soldiers to break out of the siege. Wei Longtao and the other immortal cultivators were all sealed below the ground now and would not get out anytime soon. Even if they can go out, there will be nothing they can do." Liao smiled. Now, Manjasaka, the city in the sky, has completely collapsed. The immortal cultivators will not be able to block the sky again without a few months. At this moment, this world is a world that belongs to the sinners of the land of sins. If Wei Longtao and his immortal cultivators are bold enough to dig to the ground, what awaits them will be the ocean of wrath from the sinners. I'm afraid that their outcome will be more than miserable. But this is not a place to stay in after all. The Fist King said, if we sit here and do nothing, the place will be sealed by the immortal cultivators again sooner or later. We have to run away. Whatever it takes. Exactly. Liao said. I was thinking the same. The fleet of the immortal cultivators is in chaos. Some of the starships of the coalition fleet of Starlight are still harassing them in space. This is the most precious timing for a successful escape. But I estimate that the hope of escape will significantly drop after each day or even after each hour. A few months later, when the immortal cultivators reestablish their order, a ghastly price will have to be paid if somebody wants to get away. Therefore, in no more than 48 hours, you have to find a starship that boasts the ability of space jump. You need to get out of here first. Grandpa Yao, Han Te and Lu Li were rather anxious. But what about the village of peace? What about our family and friends? This is a war. Weakness and hesitation are not tolerated in a war. Looking at Han Te and Lu Li, Liao said solemnly, tell me, do you want to completely save the village of peace, your family and friends, and even the entire land of sins? Han Te and Lu Li looked at each other and nodded their heads heavily. Of course. In that case, you must get out of here first. Liao said. You must have already realized what a vast place the universe is and how magnificent the imperium of true human beings can be, right? Even if one Manjasaka, the city in the sky, is destroyed, the imperium is still capable of reestablishing 10 or 100 of them. If you stay here because you are concerned about your family and your homeland, you will simply repeat your life of the past and struggle in desperation together with your family, ending up as experiment mice and puppets that do not have any hope at all. If you do not wish to continue such a tragic fate, to see the Martial Meritocrats planet degenerate into land of sins as before, or to repeat the slaughters and plunders that have been happening for hundreds of years, just run out first. Train yourselves and build yourselves up in the sea of stars, and create a real, powerful starlight. I believe that you will return with thunder and fury someday, and completely liberate the entire land of sins. His words made all the resistance warriors breathe fast. It was quite right. In the past hundreds of years, the descendants of the resistors of Starlight were nothing more than rats hiding among the rocks here and there below the ground. But a broken sky was right before their eyes. From this moment on, it was absolutely possible for them to roam the sea of stars and wake up the strength that had been sleeping for 1,000 years. Can we really be a member of Starlight? Can we be real warriors and real cultivators? Han Te and Lu Li asked in disbelief. Of course. Zhu Jingyun couldn't help but smile. You were very brave just now and among the few people who fought side by side with us. You are certainly qualified to be real members of Starlight. Go now. If you really want to protect your homeland and save the Martial Meritocrats sector, it is all the more important that you march to the Sea of Stars. The greater trouble you cause in space, the safer it will be in the Martial Meritocrats sector. You may find the logic hard to understand for the time being, but believe me, it is absolutely correct. Liao declared resolutely. I believe that even if leader Gu Xingyang were here, he would definitely second my choice too. Perhaps he is trying to gather resources to build a starship and break through the sky at exactly this moment. Han Te and Lu Li thought carefully for a moment, before they looked Liao in the eyes and confirmed again. But we will definitely be back, right? Yes. Liao smiled and extended his hand through the crammed crowd, holding the young man's hand. He said warmly but firmly, we will certainly be back. When we return to the land of sins, it will not be so simple as blowing up a tiny Manjasaka, the city in the sky. Do you still remember what I said? This world is wrong. So, when we return to the land of sins, we will rectify the entire world. Han Te and Lu Li took a deep, deep breath. Looking at each other, they nodded their heads determinedly. Understood, Grandpa Yao. We will fight side by side with you, Master Fist King, and Sister Yun. Liao smiled and patted the young man's hand. Then he moved his eyes to the Fist King. How are you planning to leave? A lot of broken pieces of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, have been scattered at the coast area. We are planning to try our luck there and see if we can find remnants and fuel that are of use. The Fist King knocked his own head and said, Don't forget that I am a reasonably good refiner myself. With abundant remnants, it is absolutely possible for me to assemble a small starship or a space shuttle. As long as we have a small starship, a space shuttle, or a crystal suit, there will be hope for us to fly beyond the atmosphere and reach out to the space branch of Starlight. It will be even possible to take over one of the immortal Cultivator starships and perform a space jump. This is about the original plan. No, it is too risky. Liao shook his head. Although the immortal cultivators are stuck in brief chaos, their main fleet did not suffer major damage despite the loss of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. It is impossible for you to take control over a warship easily. How about this? A lot of civil carriers were docked on the spaceports of Manjasaka, the city in the sky. They also boasted the ability of space jump. I estimate that the spaceports that were well-structured with anti-gravity facilities couldn't have been all destroyed in the crash. I have detected the place where the main body of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, collapsed on my way here. I'll give you a pair of coordinates. Let's try our luck there and see if we can find an intact civil carrier. However, even if we can find a civil carrier, it will still be a major problem to find the crew members that are capable of piloting it. Forget it. Let's just find one first. The earthly dragon shifted the direction and rushed toward the coordinates given by Liao. At this moment, almost everybody on the Land of Sins was coming to the coast area in a hurry with all kinds of magical equipment. It was like the most lively bliss ceremony. Some were working together to dig out the burning remnants from the ground. Some tough bandits whose nature could not be changed were fighting each other hard. Some were engaged with the immortal cultivators who escaped from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, in the fiercest battles. Fire and smoke were everywhere. The entire coast area was now a battlefield. The situation couldn't have been more chaotic. However, faced with the gargantuan remnants that were as magnificent as mountains, as enormous as cities and as complicated as mazes, all the sinners of the Land of Sins felt the urge to worship them and forgot the competition among them for a while. Even the smallest of the remnants were almost 100 meters in diameter, as if they were an amalgamation of skyscrapers. The largest of them were more than 1,000 meters in diameter. They were like a city of the giants standing on the ground abruptly. It could be clearly seen that the structure of a lot of remnants was rather intact. They were not torn apart by the brute force but were dismantled voluntarily under the control of the forced landing program, in order to minimize the blow of the crash. Therefore, it was very possible that the persons, assets, and even the escape capsules and small starships inside were still kept intact.